Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is August 1st, 2022, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION NWSF, or the YouTube super chat right here. So we had a wild weekend with sports, a little bit of football news. Then we had the NASCAR race, obviously, last night, or actually early morning to afternoon. And then obviously after that ended, there was a few pieces of news that broke out besides this Deshaun Watson ruling that we got today, obviously with Deebo Samuel. That happened a little bit, in the evening time. So at that point, I was just kind of, resting my voice and, doing reading and some film study. 3 years, $73.5 million, 58.1 milli guaranteed, and well-deserved. For a guy that obviously wanted to play just wide receiver, that if they're going to actually put him in the backfield, he wanted to get compensated appropriately. And he's got some incentives in place that if he ends up, hitting a certain number at running back or wide receiver, he'll obviously get an extra couple dollars. Usually it'll be in the millions. So shout out to Deebo Samuel for, standing strong. And, obviously he wanted to be traded, but at least he gets his money now for someone that's going to be an all-around player. And then obviously the big news is this one, Deshaun Watson. And we'll get into this as we get more and more people into the room. Like I said, when you think of Deshaun Watson, a lot of us think back in the day, when he was in college, when he was in Clemson, when he ended up, facing against Alabama, winning the Natty, so much promise. There was just so many teams that were interested, thinking, damn, this guy could really maybe take us to the promised land. And the ruling came out today that he was going to only get suspended 6 games. It's just wild to me that you can have someone, that 66 different women massage therapists in 17 months. And, there's a lot of investigative reporters, the courts and everything, right? And it's just kind of weird to me to think for just a second that, Calvin Ridley, all right, got suspended for 1 year, all right, for betting. And, you can say he was, injured and he was betting on his own team. But if they're going to give him a year, for betting, it pretty much shows you that they want to, kind of push things, underneath the rug. And they would rather suspend someone for a year for gambling like Calvin Ridley when someone has domestic abuse, domestic violence. And even if it's only one female that says no, no means no. Okay. So pretty much what you're saying now is that you can have violence. Maybe we'll see what happens with AK-41 with Alvin Kamara. But pretty much what the NFL is saying is that you can punch another male, you can punch a female, you can gamble, you can do all of these things, with the, AK-41 situation, Calvin Ridley, and a lot of other situations in the past. And that's okay. But, we're going to give you X amount of games. We're going to give you 1 year, 8 games, 6 games, something of that nature. What Deshaun Watson ended up doing, is 1,000 times worse than a lot of these other cases. And they're going to give him only 6 games, like only 6. And obviously they're like, there's not enough evidence. It's a he say, she say type of thing. I'll tell you what, it's just kind of disgusting that, you have someone like Ridley that's suspended for a game that, didn't suspended for a year, didn't hurt anybody, obviously physically, but they think that gambling is so bad with the, Pete Rose situation in baseball that you're going to suspend this guy a year. I mean, they need to reevaluate, because if you're going to suspend this guy a year and then this guy for 6 games, and obviously the assault on a lot of these females, some of it was probably consensual. But the bottom line is if you're paying, this kind of money, Vince McMahon money, you're paying hush money, $100,000 per female, $1 million, per female to be quiet, so it doesn't go to court, so it doesn't keep lingering. This is a horrible look for the NFL. And like I said, 6 games. If you're going to suspend this guy 6 games, then this needs to be 0, because there's no point of suspending someone that gambled and you're going to suspend him for a year compared to someone that assaulted. And this is just what we know with the 66 in 17 months. I assume it's in the hundreds. So it shows you that everything is kind of ass backwards. And so, if you hit somebody, you end up doing physical violence. If there's going to be some sexual misconduct, the NFL is pretty much saying this guy's a superstar, $250 million or more guaranteed. We need money. Okay. And we need to put butts in the seats in Cleveland. Let's just sweep this under the rug. And the Texans were obviously involved. And they're like, oh, well, now we have to make sure that you only get massages through the team and this and that. Dude, too little, too late. We obviously know that this guy isn't as innocent as he seemed coming out of college. I mean, this guy's a predator. I mean, there's just nothing else to really call him. Like I said, some of the girls were along for the ride and were cool with it because he's rich. All right. He's got a lot of this. All right. He's in the NFL. I get it. But there's definitely going to be girls there that he made uncomfortable. He made advances towards that they didn't want. And it's just really sad from a player that I used to look up to. I was like, wow, this guy could be really good. And then, doing things for his mom and obviously all the things that they do in the community. It really shows you don't really know somebody, especially on the NFL side, personally, unless you know them as a friend or a family member. On the outside, everything looks great. Right. Everything, no problems, no issues. And the crazy thing is, based off his personality and based on everything that we've seen up to this point, he's like almost the least likely quarterback you would think that maybe would do something like this. Obviously, Big Ben was another situation where, he had some questionable things that he did. And did you see how quickly the NFL tried to sweep it under the rug because it's bad for business? You know what's bad for business? Having someone that's a sexual predator, you know what I mean, with all these different trainers and whatnot. And, some of them got money. So I guess if the money is going to make up for what he did and they can live their life freely and they never have to be a massage therapist ever again. But some of them, obviously, are scarred for life, but it looks like most of them are like, all right, we'll just pay you this hush money. Shut the fuck up. Be quiet. Don't say anything. So this guy can go play. And he's only losing like a couple $100,000, and he's still getting all his, $15 million guaranteed. So pretty much it's like, okay, you got a slap in the wrist for being a predator. And I'm not sure if the NFL or the NFLPA or anyone else, because they want money. Whether they want to admit it or not, the NFL wants this. And if Deshaun Watson is playing, that's more this. If Deshaun Watson is playing on the Browns and, they can win 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 games, preferably they're trying to get into the hunt, obviously, and play. But, if you're out for 6 games, what's your record going to be? Probably somewhere with 3-3, 2-4, maybe worse. But they would rather sweep it under the rug and say, hey, don't do that again. Hey, don't do this anymore, right? Because we need money and we need to make sure the Cleveland Browns are relevant. That's really sad. This guy should be suspended based off everything that I've read and everything that I've seen, a minimum, right, of 1 year. Then you take down Calvin Ridley's sentence, down to maybe like a 6 or 8 games. I mean, shit, they didn't even give him half. They didn't even give him 8 games or 9 games. They give him 6. So if this guy is at Calvin Ridley at, 17, this should go down to 0 or maybe like 2 games. I mean, it doesn't make any sense when you're going to have one person, do some physical acts. Like, what is AK-41? Now, what's going to happen with Alvin Kamara? Because what Alvin Kamara did, obviously, with, curb stomping, obviously the guy in the, elevator, right, at the Pro Bowl scene with all of him and his homies, right? So what are we going to actually get from AK-41 Alvin Kamara? Are we going to get 4 games? Are we going to get 2 games? Is it going to be 8 games, 10, 12? Because it seems like the NFL typically likes to do 6 games or less when it's physical abuse. And then someone gambles and then it's 17. That doesn't make any sense to me. So, I mean, if I'm doing it, you're going to go Ridley, 2 games, AK, maybe 4 games. And then this by far needs to be a minimum of 1 year, preferably. I wouldn't mind it if it was 2 years. Okay. And I wouldn't even mind if they did it forever because, I mean, like I said, all it takes is for one. Yeah, you got number 1 up there. All it takes is number one female to be uncomfortable for him to, do something. And she says, no, that's a crime. And let alone you got 66, in 17 months. It's just really, really sad that the NFL cares more about money and ratings rather than actually doing what's right. And them thinking, that this is the right solution the only right solution it is really for is, the NFL and the NFL alone. So there is going to be a lot of backlash. And they hope that over time, people are just like, shut the fuck up and forget about this. But this is really, really sad that they got their priorities, obviously, ass backwards. When someone can gamble, who's an idiot, who probably was high or drunk when he did it. But this is way too stiff. I mean, at the very least, if you want to go from 17, reduce it to 8. I mean, if you're really going to be like that. But in all reality, if Deshaun Watson, all right, is going to get 6 games, this needs to be 0, okay, or 2 if you're going to give 6 for that. And AK needs to be like 4. So 2, 4, and then this definitely needs to be a hell of a lot longer than 6. But, I don't know if they really understand, the right and wrong on this planet Earth. And it's just really sad, to see that this is the way that plays out. I know a lot of people will probably boycott, switch teams for not rallying with the Browns. And Browns fans, some of them will be like, who cares? Who cares if a guy committed a crime or not? We are going to try to do something that Texans could not. We're going to try to win a Super Bowl. And some fans are like that. Whatever it takes to win a Super Bowl. And that's a sad thing about some fans that, they don't want to take any responsibility for their teams or players for doing what they do. So just wanted to go over some of the pictures and things. And obviously, I'll try to get a little bit on Mariners. Obviously, lost to the Yankees. No surprise there. But we're going to have a good show tonight. And like I said, am I really surprised on the ruling? No. Because if you look at Kareem Hunt, Ray Lewis, Ray Rice, and you go back through all the different allegations, 6 games is kind of their wheelhouse, regardless if it's a guy punching another guy, a guy hitting a girl, a guy kicking a girl, something of that nature. But, the sexual allegations should be utmost at the very, very top for the punishment. And obviously the bar is not very high, and they obviously don't really give a shit if you gamble. They don't really give a shit if you hit somebody, and they don't give a shit if you have any type of sexual predator, obviously character traits. It's just like, okay, pay your fine. We'll take some of your money. We'll suspend you the minimum amount of games. That way we can keep getting ratings, and Cleveland can be relevant. Just kind of lost for words, because at the very least, it should be a year. Or if you're not going to do a year, then Calvin Ridley's needs to go down to like 2 games. If you're going to give AK-41 probably 4 or 6, I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. So we're going to really see what happens. But for me, with the Ridley stuff, I mean, I would probably just do like 2 games. You know what I mean? Something, if you want to do 2 games and a fine, AK, Alvin Kamara, maybe 4 games, and a fine. And then this one needs to be bumped up to a minimum of a year, but they don't want to lose ratings and money. And that's just the sad part of it. But it should be a year minimum. Preferably for me, I would have rather seen 2 years or forever. It's just unacceptable behavior. And if we're going to punish celebrities and other people for doing this, why are we celebrating Deshaun Watson instead of actually, punishing him? This doesn't make any sense, And then you get the people that are like, oh, it's just for clout. It's just for money. Okay, well, if it's just clout and for money, there wouldn't be as many girls as there is. And let alone if you're paying $100,000 or more per female, you're guilty. Because if you're not guilty, why would you pay any of your hard-earned money, all right, to some strange female that, massaged you legally? And if nothing happened, you wouldn't be paying settlements out. So all those people that think he's innocent, you're fucking crazy. Obviously, money is paid out because you are guilty. Okay, and that's how it goes. Sarah Small in the building. How are you? Let's get to a hundo today. Let's do it. Debo deserved his bag. Absolutely. And obviously that's the only real positive thing, that happened late last night, that obviously I was just going to rest my voice after the NASCAR stream, but hey, he got his bag, $73.5 million. He just wants to make sure if I'm going to play running back, you're going to pay me like a running back, wide receiver. You're going to give me a little more. And if the Niners want to make it to the NFC Championship game or Super Bowl, they're going to need Debo. Bottom line, make him puke Ayuk, George Kittle, and Trey Area. We know Trey Lance, I feel, will have a good season this year. Him and Justin Fields are very similar to each other, sometimes inaccurate, highly athletic, but both could help their teams win a few more games. But obviously the difference is Justin Fields is on a crap team, the best, and the Niners are always going to be competitive with Kyle Shanahan. So shout out to you, Debo Samuel. $58.1 million guaranteed, 3 years, $73.5 million in the bank for the extension. So shout out to you. And I hope that they do something with this Calvin Ridley situation and make it go down to zero. Because if they keep it, and nothing changes, that pretty much says, okay, if you gamble 1 year, if you beat down with your friends a guy in the elevator when you're high or drunk, we'll see if it's 6 games or less. But normally it's in that 4 to 6 game range. And then imagine if he gets 6 games and then Deshaun Watson gets 6. I mean, how are those two things the same? And everything is just ass backwards. But, you guys let me know what you think. But like I said, if he ended up being suspended for a year, some people would be okay with that. 2 years would probably be more accurate, or forever. You know what I mean? Like I said, based off these allegations. I mean, be honest here. If you're a massage therapist and, it's one thing if you're getting a professional massage, but Deshaun was hitting up people like on Craigslist, people that weren't even licensed, people that he just thought were hot, good looking girls that were either licensed, not licensed, right? That had the expertise or did not, just so if he could see if things maybe could go a little bit further. And if they got upset, he could just shoot him some money, dip out, and then maybe thinking that, he's a sports god, that most of them are just going to go with it because he's Deshaun Watson. He's a handsome guy. He's got millions of dollars. They're just not going to say anything. Well, obviously we know, with him and another guy like Vincent McMahon, your money can only take you so far. And if you continue to keep doing these things, eventually your time is going to come. You're not going to be able to run away from all the accusations, forever. I mean, it might have been able to help you out, temporarily. And obviously we got to think that he's got an amazing lawyer. And it shows you with these lawyers, they know that they know that you're wrong. They know. So imagine being a defense, lawyer, attorney. They know you're wrong. They know you're wrong. They know you're wrong. How do you sleep at night with all the money that you get, knowing that you're defending someone that is a nuisance and a threat, to American society and more? Yeah, I mean, you're a great football player. I loved you here. I thought you could be really special. You know what I mean? But obviously your career started to take a little bit of a turn here, right? And then now somehow we're here and you're smiling right now, hanging out with your friends, knowing that you're only missing out on 6 games and, you're not even getting suspended that much money. It's like $300,000 based off the games that you're going to miss because the way they wrote the contract up. It's just sad to see that the way that things go. But like I said, this guy did things for 30, 40 years, and then, hey, this is what I give you. All right. He's like, hey, I give you this. You shut up. I give you that. You shut up. And that's what they did. But eventually, over allegations after allegation after allegation, I'm not sure if Deshaun Watson is smart enough to stop. I mean, you would think so now because he got caught. But sometimes when you get caught and you're a cheater, you do it again and again and again, kind of like Bill Belichick. You get caught for cheating, but you don't care. You feel you're above the law. And I definitely think that he felt that he was above the law because, I mean, he was. And obviously we see with the lawyers that we got with Deshaun, he's obviously above the law as well. So, I mean, I know some people are going to take it to the extreme and they're not going to watch football at all. I'm not. I love football way too much. I love football way too much to just not watch altogether. But it's just really sad where, you got to make sure that you have all the suspensions lined up. And if you have something like Ridley for 1 year, then you have to give Deshaun 2 or forever. And then if you're not, then you have to adjust Calvin Ridley's. So you're going to have someone gamble, and he probably didn't even win any money, gambling anyways. Idiot. You put in your social, you put in your personal information on your bank account. As soon as the NFL player does that, you get flagged immediately. It's your social. They know who you are. Use a friend if you're going to do that. Not very smart. But, we'll see if Calvin Ridley's gets reduced. But even if it gets reduced to 8 games and they cut it in half, that's still 2 less than Deshaun Watson for obviously all of these things that he did sexually towards these females. It's just crazy ass backwards that this society cares more about popularity and putting butts in the seats and money and all the money, the $1 billion deal, obviously with Google or Apple or Amazon to be able to get these games on Sunday Ticket. Because with Deshaun Watson, they're a playoff contender. They can get to 10 wins. Without Deshaun Watson, you're going to be winning probably 4 to 7 games, if you're lucky, and you're going to get last place in the AFC North. But when you have him, I mean, you are going to be a competitor, you would think, if they can keep building that roster. But it's just sad. I would be very embarrassed of any fan of Deshaun Watson from Clemson, Houston, and the Browns. And I would be embarrassed as a Browns fan. I'm not saying that I would just, leave the team, but the Browns doing Browns things again. It's just, every time they can't pick the right quarterback, you keep drafting, all these guys, the Tim Couch, the Kelly Holcomb, you're going from quarterback to quarterback. And then all of a sudden they finally think that they got the guy, the franchise guy. But then what they found is that you got a sexual predator instead of the guy. So it's like, yeah, you got a better talented quarterback, the best one that you've had since Bernie Kosar, but this was the wrong one. And this is the wrong situation. So you guys let me know in the chat what you think, but they need to adjust Calvin Ridley's down to 2 games. If AK is going to get 4 or 6, and then this Deshaun needs to get bumped up to at least a year or 2, and even that might not be enough. For me, it's 2 years or forever. That's what I feel that would be fair. But if they're not even willing to do a year, that shows you really where the priorities are. Because like I said, if you're not guilty at all, like he said, I didn't do anything wrong, which you did. Okay, you wouldn't be paying settlements out to over 20 females, and there's probably going to be others over time that come out. I just feel bad for the females, obviously in America. And some of them, like I said, were okay with it. Some of them were okay. Some of them were okay having sexual relations. Some of them are okay of him, doing things that are inappropriate. But you got to think, out of 66, even if one said no and he kept going, that's a crime. You know what I mean? Whether you want to say it was rape or obviously, he was doing things that he shouldn't have done, obviously, and, making these girls feel uncomfortable. And a lot of times he was going to their apartment, their house, their condo. What fucking player does that? They do it at the facility. So obviously he knew what he was doing. He didn't want to get a prostitute or a hooker. So he thought this would be the easiest way to slide past, getting a hooker or getting a prostitute and getting caught. So he thought, hey, I'm going to do this, and this will be my freebie way of getting away with it because I'm Deshaun Watson. Very, very sad. And I'm so glad that Deshaun Watson is not part of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And a lot of y'all that were in the Deshaun Watson sweepstakes, trust me, if you're a Carolina Panther fan, yeah, it seemed pretty good talent-wise. But when all these things came out, yeah, I know Baker Mayfield and obviously Sam Darnold aren't it. But you don't want a black eye on your franchise like this. This is definitely not good, and they just want to shove it under the rug before the season starts. I mean, we had this Thursday, we got the Hall of Fame game. So, I mean, things are speeding up very, very quickly where we're already going to be here. But you got to have some kind of morals, set in place. And I think this particular situation with Deshaun is going to cause a lot of problems. But shows you, if you got money and you got a good lawyer, you can get away with murder. You can get away with sexual assault. You can get away with rape. You can get away with beating somebody down. It's just a sad state that we live in. Is if you have a lot of this, you might be able to do anything and get away with it if the lawyer's good enough. It's just sickening to me. You know what I mean? And like I said, and even if it was one of my guys, I would want everyone to be treated fairly. And like I said, it's all about ratings. It's all about money. And it's all about, staying relevant. And that's just not the way to go about it. So horrible, horrible, horrible news. And like I said, even if they make the adjustments to Ridley to 8 games, still not good enough. If they go down to 4 games, and obviously you have Deshaun Watson at 6, whatever, you can go that route. But it should probably be Ridley 2, AK 4, and then Deshaun has to be bumped up to a year minimum. Because if you don't bump him up to a year, what is that really saying about the NFL? You know what I mean? So, I mean, if everyone's going to be like, all right, everyone's going to be upset and talk about it for about a week or so, and then everyone will forget. I don't think so. I don't think people are going to forget. And I imagine there'll be more stories and more people that come forward. But I'm fucking disgusted. And I'm so happy I'm not a Deshaun Watson fan. And I feel bad for the people that are, Clemson, Texans, Cleveland Browns. But, you don't want to sell your soul to the devil just to be able to win. And I think a lot of Browns fans got to a point where they're like, you know what? I don't give a shit. Whatever you do outside of football, I don't care. The Browns need a championship, and that's all that fucking matters. And that's the problem with some of the fans that are out there. They only want to win by any means necessary, like Bill Belichick. Cheating doesn't matter. If I get caught, I'll do it again. And that's why his legacy's tarnished fucking forever. Let's get to 100 and donos, baby. Let's do it. Debo got his bag. Absolutely. What up, guys? Lawler in the building. How are you? Hope you guys are having a fantastic night. Making sure you're keeping up with everything on the MLB. Obviously, it should be the Dodgers, Padres, or Cardinals, possibly for Juan Soto. We don't really know. The Mariners are out of it. I don't think that they were the 4th team, supposedly, that were in the running. And anything can happen between now and then. I'm not really too sure, what direction that we're going to go. But obviously, we know Juan Soto is a top 10 player. He's not batting 300, usually 250 to 270, but he normally gets to, 20 home runs. Obviously, already around the midway point, he can get 30 to 40 almost every year. So if anything happens tonight, you guys can let me know, and obviously we'll talk about that. But yeah, definitely very, very disturbing news, and I'm obviously keeping up with all the trades and everything as well. Let's see here. Let's scroll down here. For real, how does a player get suspended for 4 games for smoking pot, right? But Watson only gets 6 for 50 plus seconds. Yeah, exactly. That's why the weed, right? Weed with, or even with Josh Gordon, he got suspended, how many games? 20 plus? It was over a few different years. So you can smoke weed. You can hit a guy in the face. You can curb stop a guy in the elevator with your boys, right? But if you do something with a female, but you're a high profile quarterback, right? And, sexual allegations, rape, things that, are not okay, but you only get 6 games. I'm very confused. But it shows you this legal system in America is fucked, and it's all about money and ratings. Because think about this. If you end up, obviously suspending Deshaun for a year or two, what happens to the Browns? They gave up all that capital, right, to be able to get him. They're only winning. And even with Jacoby Brissett, I mean, what's the maximum wins that the Browns can get if he's out for 2 years? 4 to 7 wins, finishing in 3rd or last. You know what I mean? But the NFL is like, Deshaun Watson used to be a top 4 quarterback, like his jersey number behind me. He was the 4th best. It used to be Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, Deshaun Watson. But now instead of Watson, you got guys like Burrow, Herbert, Josh Allen that have taken his place. We don't even know if Deshaun can throw and play the same way that he did. I mean, when you're out of the game for a year or two, sometimes it takes a year or two to get back. So absolutely, league policies don't make any goddamn sense, and it's very, very sad. That's facts. Eagles John, Calvin Ridley should be outside his mind. Oh, absolutely. I'm out for a year for gambling, and I don't even think he won. I think he was, regardless if you bet on the Falcons or not, it's not like you have any inside information. It's like, oh, hey, Matt Ryan, I want to make sure in the 4th quarter you purposely fumble so that way, we're going to make sure that we lose this game by, 3 points. It's not like even that was one of those things. It's just a dumbass that thought that he could bet, when he was high and bored, probably taking bong rips and drinking, and he was dumb enough to use obviously his social and his bank account information, thinking that he wasn't going to get caught. Might be one of the dumbest people on planet Earth. Seriously, like if you're going to do something like that, use a friend. Then they will never know. But I guess you live and you learn. So yeah, we definitely have to see how that's going to go. But yeah, absolutely. Crazy. Zachary Zabala, trade Watson, New England. He can work at Kraft's massage parlor. Zabala. Oh, and then the thing is like the way that they wrote the contract out, he was only going to get, fined like, 335,000 to like 500,000, for these like 6 missed games. So not only are you not giving him the proper punishment, 2 years or forever, you're in not even 1 year and a fine, right? You're literally doing 6 games and no money. How does that make any sense? There should be counseling. He should be able to, give some, not only the settlement money, but there should be some, community service, having to take therapy, and maybe do some donations, to obviously, the females that are out there that are struggling with like abuse and things like that. There should be some foundations and other things that he should have to be able to go to and talk to. But, they're just like, nope, we're not going to fine you. We're not going to have you donate to charity. We're not going to have you see therapy. You're just going to be this fucking sexual predator. We're going to give you the least amount because we need ratings after that first month and a half for Browns games. Because without you, there's no ratings. It's not like anyone's like, oh my God, Myles Garrett is playing. I got to watch. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt, and you're like, okay. You know what I mean? And Myles Garrett's awesome, but obviously Deshaun is the face of the franchise. And damn, crazy. On if you got money, anything can happen. So, hey, what's really bizarre is the NFL is completely in line with sports betting. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, it's like there's some places that it's legal. You know what I mean? But they just don't want their players. But it's like I know you're trying to do like this Pete Rose thing, but he was obviously managing and you don't really know if they were necessarily like calling, like if he was actually trying to purposely lose for him to win money. So his situation's a little bit different, but I still think Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame. Even with the betting as a manager, as a player, some people have gambling debts. Some people like to gamble. Obviously, if there's like collusion and you're purposely taking out guys like, in the seventh inning, so that way that the batting order isn't as good, or you're taking out your pitcher at a certain point, to make sure that your team loses and you put in your like worst mid reliever, then, I get with the whole Pete Rose thing, but yeah, everything is ass backwards now. And look how long it took for Justice to come out with this guy. He didn't want to leave. Obviously the stockholders, the board members, he was pushed out, because obviously he would continue to be the way that he is, and he would still be running the company until he's dead. But money can't buy you out of everything. So obviously in this situation, they're like, oh, well, I guess we're just going to do 6 games, and I doubt we're going to get any additional punishment. So I feel really bad for, NFL fans and the females that are out there, but this is life. This is just how things go. Racism, sexism, it's never going to end. It's only going to get worse. And when people say that it's getting better, they're fucking lying. Look at the fucking world on how things are. Racism is just as bad as it was back then, and sexism is just as bad as it was back then, probably worse now, to be very honest. People want you to cover your eyes and cover your mouth and, close your ears, but, you have to be woke, as the young kids would say, and that's facts. Waltown Bass in the building. What to do? Megan from Australia in the building. $10 holla. Greetings, Sam. Sorry I'm late. Feeling a little nose. News came this morning. Yeah, I saw that. I did see that. $10 holla. Appreciate you. Yeah, I saw that he ended up getting COVID. Hopefully things can, cycle through for him sooner than later. Anyone that's a little bit older that ends up getting COVID, there is a chance of obviously serious illness and death. But knowing that Pete Carroll's got the probably, best doctors and the Seahawk facility, I assume that, things will hopefully end up being okay for your guy. And, sometimes people have it for, a week. Sometimes people have it for a month. And hopefully, with him and the players and the coaching and everything that needs to happen, things can be remote. But hopefully everything will be okay for Pete sooner than later. It's going to be a transitional season, a rough season. There might not be very many games won, but in that sense, we still want Pete to be healthy. So shout out to Pete Carroll. Hopefully things get a little bit better. And shout out to Megan, obviously, for getting the Dono train started. I appreciate you very, very much. Gang, gang, gang. Thank you so much. Let's go here. I'm going to scroll. Bang, bang. $10 holla. Thank you so much. Yeah, and we'll see how it goes. Hopefully there'll be some good information on Pete as the weeks go on, because obviously you're going to need him. Obviously, you're going to need him desperately to be able to get things going for that roster. That's facts. $10. Let's get to a hundo. Toby's like, hey, Ryan, Lisa, Jags don't have anyone committing a crime. Well, that we know of. There's probably all kinds of stuff that a lot of players do that are kept on the hush-hush. But, yeah, I mean, anyone that's got Watson that was in the – imagine the Eagles fans right now, Panther fans, Saints fans, Falcons fans. You dodged a bullet. You know what I mean? You dodged a bullet. And the thing is, for a guy that has this type of behavior, that's going on, they can say, it's just a one-time thing. It really hasn't. This might have been going on even at Clemson. We don't really know. You know what I mean? Obviously, he was a little bit younger back then, but we don't really know, until we get other stories and other people that come forward that maybe were afraid to come forward back then to, be accused of, cloud, being accused of someone that just wants money or fame. But I definitely think that there's more than 66 in 17 months, because think about how many years Deshaun Watson has been pro. And this is just like all of a sudden he just flipped a switch and was like, all right, I'm going to take advantage of all these massage, therapists, and I'm going to do whatever the hell I want. I imagine it's been going on since he's been pro year one, for the Houston Texans. So sad, sad, sad day in sports. That's facts. Let me see here. It said, I'm sorry, but Goodell doesn't have a backbone. He's ruining the game I love. Seems like the bigger name, the less fun. It's always like that. It's always like that. The bigger the name, they sweep it under the rug. You know what I mean? And whether they want to admit it or not, they definitely, you have white players and then you have black players and other players of color, right? And even with the white players, like a Big Ben, you know what I mean? They always try to sweep it under the rug as quick as possible. You know what I mean? Whether they want to admit it or not. But even in this case, for him being African-American, they don't care. white, black, Mexican, Asian, it doesn't matter. The bigger the name, especially if you're a quarterback, let's just sweep it under the rug and move forward. But a lot of us can't, and that's facts. So we know what Goodell is, and he got a federal judge on it just so he doesn't take the blame, of course. It's just sad, So that way he doesn't look like the bad guy, but we all know who the bad guys are. It's all the higher-ups in the NFL, and obviously Deshaun Watson, so facts. Odin's son, Raw's pretty good tonight. Noticeable difference. I got it coming on here in 10 minutes, and I'm probably going to turn it on. So normally I won't watch Raw, but with Triple H and what they did with that pay-per-view at SummerSlam, it wasn't a home run, but you did have a few good matches, obviously, in that particular pay-per-view. So I am gonna pay attention. But for me, for my excitement factor, I'll list off here my 3 favorite matches from SummerSlam. So I'll go with my first one. Might surprise you guys, but my first one that I predicted that would be a showstopper ended up being possibly the best one of the night. Logan Paul can wrestle, okay? He's better than 90% of the wrestlers that are on the roster. I mean, he is that good, and he's entertaining. And like I said, as long as his microphone skills, he can. Obviously, he's already known for talking in his podcasts and obviously on YouTube and Twitch and obviously having his following. So keep improving yourself on the mic, improving yourself in the ring. But athletic guy versus athletic guy, Miz is always great. This was awesome. This was something that, they first probably did it with Pat McAfee, and Bad Bunny to be able to get those fan bases of that guy to come over to WWE. But he went above and beyond, and I was actually pretty impressed with what he did. So number 1, that was the showstopper of the night. Number 2, this was another showstopper that I predicted that would be a good match just based off athleticism. And you probably can already tell, one athletic guy versus a guy that's not athletic, but they were teammates on the Indianapolis Colts, and they know each other very well. They were even roommates at one point. Pat McAfee versus boring Corbin, old Corbin, bum Corbin, sad Corbin, happy Corbin, whatever Corbin you want to be. But Pat McAfee, hey, I see you. You did some big, big things. And then obviously the third best match at SummerSlam that I predicted, that would be the number 1 match overall. I felt that based off all 4 participants that it was going to be very, very good. And you might be able to predict what I have, but I thought this was going to be the number 1 match. All right. You got the Usos, you got the Street Profits. This was definitely very, very entertaining. Shout out to you guys for 3 good matches out of 8, but sometimes you want a little more. And obviously we know there was a few other matches that we maybe, anticipated being a little bit better, but this could have been maybe the 4th best match of the night, but it underwhelmed because Bianca's athletic and she's the face of wrestling for females, and Becky Lynch is not athletic. She's very robotic. Obviously, with her, you got to be able to have Bianca and Charlotte Flair, Bianca and Sasha Banks, Bianca and Dr. Britt Baker, DMD. You need someone better. And obviously, if it was a triple threat, maybe you could hide a little bit of the maybe mistakes that Becky made. And, Becky's great on the mic. She's with Seth Rollins. I get it. But she doesn't have the same athleticism as Bianca. So I already knew that this one could be the 4th best. But really, was it that memorable? No, it really wasn't. And then you have the match that we were all hoping that was going to be maybe the best match between these guys, because these guys have wrestled 5, 6, 7 times, right? And every time, right, we get Roman Reigns versus Brock Lesnar. It's, too short, too predictable, starts off really fast, lots of body slams and suplexes and F5s, right? And that's what we got. And then it slowly gets slow, right? Predictable, Superman punch, a spear here, a spear there, a spear everywhere. And then, the match ends up being over. But one thing that I can admit to is that when we got authentic Cowboy Brock, that was a win, obviously, for WWE and us fans. Because if you know Brock in real life, number 1, he hates people. Number 2, he loves hanging out with Sable, his wife. Who wouldn't? Number 3, he is a farm boy. And all he likes to do is get on tractors, bale hay, take care of his animals, and obviously work, with, people like that. So, he likes to be able to be alone, work with his animals, work with his farm equipment. And then when they brought the tractor in, which was cool, kind of very reminiscent of Stone Cold and the beer truck, as well as Kurt Angle and the milk truck. But then they lifted up the ring. Awesome. And then also you got Bailey, and you also got Io Shirai, Io Sky. They're trying to change the name as well as another participant there, Dakota Kai. So you got 3 new people to come back. Then you got this particular match. This one underwhelmed. This one, even though it underwhelmed, it was the best one out of the 6 or 7 they've faced against each other. And then you had a little bit extra with him getting on the farm equipment and lifting the ring up. So overall, for me, this was like a 7.5, 8 pay-per-view. And I'll tell you what, I haven't had a 7.5, 8 pay-per-view in like 6 months to a year for WWE. So congratulations to them. You're starting to bring me back as a fan. I'm not back yet, but I'm slowly getting onto that path. So shout out to you, Vince McMahon. No. Shout out to Triple H and Khan and Stephanie for putting their fingerprints on the pay-per-view. And hopefully it continues to get better. Athletic guy. It works. Pat McAfee's a star. It doesn't matter if it's with bum-ass Corbin. Can you imagine if it was against someone athletic? Then we could have got a show-stopping match like this. But with that being said, it still was one of the best 4 matches of the night. 4 athletic guys, 2 good, really awesome tag teams. You knew it was going to work. But when I saw this, I knew it was going to underwhelm like Liv Morgan, obviously, versus Ronda. It's just, wrestlers that are not a good fit with each other. And if you're not going to have 2 wrestlers that are a fit, you got to add another participant and make it a triple threat. And then obviously we know with this match right here. So, but I'll be watching Raw. It's on in 4 minutes for me, but I assume that's going to be getting better. $10 holla. Let's get to a hundo, baby. And let me get caught up with the comments. Yeah, and we already know what Goodell is. That's facts. Yeah, I did see that Hater, obviously Air Whitey and a few other people have been very, very upset. But his ERA wasn't really that good, but he was one of the faces of the franchise. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Padres definitely got better. We'll see what the Brewers have up their sleeve, as well as the Dodgers, the Mariners, the Cardinals, and a few other teams. The deadline is tomorrow. Finley. So I'm glad the Panthers, Falcons, Saints, well, they wanted to, as well as the Eagles. Remember how desperate you guys wanted him? Now it's like almost a bullet. You're like, oh, wow. Thank God we didn't have to. I mean, if you're looking at based off talent alone, yeah, he was a top 4 talent. Maybe now he's top 12. He has to earn himself in being in a top 10 quarterback again, which he could probably get there, as long as he hasn't lost his arm or a step. But the person that he is, absolutely disgusting. Devin Williams better be the new closer. That's what I was thinking as well. You ready for that Hall of Fame game this Thursday? Oh, dog. Oh, you know it. It's crazy how things have crept up so quickly, but I am definitely ready for the Hall of Fame game, the Jacksonville Jaguars versus the Las Vegas Raiders. I can't wait. It's going to be fun. I don't care if it's a bunch of rookies or 5th stringers. It's football, and it shows you that we're getting closer to college as well as the regular season. So I'm all for it. I'm super excited, and I imagine that you guys are as well. Hybrid in the building. What it do? Calvin Ridley got suspended for 17 games for gambling. Gordon got suspended for 25 plus games for weed. But Deshaun for 6 games for sexual assault. NFL is dumb. Well, to say the least, I totally agree. Let me see here. Let's keep scrolling down. But it shows you, the more high profile athlete you are and the better lawyer you have and the more money you have, look at OJ. If you think OJ Simpson is innocent, well, obviously you're not paying attention to what's going on in the world. You know what I mean? It shows you if you got money and you got a good lawyer, and you can definitely get away with it, even though justice finally was served with Vince being able to step away. It's not like you're going to be able to have Deshaun Watson. But you know what? Yeah, you're right. I should walk away from the game. I am going to walk away from all these millions of dollars. You know what I mean? It's just so sad. It's one thing if you're addicted to sex or, if you're addicted to certain things, certain sexual acts, and you didn't want to get a hooker or a prostitute. I mean, what you did to those females, I mean, some of them are never going to forget it. And it's just sad that they think it's not that serious. They think weed and gambling is more serious than obviously what he did. Super sad. And I don't even know if a lot of people are going to get over it, to be honest. So what if they keep getting off easy and they're going to, yeah, that's the problem. But now, since you got hit, they're going to be micromanaging him. And obviously, you would think not stupid enough to keep doing it. You know what I'm saying? So, and they have to have it through, the Cleveland Browns training facility and all that. So let me go to, hold up here. What is the regional coverage? One sec here. All right, let's see if they're going to be showing the Dodger game, or if I'm going to watch Raw. I might turn it to Raw, even though I know a lot of you guys watched it already. Next on Dodgers, hopefully Giants. Hopefully I get that. And let's go to Monday Night Raw as well. All right. Can't believe I'm watching Monday Night Raw. This is like the first time, and I can't even tell you, long time. But I imagine it's better than normal, just because if they're feeding off that momentum with SummerSlam. So Cleveland messed up when they signed him. I guarantee they would be in a way better spot right now if they didn't. Yeah, I agree. But then someone else's franchise would be ruined. Panthers, Falcons, Saints, Eagles. So. Yeah, I like I said, I think 1 year is even too little. I think 2 years are forever, but there's just too much money involved. You know what I mean? Too much ratings involved. So. Yeah. Yeah. You know what I mean? And obviously, if Tom Brady did something like this, what do you think they would have done? They would do everything to protect him. You know what I mean? He's the golden boy. I mean, he's on my team on the Buccaneers, but I'm not going to be one of those people thinking that, they're going to make him be out for a year or two. I mean, they would do whatever it takes with the lawyers to be able to shove it under the rug. So if Deshaun got 6, you're looking at Brady probably getting 2. I mean, that's just the way the league is. It's sad, but it's true. That's just how it is. Let's take a quick look. Eagles John with a 10er. Appreciate you, man, getting us started here. Thank you so much. Eagles John, $10 dono on the Cash App. Appreciate you, my bro. Thank you so much. Let's get it, baby. Bang, bang. $10 holla for my boy. Let me get you a quick Philadelphia Eagles representation here. Appreciate you, bro. And they're doing a recap here. $10. Even Fletcher Cox likes that number. $10 holla. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much. Let me get back up to the chat here. Yeah, I know. Yeah, and like I said, I mean, he's came across as such a nice guy, at Clemson. It's just that's why it's so weird, but you don't really know somebody. You really don't know somebody, until things come out. And, like I said, you can be nice guy, do charity work, take care of your mama, and all that. But, that doesn't take away from the fact that sometimes, the true colors will show over time. And it's just so sad that it ended up this way, and he's not even getting punished the right way. So I don't know what to think. I really don't know what to think of the whole situation. Yeah. Well, you already have enough with Aaron Rodgers dating a witch. You know what I mean? That's already going to be enough as it is. Watson news is worse than Kareem Hunt. Absolutely. Well, with Kareem Hunt, it was like a one-time thing where they were drunk or high, and he, kicked the girl in the like hotel motel lobby. You know what I mean, and stuff, and which is not okay. But what Watson is doing is way worse. And yeah, like I said, smoking weed and doing a little kick or a punch to a male or female, and all these other things, I guess, are appropriate now. In the NFL. So Yep. Yeah, Jameis might be a goofy, but not a scumbag. Exactly. 100%. 100%. And obviously, Deshaun Watson could have maybe led that team to NFC Championship game or Super Bowl. But what would you have to give up? You wouldn't have been able to get a team. You know, you would have lost a lot. Draft picks, no Olave. Certain players aren't coming, like maybe a May or Honey Badger at the safety position. So everything works out for a reason. And it's kind of ironic that the team, you know, that he went to is a team that has always fucked up over and over and over and over again. The Cleveland Browns. They just can't get things right. So it's almost kind of fitting that he went there. That's facts. I heard Kurt Warner say that Brissett will keep Browns upright until what happens between Deshaun. Well, Brissett is a good backup, and he can start probably for about 4 teams or 5 teams. He's not horrible. You know, he's going to be a guy that might be able to get you a touchdown or 2, maybe throw a pick or 2. But as long as the running game is stout, right, and the defense holds up, they might be able to go 3-3, maybe even 4-2 without him. I doubt it. Realistically, probably 2-4 or 3-3. I have to look at the schedule to see what those first 6 games are. But I think the 6 games that I saw were easy. So there is a chance that they could still stay afloat and be like 3-3, 2-4, and then, you know, maybe try to make a playoff push with Deshaun. So we'll see. Brewers for Soto. They have no money. So we know that they're not in the running there. So it's pretty much coming down to the Cardinals, the Dodgers, the Padres, maybe the Mariners, but I think the Mariners are out. Orlando Brown showed up to camp, so I did see that. You know, you want to make sure you get your guys in camp, and you know, he's a big guy, you know, 6'7", 6'8", 6'9". I think he's like 6'9". You know, Orlando Brown is a big boy. I don't know if he's going to be there long term. It doesn't seem like it. I know Mahomes had an ankle that he twisted, so I know people are talking about that as well. But, you know, hopefully, you know, you can end up getting some production out of Orlando Brown. But obviously, we want to make sure that you have this guy long term. So good for you for having him show up in camp. So I know he's a little bit disgruntled. So. Remember when Elliott? Yeah. Zeke Elliott, yeah. Right. The league is ass backwards, man. Normal guy in the building. What to do? 5-1 Dodgers. Okay. Keep me posted. I tried bringing up the link, and Mariners lost. So, you know, obviously no Julio Rodriguez. You already know you're going to be losing a lot. And then for whatever reason, the link that I usually use to watch Dodgers and Mariners isn't working. So I went to the home feed and I went to the away feed, and now I have a choice, I guess, to either watch Raw or to check out the Dodger game. But I'm kind of interested in Raw, so I'm probably going to keep it here. But keep me posted, and then if I need to go and switch it over to MLB Network, I will. So hold on one sec. Because I'm not going to watch the Mariner replay. I already watched it. Watch them lose. And let me go to MLB Network. And they got training camp stuff, which I watched already. Let me see. Are they going to show? Oh, so they got the Dodgers and the Giants on. So it's 5-1, top of the 5th. So I guess I can kind of go back and forth with both games. But I think I'm kind of more excited about Raw just because Triple H is taking over and things are better. Now Becky is injured, and we know that. But I'll be watching this for now. And then anything happens with the Dodger game as it gets closer to the end, I'll switch it over. So, but I hope everyone is having a fantastic day. Took Paisley for a walk. We had another hot day, but it's starting to cool down finally. Instead of 100, it's going to be about 90 moving forward. But it was good to get the walk in with Paisley. And yeah, you know, she's my everything. Let me see here. The pink ribbon week is reduced to an empty gesture. Absolutely. Everything that the NFL does and these other organizations do, saying that they support women and breast cancer and obviously support of females. Obviously, it's all a bunch of talk, you know, especially when you get these outcomes because they care about money and ratings. It's just so sad. 5 minutes ago, NFL Memes shared an article on Facebook on Browns fans cheering and giving Watson a standing ovation at practice, where he wasn't there at practice today, I don't think. So at least he wasn't participating from what I heard. $5 holla from my girl Sarah Small. Appreciate you. Let me get you some love here with the Colts. Appreciate you. Some DeForest Buckner. Bang, bang, bang. $5 holla. Thank you so much. $15. Let's get to a hundo, baby. Thank you so much. Sarah Small, the lead mod, always in the building, doing big, big things. Appreciate you. And let's even throw up a Matty Ice. I am excited to be able to see what you guys have in store. I know the wide receivers, and I know that the tight ends are going to be a work in progress. But with that being said, to change the culture, obviously we know the Vikings are going to do that with Kevin O'Connell. And I know Matt Ryan will help change the culture in a positive way. And I hope that you guys, do amazing things this year and next year with Matt Ryan, depending on how long he's going to be there in Indianapolis. Shout out to you. $5 holla. Appreciate you, Sarah Small. $15. Let's get to a hundo, baby. Logan Paul is, I doubt that you watched it, but if you actually watched him, all the haters, I'm not going to watch his YouTube or Twitch or anything like that. But if you ended up watching SummerSlam, this was the best match of the night to me. This one was entertaining. This one had moments. This one underwhelmed again, but there was a couple things that made it a little bit more unique with him getting into the ring. And obviously with that, and now we're seeing Bayley, Io Shirai. And then, so now we got Bayley, Io Shirai, and Dakota Kai with a faction. And I know Dakota Kai got fired, obviously, from Vince McMahon. And they brought her back, and they decided to make Becky a face instead of a heel because Vince wanted to have her be a heel, continuing, and that wouldn't have been a good look. Sometimes you got to switch people back to what they're going to be best at. So, hey, shout out to Triple H on, being able to, have a better storylines and bring things back. And obviously Becky Lynch is going to be out for a little while, and hopefully her hair will grow back and she can be Becky in the barn like we had her obviously in the past. Because obviously the hair and, the cutting hair match and everything with that, she definitely looks much, much better with longer hair. And we'll see what happens with the storyline with her moving forward. And that's big facts. But this definitely was a showstopper, and he's much better than people think. Much better than people think. Well, if you want to hate, you can hate, but, it was good. I enjoyed it tremendously. The only time to applaud for, seriously. Yeah, you got to be able, and like I even mentioned that yesterday, if we got Logan and Pat, who's the best social media star? It doesn't take a rocket scientist to think that this could be an amazing match. Who's the face? Who's the heel? Who gets cheered? Who gets booed? You know what I mean? More people like Pat than Logan, but that's a win-win right there. Yes, exactly. Me too. Exactly. You know what I mean? It's all about character people. And whenever you have guys that aren't character people, then you get the Cleveland Browns. So it's sad. Yeah, let me know what's been going on, Zach, because I've been keeping up with the Packers in training camp. I'm excited to see how the wide receiving core is very thin. You know what I mean? So obviously Sammy Watkins already, got injured already, but we'll see how it goes. But it's a big downgrade with no MBS and, Devontae Adams, but maybe Watson can turn into a stud. And you still got Allen the Lizard Lazard, and you still got Big Bob Tonyan. So at least you have those. And then Eagles John did a nice tenor earlier on. Thank you so much. And I'm getting caught up here. Said I'd rather have Rodgers drama with a witch rather than sexual assault. Absolutely. No offense, but 24 charges only to get 6 games. Yes. I bet. How are you, Calvin? I haven't seen you in some time. I hope your anime and our cartoon stuff is going good. I hope school has been, treating you obviously well, and I hope everything is going well for you, obviously, as we're transitioning into football season for Bama and obviously for the NFL. Shout out to my boy, Calvin Griffin. Bianca is still the GOAT. But the match underwhelmed. I know you love Bianca, but right, it wasn't a match that, I mean, it was the fourth or fifth best match. I mean, normally we have 1 or 2 out of 8. So to have 1, 2, 3, and then I guess 4, and then maybe, this one, like a half of this one and half of this one to make a fourth best match. So you had 5 decent ones and 3. For me, you had 3 good ones. 1, 2, 3. 2 so-so ones, this one and this one. And you had 3 bad ones. So, I mean, at least it's better than you normally having 6 bad and 2 good. So at least it's going in a good direction. But I think I'd give the pay-per-view maybe a 7.5, close to an 8. And hopefully things get much better moving forward. Riggs, my boy. He said, here's for the stream I missed yesterday. Word from Pittsburgh camp is that Mason Rudolph is looking like the most accurate of our QBs, which worries me. Shout out to Tyler Reddick with his second win. Absolutely. Yeah. And Mason isn't going to be the guy. You got Mitchell Trubisky. You got Kenny Pickett. I mean, Mason Rudolph, we obviously know, with him and obviously with the newly deceased quarterback that, obviously got hit on the road, which is very, very sad with, what happened with him. But yeah, I mean, you're not going to have to worry about having Mason Rudolph there at all. And it's just one of those things when you have guys that are in the league. Some guys produce, some guys do not. But, with Haskins, it just wasn't ever going to really work out. And obviously you have Rudolph. But thank you, man. Like I said, we ended up having Mr. Williams hold it down. He donated, I think, 150? 100 right out the gates and 50 on the Cash App, and I think we hit over 200. And I was thinking, without you in the stream, we probably weren't going to get to a hundo, but we did. So thank you so much, bro. And I got a couple pictures from our guy with Tyler Reddick, but shout out to you, man. And you had a guest at your house, so I totally understand. Sometimes you got to, drink or smoke or be sober and, kind of play host. But thank you so much for coming in today and dropping the hammer. Thank you so much. A Fitty for the Space Kitty. Thank you so much, bro. Let me find you a couple photos here. Get some Reddick on here. I got a few. And NASCAR, like I said, I know some people enjoyed it. You didn't think most of the race was that good, but the ending was fire. I was entertained. I mean, I actually enjoyed the whole race all the way through. But I mean, you've watched more, so obviously you're going to have your favorites on what you like and what you don't like. But obviously the fire ending, didn't like seeing Chase getting wrecked. Obviously there at the very, very end. But I mean, for this guy being like, I don't even know how tall he is, 5'5", 5'3". He looks so tiny out there. But it was cute to see his son come out there and congratulations and give him the hug and the kiss and everything. And obviously I love NASCAR, so shout out to Reddick and his big win yesterday. Let's see here. I got one last one. I thought I did. It looks like those are the main ones. I know I thought one more, but that was one of the main ones. So shout out to Tyler Reddick doing big things yesterday in our NASCAR stream. And we didn't really have as many people in the NASCAR stream as others, but we had a good number. We had a lot of fun. And maybe next week, I think it's Michigan. So maybe it'll be a little bit better. And then now we're seeing Miz come down the ring. I can't believe I'm watching Monday Night Raw over the Dodger game, but I am kind of interested to see on how good Monday Night Raw can be after SummerSlam with Triple H in charge. So I just have my opinions on the Paul brothers due to how they carry themselves on social media. I'm sure Logan, yeah. Well, obviously they're, social media geniuses. Some of their content is questionable. I'm not going to ever watch their stuff. But one thing that you can't deny is that he is a star in the ring. Logan Paul's athleticism is through the roof. So until you hate altogether, go back and watch SummerSlam, or if you watch Raw or watch some of the clips. But a lot of his moves were flawless. Doing flips and backflips, and obviously doing Eddie Guerrero RVD moves. Doing stuff there where he's doing like 5-star frog splashes from the top all the way into the table, which are showing right now on Monday Night Raw. I mean, every move that Logan Paul does is flawless. I mean, he takes a lot of pride in what he does, and he's damn good at it. I'll give him credit. He's very entertaining. It's good for wrestling. And also, with Jake Paul, obviously that fight got backed out for boxing. Jake Paul ain't that bad either. So I know a lot of people know him as social media people, and they're hated, but they are geniuses at what they do. And I am impressed what they do with Jake, obviously, in the boxing ring, and Logan, what he did in the ring for wrestling. I'm actually very surprised, and I think it's good for the brand. You know, they originally brought in Bad Bunny, Logan Paul, and Pat McAfee for ratings from their fans that they already have on their platforms to bring them over. But not only are they bringing them over, you're also getting people that are intrigued now, like myself, that might, watch a Monday Night Raw based on what happened. And here I am. I'm doing it. My boy Riggs, thank you so much, bro. There's always goats that will go above and beyond for me. Anyone that donates, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5, 1, it's so greatly appreciated, like so much. But then you get the people that go above and beyond, that do 50, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate you. You're always carrying the brand. Bang, bang. Thank you so much for everything that you do for this channel. You are a GOAT. I appreciate you very, very much. $50 holla from my boy. Appreciate you tremendously. You're always bringing the fire, and you're always bringing the heat. Thank you, bro. $50 holla. Let me get you a Pittsburgh Steelers. Let me get you a TJ Watt or a Palomalu, something. Let me pull it up here for you. Let's see. Let's go, baby. Steelers in the building. Let's go. And you know what? He's creeping up on JJ Watt's, sack record. I actually do think TJ is going to break JJ's. JJ has the NFL MVP type stuff, all pros, all that, but he's been hurt the last few years. If this guy can stay healthy, for the rest of his career, his numbers are going to be better than JJ. And even though he might not win, NFL MVPs and have some of the accolades that JJ had, his sack numbers have a chance to be higher, and he might end up being the better player when it's all said and done, and they will be known as the best brothers of all time. Like, it's pretty scary to think that TJ is going to be better than JJ. Like, if you would have told me this years ago, I was like, get the fuck out of here. But now we're starting to see it. And if anyone is going to be able to be in the running to beat the sack record of Michael Strahan, he tied it last year for 22 and a half. If anyone's going to get to 23, 24, 25, this is one of 5 guys that can do it. TJ Watt. Thank you so much. Bang, bang. $50 for my boy, Riggs. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. You're the man, bro. Let's get it. Megan with another $5. Football arrested, banned for life after a sickening mid-game attack on female referee. Difference between Argentine soccer and the NFL. Well, I mean, the NFL makes more money, I think, than compared to, soccer is the most popular in the globe, obviously globally. But yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. I guess the only thing that you can do for sure, right, to get yourself eliminated is that if you punch a female in the face in an elevator and it's on video, the video gets released, then there's nothing they can do. You know what I mean? But if there was no video, you probably would think that they would have tried to cover it up or make it not as much of a big deal. But Ray Rice, was a guy that did that. And if there's video, it's obviously incriminating. There's nothing you can do at that point. And that's really the only guy that really got what he deserved. You did that. You still had plenty of time left in the NFL, and they decided to ban you for life, which they should have. That's the only thing the NFL has ever gotten right. Megan, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Bang, bang, $5 holla. And obviously we know Pete got COVID, and I saw that and I thought of you instantly and of the rest of the Seahawk, fan base. Like, oh man, that's got to be really, really rough, to have news like that, go down. But hopefully things will get better for Pete sooner than later. And I do appreciate you. And let me get you a little Steve action on here as well. Largen in the building. Let's go. Appreciate you guys very, very much. And comment below on anything that you guys think, of the overall, situation. I'm very interested to see what your guys' opinions are, if they're different from mine, or if they're around the same. But for me, if you're going to have Ridley, and you're not going to touch it, if you're not going to touch it at all, right? If you're not going to touch this at all for 1 year, then Deshaun Watson needs to be 2 years. If you're going to have Deshaun Watson, at what you're at right now, 6 games, then this needs to get reduced. If this is going to hold, right, at 6, then this needs to go down to 2 or none, honestly. You want to punish him? Make it 2 games. Fine him $1 million, 2 games. Boom. Let him come back. You know what I mean? But, realistically, this should probably be, 4 games. AK-41 should probably be 6 games. And obviously this situation right here should be a year minimum. But for me, I think 2 years or forever. I mean, like I said, it's just, what are we telling our youth? What are we telling females that follow the NFL? What are we telling our men, our sons, and our friends that you can do whatever you want if you got money? Instead of getting a hooker or a prostitute, you can just get a massage, from someone that's licensed or not. And then if something goes wrong or doesn't go your way, you tell them to shut the fuck up, give them some of this, and then everything's okay. Or, Vince McMahon can, hey, go do a sexual act on me, or let's have sex. I promise you will be a women's champion. I promise you're going to have a title run. I promise. And then it doesn't happen. Okay, here you go. Shut up. Go away. Hey, go away. That's pretty much what we're saying. And that's not the message that we want to be able to have to, the fans and the youth, as well as the females and everyone else on fucking planet Earth. So, and I don't think things are going to fucking change, which is the sad thing. They're always going to protect, white, black, it doesn't matter. They're going to protect. And imagine if something like this did happen to Tom Brady, they would probably try everything to give him no games and just like a fine or, some type of, community service or some type of therapy. And who knows that if he's actually going to, go for it or not, but they definitely like to protect, their guys. And racism, and sexism exist. They're never going to go away. I don't give a shit what anyone says. They say, oh, things are getting better. No, they're not. If anything, things are getting fucking worse. And that's facts. Let me go here and keep scrolling down. Jameson Meza in the building. How are you? $80 in donos. Let's get to a hundo and let's get to 2. Let's do it. Male footballer punched a female ref and gets banned for life. Yeah, absolutely. And the crazy thing is how about all the things that we don't know about that happen that don't have a camera recording or on a cell phone? There's a lot of stuff that people don't know about. That's facts. Dodgers up 6-1. Thank you for keeping me posted. Birdman 951 in the building. How are you? Fly Eagles fly in the building. Gang, gang, gang. One sec here. Let's show some love to my boy Birdman, as well as Eagles John. There you go, baby. Fletcher Cox is happy to see you. And then I'll even do his teammate that we're looking for as well. The guy that I'm looking forward to watching the most in the NFL ranks as a rookie. One guy, and one guy only, the one I'm the most excited to watch. And there's a lot of guys that I want to watch and I want to see, but there's only one that gets me really excited based on his future and his potential. And it's this guy right here, Jordan Davis. He could be the next Aaron Donald. He could be the next Vita Vea. He could be the next Fletcher Cox. I'm excited to see where it goes. And at least we're going to get 1 year together. And then we'll see how many more years Fletcher has under the belt. But shout out to my boy Eagles John, and shout out to my boy Birdman 951. How are you, bro? We missed you in the stream, Riggs. We missed you in the stream big time. But hopefully you'll be is it Michigan next week? Obviously for NASCAR. I'm looking forward to that. What up, fam? Who, 450? Oh, yeah! AJ Styles. This triple threat is cool. 1, 2. He's one of my top 5 favorites. Phenomenal one. AJ Styles. I mean, these might be my 2 favorite right now. I mean, it's Seth Rollins and AJ Styles. I mean, as far as WWE, I'm a Kenny Omega, AEW, Young Bucks guy, Lucha Bros, Bryan Danielson, John Moxley. That's more my thing. But if I chose 5 guys that I love in WWE, Seth is my favorite. AJ's 2. Randy Orton's 3. Kevin Owens is 4. Finn Balor 5. Charlotte Flair 6. You know, as far as those type of people that are there. And supposedly Sasha and Naomi, it's rumored that they're coming back to WWE. So we'll have to wait and see. But these guys are faces of the company, and they should have straps around their waist all the time. Not Brock Lesnar, not Roman Reigns, not Bobby Lashley. And speaking of Bobby Lashley, talk about the most underwhelming, performer ever. I mean, the guy puts on matches that everyone forgets. Is there any match that anyone ever remembers of Bobby Lashley? Like, honestly, is there any match that we're like, oh yeah, Bobby Lashley was in this? I mean, I never can remember anything that he does. It's Mr. Unmemorable, Mr. Forgettable. This guy, you got the look, but you're horrible on the mic, and nobody remembers your matches. Like, literally, I can't even remember anything that he does. That's how bad the matches are. But he's got the look. But hopefully, Triple H recognizes that just because you have a look doesn't mean that you are a star, okay? I mean, obviously, with Theory, you're like, okay, maybe this will be, somewhat memorable. No, I knew this was going to be a garbage match as soon as I saw it on the card. And that's facts. Hey, you got the look, dude, but all you are is Ahmed Johnson 2.0. You know what I mean? Like, you're Mr. Forgettable. It's just sad. Maybe down the road, I honestly think he needs to be a part of a team like New Day. You know what I mean? Like, if he was a part of a double trios, had like a little, New Day thing, or if he paired up with like the Street Profits, and maybe went that route, maybe things could be a little bit better. But Dakota Kai, Bailey, and they changed, Io Shirai to Evo Sky or whatever. They changed her name because they love changing names. But I love factions. So, and obviously Bailey is much better as a heel than a face. So I love it. I love it. If I can find a photo here.
How do you feel about your chances of defending your undisputed WWE Tag Team title tonight against the Mysterios just days after SummerSlam?
Same as they always are, sir. 100%. SummerSlam was business as usual for the Bloodline. We don't beat the Street Profits again.
Hold up here.
Rock again. And tonight, the Usos are going to beat the Mysterios again. Because they're the two.
Trying to find a good one here. If you missed SummerSlam, it was very good. Preston came through, and it was actually one of the best streams we had all year. Anytime Preston comes through, we always have a fantastic time. So if you want to go back and watch some of that, you'll be able to see some fun times had for sure. Preston's the man. Let's see here. And obviously, if you missed it right there, Dakota Kai got fired by Vince, rehired Triple H, and then you got Bailey, and then you got EO. I love it. I love it. It's nice that we can actually talk about WWE again, and I'm not all mad and upset. Like, now I can enjoy. Now I have Seth Rollins on the screen. See, first you go from AJ, and then Seth needs to have a belt around his waist. I'm sorry, but it's one of those things. It's like, now I can get into Raw, SmackDown, and NXT again because when COVID hit, things went downhill. Okay. But prior to COVID hitting, I didn't miss a Raw or SmackDown in 20 plus years. I either watched it Raw right away, live, or on obviously the DVR. So that's facts. I promise I'll get caught up. I just want to make sure everyone is heard and everyone is seen. Well, he beat the Cam Jordan sack record, though. Yeah, well, we're going to see what happens. 22 and a half, I think, will be beat in the next 5 years. Or we'll be tied again. Riggs, my boy. Again, TJ has had the blessing of less injuries knock on him wood, but I think for sure he'll be better than Watt at the end of his career. His increased sack total every year he's been in the league, and he's just getting into his prime. You know, and that's a crazy thing. Like, if you would have told me that he's going to be better, you know, than his brother, I was like, there's no way in hell. But he's starting to prove, you know, game in, game out, that, I mean, I don't think anyone even thought he could get to 15, like, you know, and above. And he's proving to people that he, you know, he is much, much better than people are anticipating. You know what I mean? Like, let's get another one of them. Let's get another. Let me get a TJ, maybe in a. Burn it down! Okay, I got another cool one for you. Appreciate everybody in the room. Love you guys and appreciate you guys so much. I can't believe I'm watching Monday Night Raw. Like, I'm almost like bamboozled right now. But like I said, if they can put on good matches and Vince isn't involved, or if he's secretly involved, but it's more Triple H and Stephanie, and, you know, they're letting them have a little bit more freedom on the mic, go PG-13. You know, we're not going to go to the Attitude Era, but the matches are better, the storyline's better, microphone skills are better. You know, that's all I need. There we go. That's a fire photo. Monday Night Rollins. Let's go. Appreciate you, bro. Freaking Rollins. Fucking Rollins.
And tonight, my friends, is a night of celebration. Because we don't have to see and we don't have to hear that idiot, the original Bro Riddle. Now look, I'll give credit where it's due, guys. It takes a lot of guys.
Trying to find myself a good Shield photo.
Showing up, but he's not here, calling me out, but there's a thin line between being gutsy.
That's like my favorite thing for the longest time. And they were so good together too. Like, I don't know if you're going to have another trio like that. It's not often where you get guys like, you know, Hogan, Scott Hall, and Kevin Nash that are all talented. And then you get guys like fucking Seth Rollins, Dean Ambrose, and Roman Reigns. I mean, all of them can be champions. And gosh, it's crazy. It took that long to be able to have something as dynamic as that. And nothing against like New Day and some of the others who are fantastic also, but they're not on the same level as the Shield. Sorry. But I love New Day. New Day. Let's go, baby. The little blonde streaks was the best. And obviously the gear. Loved it. My boy Riggs. Appreciate you, bro. Very, very much. Let me see if I can get another photo of Reddick, too. I got an updated one that I just got just now, so. Shut it down. No cups. All right, here we go. I got a good one for you, Riggs. It's from last night, yesterday. All right, here we go. I'll use this in the NASCAR stream for next week for sure. Riggs, my boy. You ready? 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Let's go, baby. It's your boy. Victorious yesterday. Tyler Reddick. Appreciate you, bro. Bang, bang, bang. $10 holla. Appreciate you, bro. Very, very much. Let's go. Let's go. Bang, bang. I haven't had any beer yet. Just grinding it out with you guys. Appreciate you, Riggs. 90. Let's get to a hundo. Player openly punched her on camera as the game was telecast. She yellow carded him, and he chased her down and punched her. Did he knock her out? Probably. Pizzo! Let's get him some Miami Dolphins representation. Pizzle, pizzle. Everyone likes a pizzle. Pizzle over here, a pizzle over there, a pizzle everywhere. My boy, Pizzo. Oh, I got one here.
That's not really fair. If there was one of you guys, maybe. So like I said, you split up, you find your way back to me. We can do this another time. Another way. I like the way.
Let's go, baby. $1 from my boy Pizzo. Pizzo. And let's get a Griffey on here too, because he loves Griffey as much as me, which is awesome. The Cheetah and Griffey. Appreciate you. Bang, bang. $1 holla. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much. Pizzle, 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 pizzle. 70 wins for the Yankees, and Judge has yet to be tested for steroids. I talked to my dad about this today, actually, about Aaron Judge, to see like, all right, he's at the same pace right now, where Barry Bonds was. Exactly the same amount of home runs, but I'm going to go see him here pretty soon. And I mean, he's got the frame that he doesn't need steroids, and I hope he's not on steroids. But I mean, it looks like we're going to get a Dodgers-Yankees World Series, or at least I'm hoping so. But Yankees are very, very good. And I mean, he's rocking them out at the stadium. It's like every game. Montez Ford versus Rollins. See, Raw is already better. You got AJ Styles on the program within the first hour. Now I got Seth, and I got someone, obviously, from the Street Profits. And Montez Ford could be good enough to get the IC championship already within the first, 30 minutes of watching this, 40 minutes. It's 1,000 times better than I've seen in the last 6 months. So shout out to Triple H. I see you. $91, baby. Watson should have got a year minimum, maybe a year minimum, 2 years appropriate, or forever. So doing great. That's great to hear, bro. Yeah. I would assume if 6 games is going to, imagine if they go, okay, imagine this. Okay. So we obviously know with the suspensions and whatnot. So they decided to give Calvin Ridley a year, right? And then they had Deshaun Watson today, right, get 6 games. Okay, right? So he got 6 games. What happens if 17 games for here, right? You do that. 6 games here. And then what happens if AK-41 gets 8 games? Well, I mean, people are going to lose their goddamn minds. There is no right or wrong, no rhyme or reason. I mean, I don't know what the hell is going to happen, for real. Yeah, I think everyone wants to see him get a year, because the thing is like you should probably get a year of jail, not just suspended, but suspended with no pay and a year. You know what I mean? And you have to go to therapy, and you have to go do charity work. You know what I mean? And obviously for domestic abuse, I mean, there should be a lot more instead of just like a slap on the wrist, 300,000 that he's going to miss from the games, and then 6 games. He hasn't learned a lesson. He hasn't learned shit. So I don't know. I will never have respect for that guy ever again. That's facts. So I love how much Cleveland spent on Watson for half a season. Browns, yeah, gonna Brown. Exactly. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, and obviously the allegations, we don't even really know everything. We know what's been released to the public. You know what I mean? We don't really know everything, but it's just definitely a sad case, where you think you know somebody, but you don't really know somebody really, unless you're friends with them. And even if you're friends, you might not really know. So it shows you. I mean, everyone seems like they're a certain way, but sometimes people have a secret past or they have a lot of secrets in general. And that's facts. $5 holla for Megan. Appreciate you very, very much. Gang, gang, gang. Bang, bang. $5 holla. Appreciate you. Let's throw up a little Tyler Lockett or DK. Let's do DK. And then we'll do Lockett maybe a little bit later. $5 holla. There we go. I have a couple different DKs, but this one is the coolest one. Congratulations on the contract with him. DK Metcalf, $5 holla. Appreciate you. Rest in peace to Bill Russell. Yeah, I had a photo that I brought up of him yesterday. I had a couple of them just to say, pay homage to one of the greats. So I got two of them. I got one with him and Wilt. And let's see if I can get these ones to come up. I got two. I got Bill, and I got Bill and Wilt. So the first one I did to kind of show respect and pay respect. I mean, it's obviously they're not going to have anything necessarily HD, but look at the height. I mean, we're talking about the best offensive player, 100 points, could get 50 boards, 30 assists, 25 blocks. Like literally, go back and look at Wilt's stat line. I mean, there was games where he was getting he said in an interview that he thought even in Shaq or Hakeem Olajuwon in his prime, he would average 70. I think that might be an exaggeration. I don't know if you're going to average 70 on Shaq or Olajuwon. I know you were great, but I don't know about that. Maybe averaging 40, but 70 is like kind of talking shit. Like you're the best thing since, sliced bread. You are the greatest athlete of all time. But he did get 100 points, but you were playing against a lot of guys that were, repairmen and, obviously guys that were a lot much shorter. But Bill Russell, obviously with his championship rings and all his accolades, he was the defensive presence and the rebounding and block shot master. So awesome to be able to have that rivalry, and they're probably in heaven right now, going one-on-one. And here's another one where you can see Wilt down below, and then you can see Bill Russell going up for a rebound or going up for just a little left-handed putback. Very cool. You can see the Boston banners up above. Any of the old pictures are always nostalgic for me. Rest in peace, Bill Russell, and rest in peace, Wilt Chamberlain. Absolutely. $96. Let's get to a hundo, baby. Let's do it. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of movement tomorrow, so I'm very excited to see. I know me and Sarah and quite a few others are going to be chatting back and forth on all the trades. It's going to be crazy. Bianca and Ripley. Nice. I like Ripley a lot too because she has a unique look like Paige did. Just because, you might not be considered sexy like Mandy Rose. You're not, big boobs and blonde hair and now she's brunette, but there's certain looks for divas. But sometimes when you have the girls that are, goth or, metal or they have spikes or they have a different look, those end up being sometimes better on the mic and sometimes they're better in the ring. And I definitely like Bianca Belair and Ripley a lot too. Me too. Absolutely. I saw that. TNA. He was in Japan all over the place. And he came into to WWE late after his career was kind of at the end. But even when he's at the end of his career, I mean, you can be 35, 40, 45 and still kill it. It just depends on how much, you care about wrestling and taking care of your body. And hopefully you don't have any serious injuries either. Jameis Ameza, Austin Riley, 10 years, $212 million. Let's throw up a picture for you. One sec. Let me get a new one.
Operating on instinct alone, but this match continues. Who has the resilience to keep going after moves like this? This is remarkable that Montez was able to survive a super kick right on the money. Ford is still in this, despite Seth freaking Rollins' best efforts. Crowd here in Houston, Texas, absolutely.
I got you. I got a new one I want to post, not an old one. You always want to keep it fresh on the stream. Every time you come here, you're always going to see something new. Yes, you will see some stuff that is my favorite that, will continue to show, but there's going to be also some that are always brand new, and you're always going to have something exciting to look forward to for sure. I got you right there, baby. Woo-hoo-hoo! Nice and sharp. HD too. Let's go. 10 years, $212 million. Let's go. Ripley picture. Absolutely. I got you. Let me get you a brand new one. Damn, this Monday Night Raw is much better. And having a matchup like this with Rollins and Montez Ford, both athletic, I mean, that's what we want as fans. Like, you know what I mean? It's like Triple H actually has a pulse. It was Stephanie. You know what makes good wrestling. Having similar athletic wrestlers go against each other and then building up the storyline. Montez could easily go singles, I got you a nice Ripley. HD. Brand new. Never posted before. Brand new. Five-star frog splash. Missed. There you go, baby. Appreciate you. $2 holla. I'll get you another one too, just because I like you. Two, three. Seth needs to win. I mean, he's got 30 losses in the last 2 years under Vince. I don't know if he's trying to teach him a lesson and just have him lose. But no one wants to see Brock or Bobby Lashley or Roman Reigns as champ. I'm sorry. I mean, maybe little kids like it. You know what I mean? But I'm over that shit. I don't want to see that shit anymore. The bloodline, that shit is boring. The Usos and Roman, it's not as cool as they think it is. If you want to do that angle, do it for a couple months, not for a fucking year. You're losing touch with fucking reality. All right, I got you another one. Seth. There you go. Another HD photo. And I like this one too, because you got the spikes. And you know how much I like the spikes, like a Legion of Doom. That's what it reminds me of. The Road Warriors. I mean, nobody will be as cool as the Road Warriors, but Ripley's trying. Let's go. Fins up, baby. Yes, sir. I'll even take your comment down so we can actually get the full picture. Got to be able to look at the picture in full. Let's go. Let's go. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, bro. 93. Let's get to 150. Cam Jordan, most sacks in a single quarterback record against Matt Ryan. Yeah, he definitely liked to feast on him for sure. You still think Davenport is going to be the main one? Or have you changed your mind since watching camp and watching the team practice and training camp? Have you watched any training camp or have you been too busy? I know you got a lot on your plate. I mean, I've been watching every day, but like I said, I don't have to go to a 8 to 5 or 9 to 5. This is my job, so. Shield, they never have their own cereal. Booty O's, yes. Okay. Yeah, I just got to get caught up here. I got too many comments, you know what I mean? So let me get caught up here. Pizzo, fins up, bye-bye. Let's see if I can get an Xavier Howard on here for him too. This match was better than all the other matchups, but then still the ending was kind of fucked. But I guess it was, at least they didn't cash in with Theory, and then Theory just loses. But like Theory is more of an IC guy. He's like undersized. You know what I mean? Not like heavyweight champ. I don't know what direction Vince had if he wanted to mold him into John Cena 2.0, but I mean, he ain't it. Fins up, baby. Need to find a better one than that, though. Man, maybe I can get a good. I know I have some merino ones.
Chills from that last man standing battle. After we went off the air, our cameras kept rolling. We got some truly incredible footage of the aftermath of the last man standing match from SummerSlam that we will show you right here tonight on Monday Night Raw. Trust me, you don't want to miss it. Can you believe that the road doesn't get any easier for the head of the table? That's right. He takes on the Scottish Warrior. And it seems like the Scottish Warrior's backyard is a little unfair. And McIntyre is hungry and ready to challenge Roman Reigns for the undisputed WWE Universal Championship at Clash at the Castle.
Clash at the Castle. The stupid name.
I wasn't the only one that woke up Sunday morning buzzing about the biggest party of the summer. Media outlets around the globe talking about what a success SummerSlam was and how WWE rocked Music City. It wasn't just about the individual matches, it was all amazing experience for the fans, but the social media sensation will recall the return of Edge, goes out the return of Bayley, Io Sky, Roman Reigns, I'm asking Brock Lesnar, kick your headline. Mind-blowing visuals, jaw-dropping moments, all part of the biggest party of the summer.
But Monday Night Raw has been much, much better. That's a good sign. I mean, shit, if they can get me back to watching every week, that'll be a big accomplishment. All right, baby, that's better. A nice crispy Dan Marino. Fins up, baby. One of my favorites of all time. Yeah, it'll be really interesting. The Yankees and the Astros look by far the best in the American League. No one's even close. And the National League, I mean, you got Dodgers, Mets, and then you'll have, Braves, Brewers, Cardinals. I mean, we have to look at the trades and see what happens, but I think Mets and Dodgers, kind of seem like they might be the two, but there could be a team that clips the Mets. But I still think the Dodgers and Yankees right now, and obviously the Astros look pretty fucking solid. And even though with no Correa, to the Twins and no Springer to the Blue Jays, Yordan Alvarez is a superstar. That guy's a fucking animal. I mean, I know because I watched the Mariners lose to those guys. And as long as Verlander's there at 39, he can win 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 games. I mean, he is a beast. That's facts. Yes, he did. That was like one of the only good pieces of news that we had. Debo got the extension. Absolutely. $73.5 million. 58.1 guaranteed. Debo got his bag, well deserved, especially if he's going to be playing running back and wide receiver. I was about to ask you about that, if you watched that or not. Yeah. You got to think Calvin is Astros fan all the way, just like he is, with the Saints as well as Alabama. Nobody's afraid of the Yankees. I mean, like I said, Dodgers aren't afraid, and the Astros. I mean, if you're thinking about teams that they know that the Yankees are good, but if any team has a problem with the Yankees, like if Yankees, struggle against anybody, it's the Astros. Every time they play, they don't play that well against them. They match up really well. Same thing with the Dodgers. So. NASCAR suspended Larson for an entire year, made him go through diversity training and community service just for saying a racial slur. And I think Watson did way more. Well, shit, if he was raping and and having girls touch his junk, and then he was trying to take care of himself in front of them. I mean, that's a little too much. You know what I mean? And he's obviously is a sexual predator. Honestly, for me, I think that he should be out of the league altogether. You know what I mean? There is no slap on the wrist. If it was just like one time with like one girl or two girls, then maybe like a 1 year suspension, 2 year suspension, learn your lesson, go to therapy, do all these things, community service, donate some money for obviously abuse and domestic abuse, and, do some things like that. But they're like no money besides a couple $100,000, based on how the structured contract is. No big deal. Slap on the wrist. That way we can make money and this and that. But that's the difference between NASCAR and the NFL. So. Yeah, and Larson won 10 races last year. He's only got one win this year, but hopefully he can get another win before it's all said and done. But yeah, I mean, you got to be able to go through some diversity training. And think about this. Think about how many people are closet racist that say like the N-word, and they say things and they think that they're not racist, but because people are so casual. Like I got a lot of like Latino friends and stuff. And I know some have said, to other Latino friends that love using the N-word, they think it's okay. It's like, you shouldn't be using that word at all. You know what I mean? But you get this, communities, they think that, white, it doesn't matter if you're white, Mexican, Asian, black. I mean, it's just crazy to me how people say certain words with no regret. And they just like, it's like slang, like bitch or something else, it's like nothing, no big deal. They don't see any problem with it. But, it just shows you how crazy America is. And, America loves ignorant culture. You got the grills, you got the tattoos on the face. The more ignorant you are, America and the younger youth love that shit. The TikTok generation is not good for America. I'll tell you that right now. If anything, it's making everyone dumber. That's facts. We need to have people that actually have fucking work ethic. Not doing some fucking trending dance videos or eating fucking Tide Pods. That's stupid. Yeah, but he said 70 points on Olajuwon and Shaq when he was alive. I was like, that might be pushing it, bro. I mean, you can at least say that you can score, 30 or 40 and average a triple-double. But he was like, nah, I can do 70. I was like, wow. So now they're kind of doing this like faction thing where obviously they're coming in and, doing like an NWO thing where they're coming in here and beating all the other females up. I kind of like it. That's what they needed. Something fresh, something new. And obviously Vince doesn't like factions, and factions are cool. So obviously they're going to start getting some of the AEW people back. And like I said, all the fans wanted for AEW stands or WWE, we just want good wrestling. And now hopefully we can get it on both programs so I can watch both. More wrestling for me to watch. Orion is a happy man. So that's facts. $98. Let's get to 150. Boom. We got it. Dusty Rhodes. All right. I promise I'm going to catch up, but I got to take care of people. We have the meats. I got you, bro. If you smell is cooking. Oh, baby. I got you. $2. The man of the hour. The man with the power. Let's go, baby. Thank you so much, Calvin. 100 in donos, baby. Let's get to 2. So our truth needed a shot at the title. Jameson Meza, $3 holla. Let me get you a picture up here for some Titans representation. Derrick Henry, let's get it. $3 holla, my boy. Titans in the building. Derrick Henry, let's get it, baby. Titans in the building. Thank you, Jameson. Appreciate you. Always taking care of me. $3 holla. Appreciate you, man. Davenport, 17. That's a lot, bro. 17. So you think like 10 to 12 on the low end, but on the high end, 15 and 17? It's a lot of sack lunches, bro. Can he stay healthy for 17 games, let alone 17 sacks? That's the only thing I'm worried about. Can he stay healthy for 17? You know what I mean? I hope he does. That'd be great. Just don't get a lot of them on Brady and Tampa. 103 in donos. Let's get to 2. I need to check my Cash App. I imagine we might have something in there also. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Let's take a quick peek and see if we do. Sometimes we have donos in there. Sometimes it comes a little bit later. Looks like we still have the same donos that are in there from before, so nothing new, but we'll get some donos in there. We have 10 on the Cash App so far, and hopefully we'll get that closer to 50 to 100 before the stream is over. Debo, much harder to game plan for. Punishing run style, been able to play through injury. Yeah, and like I said, he is very valuable. The Niners aren't going to be able to compete in the NFC West without him. I mean, obviously you can be better than Seattle and you can be better than the Cardinals, but if you want to get closer to the Rams, you're going to need Debo. And as long as you get into the playoffs with 10 wins, they can overachieve and make the NFC Championship game. They've done it many, many times. And Debo is one of my favorites to watch in the league, and that is big facts. And the big part of it is Kyle Shanahan knowing how to utilize his talent and getting the most out of his players. That's big fact. Shout out to Debo. Big E got injured. Big E got injured dropped on his neck. And they were saying that he might come back, but he might be retired from wrestling forever. They're just kind of going through the rehab process right now. All right, I'm almost caught up here. Said he got no choice, been injured every season he's been in the league. Yeah. America glorify. Do they do? You know, it's like, when you're on your Facebook feed and all of a sudden you have someone getting knocked out at like a football game or baseball game. And then it all of a sudden turns into some like world star shit where you just start seeing kids and adults like punching each other in the face at school or in the street. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden you like lose track of time and you're like, what the fuck have I been watching for the last hour? You know what I mean? But America loves ignorance and it's never going to change. You know what I mean? But like I said, I'm not looking for 5 seconds of fame. I'm trying to build a legacy here. You know, it's just sad how America loves, especially the younger generation. They just love that ignorant shit. You know what I mean? It's just sad. You know what I mean? And you get all these people that are hard workers doing, amazing things, but a lot of those don't get recognized. But then you got someone, or some ones like the Island Boys, and they have their 5 seconds of fame, but obviously it's dried up now. It's only going to last so long until they're looking for the next trend. That's facts. Let's see if I can get you a Davenport photo. But this Monday Night Raw has been so much better. It's a solid 8 already tonight, 8.5. And I haven't seen a good one in a long time. I got a brand new Davenport too. Hopefully it can convert it for you. I don't know if it will though, but I'm hoping. This one doesn't want to fit, but it's a nice one. All right, hold on. Let me see if I go to a different one. There we go. At least I got this one. I had 2. One was coming up, and the other one wanted to be an asshole. So I had Thank you.
Triple threat is underway. The winner faces AJ Styles later tonight for the United States Championship opportunity.
There's some Dusty Rhodes for you. And there's some Marcus Davenport for you, baby. Appreciate you.
Every man for himself in there. The only man in this match who has been United States champion. He has done so on 2 separate occasions.
JT in the building. What to do, bro?
Greatest NXT champions in history, but now Gable just battering Dolph Ziggler from behind. One of these men will go on to face AJ Styles later on tonight.
Well, there's different levels of fandom. You know what I mean? Like I said, for me, I'm the most extreme, just based on the amount that I watch and I enjoy. And a lot of people are like, me, and they're fanatics and they, go through it, and maybe not just for their own team, but just the NFL in general. Like I really do get amped up, for Monday Night Football and Thursday night and Sunday night. I mean, that's exciting to me. Even if it's not my Buccaneers playing, I could care less, or college football matchups. As long as the matchups are exciting, college football is great. NFL is great. So what's not great? This. He even looks guilty. 66 women in 17 months. All the payoffs. Hi, Paisley. Love you. At least it doesn't have to be the Texans' problem anymore, but the Browns doing Browns things, huh? But at least we have Debo news, so that's good. Something that happened last night, but yeah. But if this guy gets 17, and then this guy gets 6, what are we going to get with this? 4, 8? I mean, probably 8. That's the only thing that would make sense, right? So someone that does something really severe gets 6 games. Someone that does something that's stupid, right, but shouldn't be that bad, gets a year. So then AK is going to get, 10 games, 8 games? I mean, everything is ass backwards, you know? But at least they got this right. And this is, you know, he had his time. And obviously, I think the ratings are going to be better without him. And it's going to be kind of funny when ratings skyrocket in the next couple of years when he's not involved. Then what is he going to think? You know, is he going to understand that it was you that was holding the company back, or they just got lucky in booking? That's probably what it's going to be. He's going to be like, oh, Triple H got lucky. No, you actually have to know the business and know what the fans want. That's facts. See if I can get a good Triple H photo with DX.
Order up for Dustin. Actually, now there is a way to order pizza with your mind. With the new Tacos Mind ordering app.
I think I changed my mind about these glasses.
Yeah, it happens. That's why VisionWorks gives you 100 days to change your mind. It's simple. Anything else I can help you with?
Let's go.
VisionWorks. See the difference.
You had a rough day? Well, hopefully things get a little bit better for you. Well, you are just infatuated also with Zorn and Steve. You know what I mean? And obviously the younger generation isn't going to give a crap about the older guys, or even like, you know, Hutchinson and Walter Jones and Sean Alexander. You know what I mean? And, you know, obviously it's about winning Super Bowls for legacy, but, you know, you can still have like a ring of honor. And obviously Jim Zorn isn't going to ever be appreciated, period. But Steve Largent, for the younger generation now, should be a little bit more appreciated, because before Jerry Rice, there was Steve Largent, but a lot of kids don't know that. I mean, the smart ones do. You know, I mean, a lot of these guys that are, you know, guys and girls that are younger, they think LeBron James is the best basketball player to ever live. And they don't think that Jordan or Kobe or anyone before them, Magic, Bird, or any of these other guys. So, you know, it's obviously recency bias. And you obviously have a lot of love for your, you know, guys on your team. But most people aren't going to give Jim Zorn a blink of an eye. But they will give, you know, obviously Steve Largent respect, because, like I said, he was the best receiver, you know, before Jerry Rice. And that's facts. So, Holly Hundo in the building. How are you? Ask anybody. You know what I mean? You're just really obsessed with him. I'm just saying, I'm just saying from an outside perspective, nobody gives a crap about Jim Zorn. You do, because you're a super fan and you love him. But, you know, compared to a lot of the other quarterbacks that they've had, I think most people would go Russell Wilson. You know, obviously you'd be going through who else that you've had over the last few years. Hasselbeck, you know what I mean? So, you know, there's going to be certain guys that are going to get more love. You're just obviously more of an OG, and you like some of those older people, but sometimes newer fans don't have that respect for the older players. People are going to respect Steve Largent, but you could ask, you know, if anyone likes Jim Zorn, right, in any chat room on YouTube, and most people are going to be like, who the hell is Jim Zorn? They're not going to know. And the only people that are going to know is if you go to your Seahawks YouTube channel, maybe they know, but even the younger fans won't appreciate what Jim Zorn brought. You know what I mean? You have to understand, it's about who you're in the room with. You know, some older fans might have that appreciation, but if you're getting younger fans, even on a Seahawks channel, they're not going to appreciate the older guys. They might not even appreciate, you know, what you got with, you know, Jim Zorn, Dave Craig, you know, Hasselbeck. I mean, maybe Russell, because he was obviously the last recent guy, but, you know, that's just the reality of things. Fan bases know what they know, and a lot of them aren't going to go back and talk about an obscure quarterback. Because if you're going to talk about Jim Zorn, you might as well talk about Dave Craig. And who talks about Dave Craig? Nobody. You know, maybe people in a Seahawk chat room, you know what I mean? But, or someone that's like me that knows, the quarterbacks over the years and has watched. But, that's just me being honest. Jim will be always loved and appreciated by you, but by everyone else, not a lot of people are going to honestly care. I mean, that's just honest truth. He had some accomplishments, but he's not a famous quarterback. He's famous and you love him yourself. But I mean, besides Seahawk fans, no one gives a crap about Jim. I'm just being honest. You know what I mean? It's just sad, but true. There's just a lot of quarterbacks, that just don't get the proper love. So I have to give you the honest truth, and that's what it is. No, because he's not Hall of Fame. I mean, most people don't know who he is. I mean, unless you actually watched back then. You know what I mean? Largent was, obviously a big name, because based off his, receptions, his touchdowns, and everything that he did. But, it's not like Steve Largent's QB and Zorn was like, if Jim Zorn was Steve Young, yeah, everyone would know. Yeah, Zorn is Steve Young. Yeah. Young to Largent. But let's be honest, Jim Zorn is nowhere near Steve Young and never will be. You know what I mean? There's a difference there. There's different levels. Of talent. And like I said, you're just a super fan and you're just obsessed with those guys. But if you're asking another Seahawks fan, they could probably give two shits less unless they have respect and history for the older players. That's just how it goes nowadays with this younger generation. A lot of them don't give a crap. So, but I hope, people will, appreciate the older players more, but it's just how it goes. It's even like for example, with the 85 Bears, their quarterback was Jim McMahon. You know what I mean? Some people love the headband, you know what I mean? But he doesn't get the proper love, for being the quarterback of that Super Bowl team. Refrigerator Perry gets more love than anybody else on that team. Obviously lining him up on defense and putting him at fullback or halfback, handing the ball off to him. Richard Dent, some of those guys, Mike Singletary, Refrigerator Perry, those are the guys that are remembered. Walter Payton, it's not Jim McMahon. So even though Jim McMahon was a big part of the culture of the 85 Bears, kind of like Jim Zorn, sometimes guys get forgotten. You know what I mean? That they know that they were there, but you're just a super fan that's obsessed with those two guys. So that's why you have so much love. But you have to also understand, just because you're super obsessed with those two doesn't mean every Seahawks fan is going to be super obsessed with those two as well. Maybe they're obsessed with Russell Wilson and Tyler Lockett or DK, or maybe they're obsessed with Hasselbeck and Sean Alexander. You know what I mean? Like, it just depends on what era you grew up in and what time period was the most special for you. So your neighbor's cat killed another one of my kids' chicks. Oh no, 4 total. And then when they went over, you need to move, bro. You've already been talking about these stories. And I know if you have a house or whatever, you need to get the fuck out of there. It's going to fuck up your mental health. It's going to fuck up your kids' mental health. And if anything, something's going to happen where you fucking lose it and do something, crazy criminal, or they're going to try to do something criminal to you. You know what I'm saying? You need to get the fuck out of there. I mean, unless it's guys that are, legends. You know what I mean? If it's like Walter Payton, Barry Sanders, or if you're going back Jim Brown, you know what I mean? You're going the big names, you know what I mean? But a lot of guys do get forgotten. And, obviously with someone like me, I like watching old footage and I like learning the history of the game. And I was even doing that when I was 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. When everyone was looking on the front of the football cards, I was looking at the back. And I like, obviously, history. So that's what you have to remember. You can be an obsessed fan, but if you're going to be so obsessed with two guys, you've probably gotten into arguments in the Seahawks chat with a bunch of other Seahawks people trying to defend Largent and Zorn. And then you get these younger kids or even people that are older that don't agree with you or don't, care. You know what I mean? It's all about how, you felt at the time when you were watching. So that's why a lot of us have a lot of memories when we were kids, or when we were younger, when those influential players were playing. Like for me, for Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Bo Jackson, Barry Sanders, Dion, those guys are always going to be special to me. And it's going to be hard to compare other players to those legends that are even playing now. So just some perspective, I'm not trying to, call you out for being an obsessed fan, because we're all obsessed. But when you have people that don't agree with you and then maybe they don't explain to you why they don't agree. Like if you're in a Seahawk chat, some people aren't going to appreciate. Like for me, I like Walter Jones and Steve Hutchinson. Do Seahawk fans give a shit about those two guys? Probably not as much as they should. You know what I mean? And those guys were legends to me. Sean Alexander was great. Hasselbeck was great. But the main reason that team was so great for me was Walter, Jones and Steve Hutchinson. You know what I mean? For being Pro Bowl and then obviously Hall of Fame offensive linemen. So you always have to understand who you're dealing with in the room that you're dealing with. You can all be Seahawk fans in the room, but everyone's going to have favorite players over the years. Not everyone's going to agree that Steve Largent's, the best guy. You might get guys thinking that DK and Lockett are better because they're not smart enough to go back and look to know that Steve Largent was Jerry Rice before Jerry Rice. You know what I mean? This is, it's like trying to teach a dog new tricks. You're going to be able to have your history and you're going to be able to watch the players now and appreciate everything as a whole. But it's like these people that are watching now that only watch DK and only watch players now, and they have no idea that maybe players that played 10, 20, 30 years ago were just as good, if not better. You know what I mean? It's just all about perspective. So, but yeah, you need to get out of there, bro. That's horrible, dude. Sorry to hear that, dude. Yeah, of course, because they always lie and they don't give a shit. They don't respect you. Obviously, you have their animals coming into your garage and your house, and they're a fucking nuisance. And anything that you say, they just, push it to the side and act like you're a liar and you're the crazy one. That's like a nightmare neighbor from hell, dude. No, it's okay. And like I said, honestly, I'm glad that you brought that up because sometimes we need to be able to let that shit out. You know what I mean? No, you need to be able to let that shit out. Some dogs are nice, some cats are nice, but I mean, some cats are from hell. That's crazy. And then obviously these people are, not good for your mental health, and obviously they sound like a horrible neighbor situation overall. So, yeah, no worries, dude. Anytime you have to talk about something, what can I do to cheer you up, man? You got anything, any photos or anything that you want me to bring up that can make your day a little bit better? I got a drawing that I can bring up from Ollie. Obviously, I streamed the NASCAR race, and she wasn't in the building probably because she was so busy working on this amazing piece of artwork. And let's share it. Tommy art. All right, let's go here. And one sec. And let me see if I can find a comparison photo. This one is very good too.
One bite of all these hush puppy breaded fish strips, then you're transported to a classic southern fish fry. One bite of those fries and you're back at Arby's. Arby's, we have the meat. This is a German. The water I don't feel is clean.
Hurry up, Dad. You've been in there forever.
I'm trying. This cheap stuff is too thin.
I told you not to get the other toilet paper.
All right, I'm looking here to see if I can find.
My bottom's been saved. Woohoo!
With its diamond leaf texture, new Charmin Ultra Strong cleans better with fewer sheets and less effort.
What's everybody waiting for? This?
Dear none, we know you're
All right, hold on one sec.
Why not enjoy the go with Charmin?
To everyone still crushing it when it's
Oh, come on, baby. This is a perfect one.
to those making it happen.
Yes.
And especially to those who have to wear long sleeves.
All right.
We've got a drunken ice
All right, here we go.
for you.
Yeah, I never apologize for non-sport topic. We can talk about anything here. I mean, it's therapy session here. You know what I mean? Like I said, we can talk sports and TV shows and movies, but a big part of it is if you're having a shitty day, that you can come here and unload a little bit and things can get a little bit better. You got to be able to talk to someone that will actually listen and care instead of like the neighbor and acting like it never happened. Yeah. And I'm, salute to you for not going ballistic on these guys and, dropping stone cold stunners and RKOs on these people, man. They sound horrible, bro. And like I said, I've had some horrible neighbors and stuff, but gosh, I feel for you, dude. I feel for your kids. Let me see here. All right, here we go. All right, so this is a nice one that's kind of similar to Holly's art. So as you can see, he's looking. You have the shoulder. I always try to find something that is the closest thing, and I don't know if this is the actual photo that you did it on, but if it is, Orion is really, really good. Orion is really, really good. NWSF is really, really good, and it kind of creeps me out because as I'm looking at the photo, this might have been the photo that you actually drew. I don't know if it is, but it looks kind of like it. Let's look and do a comparison now, and it is creepy. If this is not the exact photo that you drew it from, it's very close, and it might be in that same set. Here, let's take a look now at Holly's art. Orion is good. Holly's like, oh my God. All right, so there's that, right? So I see how he's faced with the Nike on the shoulder right there with the arm, and this is her art. Oh, dog is good. So good. Is that the same photo? Look at the hair. Look at the hair on the next to the helmet. Look at the Nike symbol, the patch. Is that the same helmet? Did I actually find the photo that you actually did the drawing of? Oh, baby. Oh, dog. Oh, dog. Oh, dog. Oh, baby. Let's go. That is awesome. I can't wait to see what that looks like with color. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Definitely one of your best ones yet. Just like the, Derek Thomas and the Andy Reid. It's right up there. And this is creepy because this looks like the photo that you took it from. And if it's right, I got the ESP, baby. ESP. Oh, baby. I think it is. It's creepy close. I think this is the one that you did. Let me see what she says in the comments. Let me see here. Scrolling down. Yeah, all the Predators. No problem, man. We got your back no matter what, dude. Really? Yeah, definitely the liar. It's all good, bro. We're here. Oh, dog. Oh, dog. Oh, dog. Hey, I'm one of those people, you know what I mean? You just have to have the ESP, baby. I try to tell you guys. And then this is Holly's art right here. And I was like, okay, well, this is the photo then. And as I look, I'm like, oh, the hair is in the same place. The Nike symbol, the way he's looking. That's awesome. It's so cool. I love it. I love it. He's gonna love it because I love it. You love it. Oh, look what it is, Elliot. Handsome dog, the youngest mod of the NWSF, 19 years old, always eating pizza. Elliot Evans. 103. Let's get to 200, baby. Yeah. Great choice, too. Out of all the pictures that I went through a bunch right there in a matter of, 30 seconds. And I went through hundreds. And I was like, ooh, I was like, this one could be the one. And then as I pulled it up, I was like, oh, that's the one. That is the one. Perfect. Fantastic. Keep doing what you're doing. And like I said, there's a lot of people that do art, right? But there's not a lot of people that will be able to have their art be purchased. And you're talented enough, not just based on who you are. That's a part of it too. But your artwork is great. And keep doing you. You know, keep doing things that make you happy, that can bring joy to other people as well. Not only Chiefs fans, but obviously NWSF, Grossi Posse, and even Chiefs players, because this is fantastic. Love it. 8-2, nice. Yeah, and then obviously in the beginning of the show, we just went over a couple main things. Obviously, everyone heard, Deshaun Watson, 6 games. This is crazy, right? So it's like, okay, we're going to have 6 games for Deshaun Watson, 66 women in 17 months. And even if only one, he says, I'm number one, but even if only one female says no, and you still do something, that's a crime. So it's just so sad that when you can have this, right? You can be like Mr. McMahon, and you can be like Deshaun Watson, and you can have this and get away scot-free. And let alone, you're not having to go through counseling. You're not going to prison. You're not getting suspended for a year or 2 or forever. It's just a really sad thing. And then as you see this guy, he's been doing this since Houston. And obviously, I don't think he has any remorse. He just got like $15 million today off like some of the signing bonus. It's just what a sick world that we live in, that, we have our wrestlers and our football players, baseball, basketball we look up to, right? But the bottom line is that if you are going to commit a crime, that you essentially can, get away with it, like almost scot-free. It's just unbelievable that this guy gambled, put his social in like an idiot, and his bank account information, probably didn't even win, got suspended, and then he's going to be out for 17 games, okay? Then, obviously, today, Deshaun Watson, 6. So sexual assault and possible rape and other things, 6 games, but then you're going to gamble, right? And it's a whole year. There's something wrong with this picture. And then you can be Josh Gordon and smoke weed and get suspended for 25, 26, 27 games. What does that mean for Alvin Kamara beating up that guy in the elevator with his friends at the Pro Bowl? He's going to get 8 games? I mean, nothing makes sense. Nothing makes sense at all. I'm just so confused on all of this. Monday Night Raw has been very good. I'm pulling up a Josh Gordon photo, if you're just wondering. But I just can't understand why, there's certain things that they like to punish, you know what I mean? And then there's other things that they just let it slide. And obviously, the bigger the name you are, the more that you're going to get protected. The more, lawyers, that you're going to have. The better player you are, the more ratings that you're going to bring. No one gives a shit about Josh Gordon. You know what I mean? But to suspend a guy for 25, 27, 28 games for weed, I mean, weed is legal now in I don't know how many states now, but I mean, there was people that were getting drunk, like Willis McGahee and some of these guys during games. Marshawn Lynch taking a couple shots of Hennessy, these guys from the U and certain guys that would get a little faded. You know what I mean? Shit, NBA players were doing cocaine at halftime, with the Chicago Bulls and the Lakers. Back in the 80s, there was a big cocaine problem, and it would be halftime. They'd go in there and start snorting. You know what I mean? So it's just crazy what they decide, is important to them. But 27, 28 games because of weed? Really? Weed? And then gambling, right? So this is going to be 17 games. This is going to be a couple years, right? But then someone that does sexual assault, 6 games. No big deal. He's got a good lawyer. 6 games. Unbelievable. A minimum of a year, and people are still bitching. It should be a year. It should be, to me, 2 years or forever. And if he was never in the league ever again, it wouldn't hurt my feelings at all. But 6 games is a slap in the face. It just so sad. I mean, I feel really bad for fans of him and fans from Clemson, Houston, and hey, Cleveland Browns doing Cleveland Brown things. You know what I mean? And I guess if you want to sell your soul to the devil for a Super Bowl opportunity, I guess you got your guy. But one thing, there's certain teams, Seahawks, right? Falcons, Saints, Panthers, Eagles. Aren't you happy now that even though this guy was a top 4 talent, and even the Chiefs, you guys could have drafted this player? Aren't you happy that you don't have this guy in your locker room? I mean, what a headache. Patrick Mahomes looks much better than Deshaun Watson. Now, as far as talent is concerned, he was the 4th best quarterback for years. It was Patrick Mahomes, right? We already know that he was number 1, right? And then you had Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, and then it was Deshaun Watson. But then now, you know, obviously there's a new breed of quarterbacks, Burrow, Herbert, right? And who? Josh Allen. I am just so disgusted right now with this whole thing. But, you know, they care about putting butts in the seats. Browns fans care about winning more than anything. It's like, you know, the Detroit Lions fans at least would want to do it the right way. And I pray to God, I pray in a couple years that we end up getting this on the Detroit Lions. And I hope it works out and I can just cheer and get so excited. But I'm really hoping in about 2 or 3 years that we can have this. And this would be so exciting for me. I'm hoping that the Detroit Lions get Peyton Manning, Eli Manning, all the Mannings. We get Arch Manning in Detroit. Detroit needs Arch Manning. And I just hope to God that it happens, because it would be so sweet when he goes from here to Newman, obviously to Texas, to the SEC. And, you know, people will buy Arch Manning jerseys. People will support the Lions. And I mean, it's like the Mariners. When you lose and lose and lose and lose, I mean, I want you to be able to feel what it's like. And I'm always going to root for the Jags, the Jets, and the Lions. And I got no love for the Texans or the Browns. You know what I mean? Browns doing Browns things. It never fails. Ever. Just like Holly Hundo never fails to make a bad artwork piece. Fucking love it. Love it. $103. Let's get to 2, baby. I need to start drinking beer. I need to put my Modelo Chelada in the fridge. I've had it sitting here for 2 hours and I haven't even had a sip out of it yet. I know. Yeah, it's like 25-28. Just unbelievable. That's, you know, like, who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Like, really? But it shows you where their priorities are. And also, if Josh Gordon was like Tyreek or maybe it was like Devontae Adams, you know, probably not as many games. You know what I mean? Because they don't want to have their superstars locked up for suspensions. You know, if you're a top tier guy, they push it under the rug. If you're a mid-level or bottom guy, they could penalize you to the fullest. They don't care. They'll make an example out of a lower guy. You know, it's like Big Ben had some sexual shit that he did. And then did you hear about it? Really? No. They just swept it under the rug. So sad, dude. So sad. Physical evidence or not, when you end up paying $100,000 or more to every female, that means you're guilty. You know, they can say no physical evidence and, you know, they can have the he say, she say, but obviously there's going to be pictures, videos, and there's also going to be a lot of written testimony. And, you know, why would these women lie? I mean, some of them might try to be able to, you know, climb on and as far as getting clout and trying to get their payday and whatnot. But again, all it takes, right? All it takes is one to say no one time. Then if you do something, it's a crime. So remember that. You know what I mean? He's guilty. And he shouldn't be in the league. If anything, he should be in prison. That's how I feel about it.
And we know how to get there, and pretty soon we will be in full control.
Patron and Hennessy. Patronacy. Yes. But like 1 or 2 shots isn't going to get you drunk out there. And you know what I mean? Uh-oh, really? Interesting. I like EO's music. I don't like that they changed her name, though. EO Sky, and then they obviously put the Y in her name, so people can be like, it'll like fit better. 3 letters and 3 letters instead of Io Shirai, EO Sky. I don't know. They should have just kept her name the normal way, but that's WWE for you. But maybe that'll be more marketable. 3 letters, 3 letters.
Genius of the sky. Her arsenal is second to none. Bianca Belair had better be prepared.
Oh, Arch Manning to the Colts. Could you imagine? But the Colts are never going to be bad enough to get him. You know, it's going to have to be a bottom feeder. Jags, Jets, Lions. It's going to, you know, maybe the Seahawks in a couple years. Seahawks getting Arch Manning. Could you imagine that? That could definitely resurge their team, you know, because obviously the Jags aren't going to get him with Trevor. But Seahawks, Lions, you know what I mean? There could be a couple teams that could really use him for sure. As long as he doesn't go to the Texans. Yeah, but you have to be 3 years out of high school. You know what I mean? So he ain't going to go to Texas for 1 year and come out. You got to be 3 years out of high school to come in. So he's going to be on Texas for at least a couple years. So no, we still have just the $10 dono from earlier from Eagles John, and that's it. So most of the donos have been through the super chat today, but we'll probably get some before the stream is over. It is, and it's sad that it's like that, but it's like politics in sports. You know what I mean? Like when you're, you know, trying to make the team, and then you have the coach's son who sucks, doesn't deserve to be on the team, but somehow he gets a spot on the team over a guy that's like amazing. You know what I mean? Just all the political bullshit, you know, that happens, you know, with sports on every level. You know, it doesn't matter if it's, you know, Pop Warner to junior high, to high school, to college, to the pros. There's always going to be, you know, special treatment for special people. And the more money you have, all right, obviously it helped Vince all those years, right? But if you end up doing crime after crime after crime and payoff after payoff after payoff, eventually you're going to end up, you know, hopefully learning your lesson and then getting pushed out, which Vince got pushed out. But they think that this guy's has too much potential for the ratings, for the brands. But I mean, instead of thinking about an athlete being like a god or like a sports figure that we have to look up to, is this really what we want our boys and girls looking up to? The younger generation saying that you can sexually assault women and you can get a 6-game suspension and not go to jail, and you know everything is like not a big deal. It's like just him like smoking weed, you know, or drinking. You know what I mean? You know, it's like obviously you get guys like Henry Ruggs. He's going to go to prison for the rest of his life. You know what I mean? For killing someone, and then that dog as well as the girl in the car. But once there's, you know, video evidence, you know, Ray Rice punching his girlfriend or wife and then knocking her out in the elevator, you can't come back from that. You know what I mean? And that's like the only way the NFL will punish to the maximum and like forever is if they have video proof or it gets leaked. Then they have to. But they don't want to, whatever they can do to make money, that's what the NFL is about. Sad to say, you know, major league sports, MLB, NBA, NFL, you know, NHL. It's like, you know, if money is coming in and they know they can make a lot of it off of you, right? Chances are they're not going to care. They're going to look the other way. You know what I mean? But the guy should be banned for at least 2 years, 1 year minimum. 2 years would be preferred, or forever. And the guy should do some jail time. I mean, period. But he's Deshaun Watson, and you know, I mean, this guy's remember like Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby, everyone loved Bill. I watched him every day. I loved him, right? And then like you have all these great memories, you know, Theo Huxtable, the Huxtables, right? But then when you find out that the guy was one of the biggest creeps of all time and was roofing people on the set, people that were behind the scenes, ladies and other actresses that were in Hollywood, and also just people that he met at a bar that, you know, hey, I'm Bill Cosby, you know, slip a little roofie in there, and, you know, then they wake up or they don't wake up. And I mean, how is that acceptable? You know what I mean? It's like, oh, it's Bill Cosby, and I remember good things about Bill, so I'm only going to remember the good things, and I don't care about the sex shit that he did. Or O.J. Simpson. Oh, you know what? I loved him when he was at USC. I loved him on the Buffalo Bills, and you know, I loved him in those Naked Gun movies. O.J.'s funny. He's cool. Great running back. Oh, but he killed somebody. Oh, well, you know, no big deal. Innocent. You know what I mean? Like, it shows you can get away with anything if you have good lawyers and you have this. And that's very, very sad in America. Athletes are overpaid, and obviously the face says it all. You know what I mean? And now you have to be able to get massages, from the therapist only. And a lot of the girls, he was going to their house. He was going to their condo, their apartment, their house. Okay. And a lot of these weren't even licensed girls. They weren't even professionals. There's like girls like on Snapchat or, going through, the different apps, swipe left, swipe right, and he just thought, oh, I'm going to take advantage, whether they're licensed or not. And I'm Deshaun Watson. If they start bitching and complaining here, go away. You know what I mean? It's just that self-entitlement, fucking garbage. You know what I mean? It's a horrible black eye for the league. What type of image are you trying to show, And obviously they don't want it to keep going into the season because they know how many people are going to be watching. They just hope that only a percentage is going to be pissed and the rest are so loyal to the product, they're going to keep watching. But 17 games, this should be reduced to 2. This right here, more than likely, will be 4 to 6 games. But again, if this is 6, then what is this? I mean, you beat the shit out of that guy with like 6, 7, 8 of your homies. You know what I mean? So okay, and then you're gonna do weed 25 to 30 games. That doesn't make any sense. Gambling 17 games a year. Okay, and then sexual assault 6 games, 6. And not just one girl. If it was just one girl, number one, only one, it's a horrible crime. And I still would feel the same way. But let alone 66, 17 months, there's no getting around that, period. And then 20, 22, 24 settlements. I mean, this guy should be in jail. I mean, I know he's likable prior to this, but a criminal is a criminal. I mean, he didn't want to get a prostitute or a hooker, so he thought this is the best way to get away with it. I'm Deshaun Watson. Disgusting. Gosh, I just don't know what else to say. Don't know what to say. Dodgers won, yes. Maybe I can get the replay. Yeah, because they don't want it to go to court. So I think some women, wanted just to get the money. And if they had to go to court to get it, they would have. But yeah, it's pretty much they don't want it to go to court. So they just want to be able to pay each woman off. And he's got millions of dollars. So, I mean, he could say 100,000 per girl. But then, if some of the people were bitching more, then maybe 200,000, 500,000, maybe as much as $1 million, for maybe like the first accuser, because if you're a woman, and you're obviously damaged by this, but you can get $1 million, that could change your life forever, right? You know what I mean? And some of them are probably thinking, I don't want to go and have my face on TV and have everyone know who I am and know that, this happened to me. So that's why a lot of these people took deals, because they can just get the money and they can change your life probably forever, especially if you got $1 million from him. Even 100,000 could change your life. But I almost wish that some of these women would be like, I don't give a fuck about the money that he needs to pay. He needs to be able to understand that this is not okay. And I wish there was like the original woman that would have, came forward, that she was like, nope, I'm not going to accept this. We're going to go to court. Fuck this. I wish there was a woman that was strong enough to be like, I don't care about the money. I want to make sure that he fucking goes to jail, which he deserves to go to jail. And, I guess a lot of these women are just, they don't have the energy to fight or the money to pay for lawyers, to go through this whole process. But lots of money has already been paid off. More than 20 women already. So. Yeah. 1, 2, or forever. Oh, good. Is Watson the new EDP? Well, EDP went for the young girl, but Watson's worse because he's been doing it for a long time. And they have the 66 women in 17 months, but I have a feeling he's been doing this since he got to Houston. So if you think about that, how long has he been in the league for? You know what I mean? You got to think of a lot of those factors. And maybe some of these things maybe would have happened at Clemson that we don't know about. You know what I mean? One, two, three. He's been in the league 4 years, since 2020, 2021, 5, 6 years. So this will be his 6th year. You know what I mean? Think about that. He had 66 girls in 17 months between 2019 and 2020. Who's to say there's not another 66 between 2017 and 2018? I mean, I actually have a feeling that it might be, over 100, honestly. You know what I mean? Because if you've been doing, it's one thing if it's one or two girls, but 66 is mind blowing. That's like sexual, like predator, like, like you get those people that are like murderers, like, the ones that like keep doing it over and over and over, mass murderers and that are fucking psycho and crazy. And I'm not saying he's in that same realm as like a Charles Manson, but Jesus Christ, dude, like you are a predator, just like Bill Cosby was, and Bill Cosby is. Sad, man. Yeah. Yeah, seriously. I know some of them, the younger generation's probably like, who cares? All right, it's done now. Let's just get him in the building. Hopefully we go 4-2 and we make a wild card or we win the division. That's what they're thinking. Super Bowl or bust, who cares? Whatever they do on the outside doesn't matter as long as it doesn't affect, what's going on the field, which obviously this is, I know some of them are embarrassed and some will probably switch teams. You know what I mean? But a lot of them, it's about the name in the front of the jersey, not the name in the back. So whatever it takes to win, like a Bill Belichick method, right? Right. You would think at least one of them would be like stand firm and be like, I am not going to let him get away with this. But if they offer you $1 million and you got kids or sickness or illness or, you got a lot of stuff on your plate, not having to go through all the extra lawyer fees and have your face in the media, and all this, people accusing you of lying and, for clout and everything. It could be, I guess, pretty damaging, having yourself out there. But if there was a woman that was brave enough, that maybe we could actually get true justice out of this, because this is not a good look for the league or Roger Goodell. Exactly. I would prefer they stand up for themselves, not, ethics, respect. Yep. And then not about the money, but money talks, you know what I mean? And it shows you can, like, a lot of people will do crazy things for money. And also money can get you out of a lot of crazy situations, especially this guy and this guy. I mean, this guy's been fucking breaking the law forever, but he's Vince McMahon. So when you have power and you have money and you have power and you have money, they think that they can get away with everything. I like this new faction that they have with Bailey, Io Sky, and Dakota Kai. I like this a lot. This Raw has been great. Have you watched it, Sarah? Did you watch all of Raw? This is the best Raw I've seen in like 6 months, just like the SummerSlam was the best in 6 months. So at that point, since Holly has her $5 subscription, we'll probably end up having more and more people. And this is actually a good time to start watching again, because it looks like it's going to be much better with Triple H in charge instead of Vince McMahon. And that's facts. Thank God we got Triple H. Triple H knows what's going to make things work, especially when they ended up doing NXT with Shawn Michaels and stuff, like, and some of his guys like Road Dogg. Like, NXT at one point was better than Raw and SmackDown. What does that tell you? Okay, so it's like, okay, you got Raw and you have SmackDown. They're supposed to be Raw A show, SmackDown B show, A stars, B stars, but you have to mix in some of the A stars onto SmackDown or no one's going to watch SmackDown, right? But then NXT was the developmental league, right, to get those guys ready or girls ready for SmackDown or Raw. But when Triple H was running it, it was the best show. Undisputed Era, so many stars, so much potential, great matches. NXT TakeOver Toronto, NXT TakeOver Portland. I mean, there was so many great moments, but Vince, fucked everything up, and now he's gone, and everything happens for a reason. If you're a piece of shit and you do piece of shit things, eventually you're going to get yours, and money's not going to be able to save you. That's facts. Yes, exactly. I know I had a Bill Russell thing on here earlier. I have 2 photos that I'll bring up for you so you can see them. It's because I streamed NASCAR yesterday and I didn't do 2 streams. I wanted to give my voice a little bit of a break. Here's the first one with Bill Russell and Wilt as they're in heaven right now, probably playing one-on-one. And then I got another one as well. Rest in peace, Bill Russell, best defensive player of all time. And look at this one. So him and Wilt, obviously Wilt, 100 points a game. He could get 50 rebounds, fucking 20 assists and 20 blocks. Like his stat lines on some of his games were bananas. And then obviously you got Bill Russell. He could put up, 20, 30, 40, 50 points, but he'd get you a shitload of rebounds and blocks. And he was known as the defensive stopper back then. And he had 11 rings, all kinds of championships. Obviously, Wilt Chamberlain's known for sleeping with 10,000 women, supposedly. And he said that if Shaq and Hakeem Olajuwon, if they all played together, that he would average 70 points a game. Not happening. I know you're great, Wilt, but Shaq and that body, it would have been a little bit more of a battle, bro. And same thing with Olajuwon. I don't think you were just going to bully two of the greats of all time, even though you're Wilt Chamberlain. I know you're great, but 70 is a little cocky. To say that you would average 30 or 40, okay, I'll give you that. But 70 points, come on. But they're probably in heaven right now just chopping it up. So there's the first one. Here's the second one. Wilt underneath on this one. Plus, they were going against a bunch of repairmen, firemen, policemen that were like 5'5". I mean, the game was a little bit different as we go into the 80s and 90s. And I know Wilt still would have been dominant. Same thing with Bill Russell. But I think Shaq and, Hakeem Olajuwon would have been able to hold their own. I mean, I think Shaq would have fucked up Bill Russell, honestly. And Hakeem would have been able to do the dream shake. Russell would have been good, but I don't know. Playing in the days in the 80s and 90s with Ewing and David Robinson, and some of these legends that we have, I don't know. I don't know about 70 points a game, Wilt. You know what I mean? But you guys were the original two GOATs, and they're both in heaven now. So shout out to them. Shout out to Triple H for making wrestling fun again for me in WWE. I'm really impressed with this fucking Monday Night Raw. This Monday Night Raw has been insanely good, like very good. I'm very critical on how shitty it is. And this has been like, I'm going to watch now. I'm back. I'm going to watch every Raw, NXT, and SmackDown now. So don't let me down, Triple H. I'm doing it because of you. So. Yeah. I don't think they give a shit, to be honest. I don't think they care. I think it's all about just getting him back and trying to win a Super Bowl for the Browns. It's a horrible message that they're, showing to the, but obviously like racism, sexism, stuff against women. This shit happens all the time. And it's one thing for women to get pissed off about it. But when you also get the men on board that are actually good human beings that are like, dude, this is fucked up. Like, this is not okay. You know what I mean? And sometimes you get people that stand up for what's right. And then you get people that, hide in the corner and they don't want to talk. So I already can tell you why they're willing to make the deal. There's one specific reason. It's it right there, to be able to change my life. So sad, but true. Yep. Jared L. Bronze is still bronze. Yep. I agree. 2 years, 1 year minimum, 2 years would be better. Forever would be great. And prison time. I know you're rich and whatnot, but, and we don't even really know all the details. What we know is that's it's been released. And just because you had sexual relations with one of the massage therapists that was okay, that doesn't mean that just because one girl wanted to have sex with you for money or you were Deshaun Watson, doesn't mean that everyone felt the same way. And like I said, all it takes is one to say no, and it's a crime. Facts. How you doing, Jared Devil? I got a Steeler photo for you. Steelers in the building. TJ going to break that sack record or get close again this year? We'll see. And it's crazy. If TJ stays healthy, he's going to pass JJ Watt in sacks for a career. Who would have thought that? You know what I mean? Just crazy to think that could actually be a possibility. But I think it's going to happen. I think he's going to surpass him. I got you, bro. Always so fresh and so clean, baby. EDP was underage, but he was messaging a girl that, he thought maybe, was, underage, but ended up being like what, like it was like a dude or whatever. And then the girl that he was trying to meet up with was like 12 or 14 or 15, like something. EDP's like 40 plus. You know what I mean? And I guess does he have his YouTube channel back? I know he got canceled by the culture, but I think he's back. But how disgusting is that? It's like, oh, you got hit in the news, and then obviously you got on camera, and they got you. Even though you were a popular YouTuber, right? It's a big black guy that does the Eagles. You know what I mean? He even followed my channel from back in 2017. He followed me. I don't know if he still does, but he did. A lot of the Eagles fans and the Eagle YouTubers would follow me. But yeah, it's disgusting, man. Yeah, Arch is going to play college ball for 2 to 3 years before he comes out, and that's going to be good because he's going to need it. He's going to need to be able to have that time and that preparation, before he goes to whatever team he decides to go to, for sure. Yeah, I'll eat that. Thank you. You full? Thank you. Grilled cheese sandwich, baby. His accomplishments before coming to his path to Tommaso Ciampa. Social media influencer. Thank you. Good old Arch. He's going to be special. Number 1 pick in a couple years, and he's got a lot of potential. I think he'll be better than his dad, Archie, better than Eli, but not as good as Peyton. But can you imagine if he ends up being on Peyton's level? That would be huge. And if he is, he can get Detroit maybe to an NFC championship game if they build around him properly. But that's the key question. If he goes to Detroit, are you going to have the right coaches and teammates in place? But there could be a lot of franchises that he could turn around. That's for sure. And I've watched him in high school for the last 2-3 years. I knew about him in junior high, so I've already been following him for quite some time. Decommit? Nah, I don't see that happening. Because if he was going to do that, he just would have went to Tennessee right out the gates. And if he really wanted to, get out there, and not do Ole Miss for Eli, Tennessee for Peyton, or go where Archie went, right? He could have just went to Bama. You know what I mean? He could have just went to Bama and been the man. You already know you're going to be going pro, and you're going to be playing with the best teammates, But to put Texas on the map, I get it. That's kind of cool. Too bad he didn't come to Oregon. I mean, if we would have had Arch Manning, I would have lost it. I'd be like, oh, my God, we might actually win a natty with him. $20 holla. Appreciate you. The GOAT, Holly Hundo, with amazing art and amazing photos that O-Dog found really quick. Appreciate you very much. And support Holly in her art endeavors. She is fantastic. Love it. At least we have something positive that we can talk about, besides obviously the negative stuff that will be going over. But I appreciate you very, very much. $20 holla. Holly Hundo. Get you a couple of photos here while I make room and delete a few others. Smell is cooking. Holly, Holly, Holly. Tommy, Tommy, Tommy. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Tommy Townsend.
Do you want to be a better investor? Public.com is an investing platform that helps you build, grow, and manage your portfolio easier than ever before. With Public's powerful tools, you control how you invest. You can seamlessly.
Can't wait to see what the picture looks like with color too. It's gonna be fantastic. And this is a cool photo. And then, you know, I was thinking about different photos and obviously like portrait style, but getting the shoulder and the patch, you know, getting the little details. Straight fire. Love it. And obviously, if I would have had a show last night, we would have showcased it last night. But I just wanted to wait until you showed up before we did anything like that. So, all right, let's go through a different background. I got a different Deshaun. Normally, I wouldn't want to put a different one on there, but, you know, we'll show something a little bit different. I'm not going to show them anything Browns or Texans, but I'll do, you know, some old school stuff. And then at some point, I'll just not have him in the background at all. Like, you know, maybe in 5 minutes from now, once we hit 3 hours, boom, maybe he just disappears altogether and we do something nice, you know, where we end up having a nice water setting, you know, because that's what I want to look at. I don't want to look at Deshaun Watson for 5 hours tonight. I'm fucking disgusted with this guy. You know, I don't want to look at him, but I had to find some nice photos, obviously, from every stage of his life and his career and with the allegations and whatnot. But at least we get the news with Debo from last night. 3 years, $73.5 million in the extension, $58.1 million guaranteed. Shout out to Debo. You know, staying pat and obviously staying firm that if you're going to put me at running back, I need to be paid like a running back wide receiver, and he got his money. So I think the Niners are going to be good, and I think Trey Lance is going to surprise a hell of a lot of people this year and next year. Appreciate you very, very much. Tommy. I got you. $123. Let's get to 2. Right, exactly. You know, sometimes things happen for a reason, and you guys always get number 1 in sack lunches. Yum, 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 yum. You guys are always number 1. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 years in a row. It's like really tough to compete, you know, with guys when you have such talented players that you guys typically have. And you've even had some injuries to certain players that could have added to your sack lunch total. So I get it. No problem. Yeah, if you got to turn in, go ahead. I'm still going to be here probably for another 2 hours. Thank you so much for your support. And like I said, I'll be back tomorrow. And if you need to go at any point, no problem. You know, I love you and I appreciate you. And I'll make sure that we uplift people here for sure. Appreciate you, Holly. Holly with a 25er, maybe before she goes, if she has to go. Thank you so much. Thank you, Holly. Bang, 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 bang. AJ Styles versus Tommaso Ciampa. Dude, this whole Monday Night Raw has been insanely awesome. Like, I haven't watched Raw like this. This brings me back to like Attitude Era Raw or like early 2000s Raw when it was early John Cena, early Batista, early Randy Orton, early Brock Lesnar. Like, this is good. It shows you with Triple H and Stephanie and Khan, they've like really changed everything. I'm very impressed.
Each and every member of the roster, and he is prepared for any fight in which he may find himself. Talk about experience, the Miz in the corner of Ciampa Byron. Having a veteran like that, and you're a veteran, let's face it, willing to do anything, that helps. Again, Ciampa has adopted some of the traits.
Appreciate you. Tommy. Let me make sure we get Tommy's diploma up before you go. If you got to dip out a little early, get the sleep. You know you got to. We got to put up Tommy's degree. This is the most important degree right now. Bridgestone, clutch performance. Tommy can punt. And guess what? He's athletic and he can throw because the University of Florida, Tommy Townsend, Bachelor of Arts in faking punts. Let's go. And there's evidence of it right there. Wish we had more evidence with Deshaun Watson. But I imagine things will come out as the days pass and the months pass. But shout out to Holly Hundo for being an amazing person and an amazing artist. We love you. We appreciate you. And for whatever reason, if you dip out of here and then you get bored and you can't sleep or whatever the case is and you want to come back, I'll probably be here for another 2 hours. So no pressure. Oh, thank you so much. Look at you, always supporting the cause. There's a reason why Holly is the number one, the number one GOAT on the channel besides Cyberpunk and a few others like Mr. Williams. Thank you so much. 148. She's like, Holly's just trying to get me to 2 no matter what. She's like, I don't know about everyone else, but I'm going to make sure. Appreciate you so much. I'm gonna trust me, Sarah. I am the most critical motherfucker on sports, wrestling. I mean, I call it how I see it: good, bad, ugly. And this is great. I am so shocked right now. I didn't even turn it on the Dodger game. I literally kept it on Raw since the beginning, and I haven't looked away. That's when I know it's good. So I'm watching again, and I would encourage you to watch too. I'm not going to tell you to watch if it's not good. And you know what good wrestling is, just like I do. Bang, bang, bang. $20. So I guess one last question for the chat. Would you go with a more natural background with the blue sky and bleachers or a more surreal black and gold background surrounding Tommy? Let me look at the photo again. Okay, so this is the photo. Well, in this particular photo, the bleachers are blurred out. For me on this particular one, I mean, you could do a surreal black, red, and gold background surrounding Tommy, or you could do like a Chiefs flag, maybe behind Tommy, or something of that nature. Obviously, if you're using red or white, for like the logo or something behind, but you could do something like that where it's like, the Chiefs logo, or some kind of like flag, behind, and then it has that, or, you could do whatever, grass behind, you could do colors behind. Honestly, whatever you decide to do, it's going to be a 10 out of 10. You know what I mean? It really is, it's up to you as the artist, you know what I mean? But obviously with the bleachers in the sky, it's blurred in the photo, so you can make it clear. You could definitely do that. But doing, grass, doing like the Chiefs logo, just doing some abstract different colors, in the background, you could do that. I mean, it's pretty much whatever you decide. But yeah, I don't think I would do blue sky and bleachers. I don't think I would do that. I would do something else, either a black, red, gold background, or do the Chiefs logo in the background, something of that nature. You just have to make sure that it blends in correctly with, obviously if you do red helmet, white jersey, and then you do white flag in the background with the logo, obviously part of the logo with the arrowhead could be behind his body, but you're very smart, you're one of the smartest people I know. So I already know that you'll come up with something, great, but that's kind of where my mind is going. So, but yeah, I wouldn't worry about doing a sky background. I would do custom color background, or maybe the Chiefs logo in the background or something of that nature, But whatever you decide, even if you decide to do the bleachers in the sky, it's going to come out amazing, no matter what. So, all right, Matt, take it easy, bro. Yeah. It's like Wayfair, the company that they have, what's her name that was on American Idol, and she does commercials for them. For the longest time, they were linking names to cabinets for girls that were abducted, and then when these girls were abducted, it's like the Valerie cabinet. And then all of a sudden you look in the news and there's like some girl named Valerie that's been abducted and it's been missing for 2 weeks, or 3 weeks or a month. The sex trade shit is sickening, man. And Hollywood's a big part of it too. Yeah, I mean, like I said, whatever you decide to do, but probably doing abstract colors, like you said, would be better, because doing a Chiefs flag, you're going to have white and red, and you don't want the colors to blend in from the red helmet and then the white jersey. You know what I mean? Because you would be probably doing red and white for the background, and it would bleed too much in. So you probably want to have something like black, or like you said, like another color other than red or white. So that way it blends together and showcases Tommy rather than the background. So yeah, I think what you said would be perfect. But if you decide to do the background, you could do it. But I think black, red, and gold surrounding him is perfect. That's exactly what I would do. It's just, looking at art and showcasing him, not the sky, not the bleachers. You want to showcase, what he's about. So that's what I would do. I appreciate you, Holly Undo, doing big, big things, helping us get to a good number and also brightening our day in the room. It's always a great day when you come in here and spread love. And like I said, you are probably the most interesting person on the channel. I won't lie. Out of all the people I talk to, you know what I mean? Like, there's certain people that can hold a conversation with me at ease. But I think with you, it's always fun. It's always interesting. And like I said, you're right up there with Sarah, for being some of the most important people, to this channel, just like Cyberpunk, Mr. Williams, Shepard Williams, Chief O'Chief, and all the other goats in the room. There's certain people that are needed on this channel. And like I said, it's so much more enjoyable when you can get along with the goats. And you were definitely one of them. Don't ever forget it. You're absolutely phenomenal, like AJ Styles. Great photo, great pictures, and I appreciate the support very, very much. Bang, bang, Holly with a 20. Bang, bang, Holly with a 10. Bang, bang. Appreciate you supporting the brand and believing in me. Appreciate you very, very much. And we haven't had to boot out any bots, knock on wood, or any people. So that's always a good bonus, right? But yeah, man, wrestling has been good tonight. It's exciting to actually have something that is good. And I think, you know what? I'm already past the 3-hour mark. I think we're going to get rid of Deshaun Watson. I had 2 options for him. This one was my first, and this one was my second. We got a little bit of both. I'm done with it. And then now I'm ready to go somewhere that is a little bit more peaceful. And I'm ready to, have something that looks nice, something that can give us good mental health, for the rest of the stream. So thank you so much. I appreciate you. Can't wait to see what comes out, obviously with the colors and whatnot. And and you can play around with the background. You know what I mean? So maybe make sure you try a couple different combinations, of colors, and things that you could do. Also, you could do, like a football field with maybe some Chief helmets, that are sitting on the field. Or you could just do a field with like 10, 20, 30, 40-yard line. So it's like the football field is behind them. That could be another option besides the colors. You just always want to think about options, you know what I mean, of what you could do. So, but you're smart enough. I know you can come up with something great. All right, I need to go put this beer in here. I got my... Grilled cheese sandwiches are the best thing on planet Earth. When you haven't had one in a while and you have one, I mean, I think I'd rather have grilled cheese than a hamburger sometimes. My God. Well, I'm an idea guy, not an artist. I can make beats I can play video games. I got a lot of other, I can dance. I mean, I got a lot of other things that, that I can do, but I'm not as good as an artist as Holly like there, but I definitely am an idea guy. And I've always been creative, even as a little kid. So I always can, give my 2 cents, to someone who's better than me at something, than to try to come up with a masterpiece. And that's all I try to do. I'll never be able to be, a Gordon Ramsay cook or an artist like Holly, but I can definitely give my input to try to make something great to something amazing, and give my 2 cents. So, grilled cheese for the win. Yeah, and we love you, and I appreciate you. Hopefully you have a great day. I know you probably have meetings and everything, and like I said, try to come back tomorrow if you can. I'll be here every day, so I'm gonna keep grinding it out. All right, I need to go get a beer real quick. Let me put this one in the fridge and go get a Corona instead. So if you end up leaving, bye, Holly. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night, and remember, there's a lot of people that do art, but there's not a lot of people that can get paid for their art, and you are one of them. Keep doing you. Keep being great, and I can't wait to see what this turns out to be. It's going to be amazing. All right, let me go grab a beer.
AJ Styles, I've never seen him in a position like this, so I'm sure those thoughts may be creeping into the back of his mind. AJ just needs to suck it up right here. Like I say, go back to his roots. Know what it took to get you to this point. Physical strength of Ciampa on a battered AJ Styles seems to be. Responding. Ciampa got a little time off range just there for a second, but he recovered it. Real quickly. Great right hand to John Styles, and now Ciampa from the top. Oh my God, air raid crash incoming. Styles able to maneuver out. No.
All right, I'm back. Oh, my first beer of the night. First beer of the night with grilled cheese. Not really a combination, but just wanted to have a sip of that lime and that Corona. This grilled cheese is trying to make me do some ASMR or some like mukbang, like where they have those videos on YouTube and all they do is just like chew and you can hear the sounds of them eating. They got me doing that now. Man, that's good. Anybody that knows how to make grilled cheese, there is an art to it. There's a lot of people that fuck it up. Sometimes me. I try not to burn it. Sometimes I don't put out enough cheese, too little, too much. There's definitely an art to make it perfect. Grilled cheese for the win. Oh, so good. So good. Oh my God, dude. Seriously? AJ Styles, Seth Rollins, Miz. I mean, you have so many good, wrestlers that are in the show. I am shocked that they are putting on a show that was just as entertaining as SummerSlam, if not more. Honestly, it's been I've not taken my eyes off Raw the whole show. Tommaso Ciampa just beat AJ Styles with Miz's help. Oh my God. All right, now what happens? Logan Paul going to come out? My gosh, awesome. Yes, go to sleep. And, even though, I love having your conversation in here and that people love you. You know your body. I know, we know what's right. It's like you got a long day tomorrow, to stay up for, another 10 minutes leads to 30. 30 leads to an hour leads to 2. Get your beauty sleep, go kick ass at work tomorrow. And hopefully some cool Chief stuff will be happening. And we already have preseason, right? We already have preseason on Thursday, Jaguars versus Raiders. So, hey, get your sleep, kick ass at work. We'll be here tomorrow. And I'll watch, NFL training camp for all the news and everything else. And maybe there'll be something new that I can tell you or something that you can send me as well. But have a great day. Thank you for your support. And like I said, you're always a savior to the stream. We always get people to start the donos out, but obviously there's certain goats that extend that dono to a higher level, and also bring a great vibe and support into the room. And you do all of those things, all of the above. So thank you so much. Go get some sleep and rest, and then I'll see you tomorrow if you are able to.
Well, we certainly know that's before the chat, but now with you in your rear view, how do you adjust your mindset knowing that the next battle to challenge you for this United States Championship is champion?
I wouldn't have it any other way, Kevin. I will defend this title every week on Raw if I have to. As I always do. As far as champion, he proved that he's a brawler, he proved that he's tough, and he's hungry, which makes him dangerous. Especially that he has that conniving Miz in his corner. But as I said before, I will defend anyone, anywhere, anytime. Because I'm going to bring some respect back to this title. Last week, I humbled Theory. And I had no problem giving Champa a reality check by beating him up and putting him in a hurt rock.
Well, coming up, what is thicker than water? We have on both sides of this championship showdown, the Mysterios versus the Usos. Usos started their reign in spent up on Mysterio.
Appreciate you guys. And I normally bring this up once or twice a stream just because it is really important for us to remember. Okay. We go through a lot of struggles daily, either with, people that we live with, people that you're with, partner wise or friends. And you just always have to know, make sure you're making me time for yourself. And if things look grim and things are not looking well, make a change in your routine. If you can make a change in your daily routine, things can change. I've done a 360 in my life since I've made some changes in my life. But Jim Carrey said it best. He said, I believe depression is legitimate as well as anxiety. But I also believe that if you don't exercise, eat nutritious food, get sunlight, get enough sleep, consume positive material, listen to music, surround yourself with support, you're not giving yourself a fighting chance. So if your things are just looking shitty, in your life, look in the mirror and make some changes. Eat better. Don't eat so much fast food. Go for a walk. Listen to music. Spend more time with pets. If you don't got one, get one. If you're willing to make a lifetime commitment to a cat or a dog, talk to friends. Make sure you're going places like here, to be able to uplift your mood. Whatever it's a Twitch channel, YouTube, or a chat room, whatever it is. Make sure you're doing things that are gonna make you happy. For me, it's every night it's Simpsons for an hour to 2 hours. Every night, no matter what. If I don't get my Simpsons or King of the Hill, and it's my day feels a little off. I want to make sure I laugh and, have Homer do something stupid and it makes me laugh and giggle, or Ralph, saying something dumb. His one-liners, Ralph the kid is the funniest in the show. Whatever Ralph says, I laugh every time. It's just, they're brilliant there, or maybe watching some old wrestling, that maybe watching a little old NWO, whatever, that makes you tick. A movie, TV, Stranger Things, wrestling, NASCAR, whatever it is. Make sure that you're making time for yourself. And if you do, I promise you your life will be better. I haven't felt this good in my life. Like, I feel like, when you turn 40, you don't really know where things are going to go, but I really feel 40 to 50, as long as I live that long. I don't know if I will. Hopefully I will. But from 40 to 50, I feel my 40s are going to be the best out of all my life. Obviously growing up, 7 to 12, 5 to 12 was really iconic and special because I had a lot of amazing things that happened to me. Obviously Ken Griffey Jr. at 7 years old, Sandy Koufax at 10 years old, and being able to spend time with my dad. And I talked to him today on the phone. I actually talked to my dad and my mom today. So I got a chance to, have a quick conversation with both, and I know I'm not going to have them forever. You know what I mean? And you just want to make sure that you're reaching out to the people that are worth it. And sometimes you have to be the initiator. Sometimes, it's like, it sucks when you're the one always reaching out, but friendship has to be reciprocated. It's one thing if it's mom or dad or, cousin or something, but if you actually have a best friend, make sure that they're, evenly, it's not you always calling or texting to hang out. It has to be even, because if it's one-sided, those friendships never work out. Because one person takes advantage of the other. And I've seen it with my girlfriend. I've seen it with me. I've seen it with a lot of other people that you think that are your friends, but all they're doing is taking advantage of you. Can I get a ride? Can you buy me beer? Can you drop me off here? Instead of being like enjoying their company, they're always wanting you to fucking do something for them. And that's not a friend. That's a user. So you got to make sure that you know the difference between users and people that are actually genuinely your friend and that care. And sometimes the lines get blurred. and it's like you like hanging out with this person, but if they're a piece of shit person and they're not a good person, they talk shit behind your back, that maybe you're not aware of, or they always want you to do something for them and then anytime you ask for something, they make an excuse. That's not a friend. You got to be able to realize what's a real friend and what's not. And that gets tough sometimes. But as you get older, it's real easy to cut people out, and you start to mature and realize like who's good in your life and who's not. And like I said, once you figure that shit out, your life can definitely go in a better trajectory. That's facts. Oh yeah, I can't wait to get some Soto news for tomorrow for sure. Laura's in the building. He actually is playing. Six game suspension. That's it. Unless they change it. Yeah, sometimes doing those things will be good. Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's like almost looking towards next year. Like you can kind of tell if you're a contender or not, and then you don't want to pull the plug, and then just get rid of, all these pieces and the farm system just for your team to come up short and not make the playoffs. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. I apologize. I was just so busy. Let's go over that real quick. God, this Monday Night Raw has been fantastic. I am just baffled. I am blown away. This Raw has been good from the beginning to the end. And I can't even tell you the last time that I've said that. Like a year, 2 years before COVID. It literally has probably been before COVID that I've been this entertained for a Raw. All right, the Braves are busy. They're working on finalizing deals for Jake Odorizzi, as well as Robbie Grossman. Astros pick up veteran lefty Will Smith from Atlanta. Brewers require reliever Matt Bush. Obviously, infielder Mark Mathias to the Texas. Let me see here. Quintana deal also includes right-handed pitcher Chris Stanton coming to the Cards. So you're getting some pieces there. Dodgers have looked at Ian Happ, and then obviously we know Hader going to the Padres, and I know a lot of people Brewers fans were upset about that. And then a few other different moves. Austin Riley, Braves, 10-year, $212 million. So those are just a few of the trades. Some people in the room probably have no idea what the fuck I just said, but as we go into tomorrow, we'll be talking a little bit more. And I just saw home run number 43 for Judge against the Mariners. Disgusting. He's so good. He is so good. Oh yeah, I think that, you know what I mean, just like with like paranormal and ghost stuff and spirits, I do honestly believe sometimes there are certain people that, might not be on earth anymore, but you can still feel like a presence or a sign, for certain things that people are with you. And it's healthy to be able to talk. I talk to myself all the time. Like sometimes I'm talking about like prepping the show, and I'll be sitting in here and, the girlfriend or someone will be like, who are you talking to? And I'm just talking to myself. Or I, talk to people maybe that aren't here anymore. Sometimes it's nice to be able to have those conversations, as long as you're not doing it, 24 hours a day, then you might look like a nutcase, you know what I mean? But I think it is natural to talk to yourself and in a positive manner, you know what I mean? Because if you talk to yourself in a negative manner, you're going to be negative. The more positive and uplifting you are, you're going to kick ass and things are going to be good. So I think that's awesome, Eagles, John. And I imagine that he's with you and, and he can hear you. Even though sometimes it's kind of weird thing to think, that when someone's not here, but we don't really understand, everything, what happens when we pass. And, there's all these different religions and different beliefs and whatnot. But what I do know is that, people that are close to us stay with us forever. That's facts.
There you see Roman, who managed to emerge victorious. The Usos were tasked with carrying Paul Heyman out of the stadium. But in the aftermath, moments earlier, being buried under the commentary table, the ring stairs, and anything else that wasn't nailed down. The ultimate badass move from Brock Lesnar. A tip of the cap to Nashville for their support after a hell of a fight. Which also begs the question, what sort of physical condition are Jimmy and Jey Uso in? Not only did they have a grueling tag team title defense Saturday night, they also were beat-handled by Brock Lesnar. The following contest for the fall is for the undisputed WWE Tag Team.
Usos versus Rey and Dominic Mysterio. Okay. I know Dominic and Rey will go against each other at some point. But you know what's crazy? Logan Paul is already better than Dominic. Like already. You know what I mean? Some guys are just athletic. You know what I mean? They just have it. And Logan Paul's got it. I mean, I hope that, you know, obviously his son, Rey Mysterio's son, but obviously he's not like a lucha libre wrestler. He's kind of a bigger dude. So he's already at a disadvantage if he's not going to be a lucha libre like his dad. You know, you're a bigger wrestler, and a lot of bigger wrestlers can't make it, especially when you look like you're not on roids. You just look like a kind of a kid. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure if you're ever going to get anything from him. You know what I mean? Like when I look at him, I don't see superstar at all. I see them kind of doing a favor for Rey, and it's his son. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really see talent when I see Dominic. I see a kid that's hungry. I see a kid that loves his dad, but I don't see superstar at all. Logan Paul is 1,000 times better than Rey Mysterio's son, Dominic. And that's not me being a hater. It's just facts. Just like the facts is the grilled cheese that I'm eating right now is delicious. Dominic off the top. And he's too fat. He can only do a splash. Like if I was Dominic, I would try to really lose weight. You know what I mean? But, you know, with him, he already has a certain body frame. You know what I mean? So I don't think he'll ever be able to be a lucha libre type of wrestler. But I think if he was, he would be a hell of a lot more popular. You drop about 40 pounds, really start working on Hurricane Ranas and, you know, being more technical in the ring and high flying. And I think you could win the fans over. But based on what I see right now, he's just another dude, you know, just with the Mysterio name. Unfortunately, I don't see anything from him. I want him to be something special, but I don't see it. I just don't see it. Logan Paul's got a lot more going for him than Dominic right now. Not happening. Dodgers. Plus, you're a Cardinal fan. You can't be a Yankee fan also. I know you can have another team you root for in the other division, but it's normally not normal to like two teams. I'll give you a free pass because it's the Yankees and you rooted for them since Jeter. But you know and I know normally we can only have one. The only reason I have two is because of my dad. That's the only reason. My dad's been a fan since the 50s, so obviously I have to support. But if it's Cardinals, Yankees, right, then who are you going for? Cardinals, right? You can't root for the fucking Yankees to beat your primary team if you ended up having that World Series matchup, right? You got to have your number one. You got to have the Cardinals. So, right. And the Yankees are going to be very, very good, right? But the thing that the Dodgers have to beat them, we think the Yankees might win it all. But the thing that could derail the Yankees is the Dodger pitching. You know, if you got Gonsolin for a couple games, Anderson for a couple games, Walker Buehler, Clayton Kershaw, that could beat them. I don't know if there's any other pitching staff that's got four quality guys like that. And you're going to need four quality pitchers to beat the team like the Yankees. So, yeah, Yankees are going to be fucking good. Yeah. I'm not sure if you're going to get the Cardinals in the World Series, but guess what? Never say never. Because I do know that the Mets, the Brewers, the Cardinals, and the Braves will all be competing and trying to catch up to the Dodgers. But I do feel once playoff time comes around and the Dodger pitchers get healthy and the bats start heating up, I think the Dodgers it's almost like destiny. I think we're going to get Dodgers, Yankees. But, I mean, if there's injuries that happen, they will open the door for some of these other teams. So, yep. But, I mean, I love playoff baseball, so it'll be fun. But, hey, I wouldn't mind. I mean, Yankees winning it all would be awesome. But Yankees, Dodgers, as far as just, you know, East Coast, West Coast. I mean, we got Yankees and Mets in the Subway Series, you know, obviously in 2000 with Mike Piazza and Jeter. That was cool, right? But we haven't had Dodgers-Yankees for a long time. You know, they used to do it in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. but we haven't seen it in a long time. And I think it would be great for baseball ratings. I think it would get the highest ratings out of any World Series in a long time, just because those are two big cities with two big fan bases with, fans all across. But we'll see. But I wouldn't mind either if the Cardinals, Brewers, Braves, Mets got there. I wouldn't mind. And the only one that I wouldn't want to be there is Astros, just because of cheating. But, if the Yankees don't make it, the Astros are in. And if the Astros are in, then whoever's on the other side, that's who I'm rooting for. Because I ain't going to root for the fucking Astros to win. Hell no. That ain't happening. So, Chief. How's it going, bro? You missed Holly. Holly was in here for a little bit, but she had to wake up early, so she dipped and left a little early. I'm eating some grilled cheese right now. Monday Night Raw has been phenomenal after SummerSlam. I was like, okay, I'm going to give it a shot. The Dodgers are on, and I decided to watch Raw from beginning to end, and it literally has been probably like a 9. I was like, oh my God, I haven't seen a Monday Night Raw this good in 2 years, since maybe before COVID. Very solid show from Triple H and from obviously Stephanie McMahon as well as Khan. So and now your boy's eating a grilled cheese, and I'm drinking a Corona with lime. How are you doing, Chief? What's good in your life? Anything new today? Any ancient aliens or? The savior of WWE. God damn. I've been waiting patiently for this shit to get better, and they finally did it. It took Vince McMahon being a creep like Deshaun Watson, and for him to step down due to the board members pushing him out. And now I'm actually going to get wrestling that I really enjoy in 2 federations, WWE and AEW. Life is great. Grilled cheese is great. Tommy is great. Oh, dude, you have no idea. Did you see Holly's new artwork? Check it out. So she posted the photo yesterday, and then it only took me like 30 seconds, and I found it on the internet. I was like, is this it? So look at it. The Nike symbol, the patch, the looking to the side. And I was like, oh, that's it. And she said, yep, you got it. It only took me like 30 seconds, 40 seconds to get it. Looks awesome. I can't wait to see it in color. It's going to be fucking phenomenal. She's such a great artist. What a great human being. And she's a part of the NWSF. You know what I mean? I'm so happy, after the Degrassi raid, that as being the lead mod or one of the lead mods over there, people know her for donating like the 3,500 Degrassi and having the #1 spot, to try to save his dog, obviously when the dog had cancer. You know what I mean? But it's more than just the big donations. It's just about the person that she is and what she brings to every stream. And, and then when I got rated, she donated $320 out of the $620 that I got. I never got that much before. So the least I could do was ask her to be a part of the NWSF. And thank God she did. You know what I mean? Because the streams have been so much better with her in them. Same thing with Cyberpunk and a lot of you. And also being able to support my dream. She's a vet. She works hard. She goes to the Chiefs games, and sometimes you need those ballers to be able to compensate, with the dollars compared to some people that never donate, some people that can't donate or won't donate. And she steps up for some of the other people. And if I didn't have her, there is no full time, for the NWSF just yet. So that's what I'm really blessed for, to have her in the room all the time, showing love and support. And she's one of the coolest people that I've ever met. You know what I mean? Like, you guys know it. Everyone's friends with her. Always, positive, never rude. You know what I mean? Just a great fucking human being. Would give the shirt off her back for someone in need just like me. So I feel like I have a lot in common, with her. And like I said, I think she's probably the most interesting person that's in the chat always. Like, not that anyone that's in the room now that's not interesting, but the stuff that she does on a daily basis, being a vet, pretty fucking interesting. Cyberpunk, pretty close too. When you do artwork on pizza boxes, beer cans, and soda cans, that's unique. That's a very unique job. And I know a lot of y'all have unique jobs as well, but for the two goats to have jobs like that, very, very interesting. And they fucking support to the fullest, just like a lot of you in the room too. You guys are the best. Yeah, she is. She's so talented for sure.
It was incredible.
And I don't mind showcasing the talents of the people that we have in the room. I will support you guys to the very, very end, no matter what it is. So we have 10 from Eagles John Early, Holly Hundo with a 25er. So we have 35 in the Cash App, and then everything else has been in the Super Chat. And then I don't even know what number we're at right now. We're over 100 though. So thank God. Yeah, grilled cheese is bomb. I just finished. I got one last bite. Of course, there's Braves fans and Cubs fans all over the country, right? But you guys aren't really World Series contenders this year. I mean, do you think you are? I mean, I guess maybe if you get hot at the right time. You guys started off slow last year, and then you had a big push at the end. But I'm not really sure if even Braves fans think that they can win it this year. I mean, do you really think that you can win it all? I'm not sure without Freddie Freeman and with the injuries that you've had. You know, Albies, Alcuna, like you guys got an awesome team, but I'm not sure. You guys just won it already. You know what I mean? There's other teams that are better this year, but that doesn't mean that the Braves can't get hot. But I'm not sure if they're World Series contenders. I mean, Braves, Cardinals, Brewers, Mets, those are the biggest threats to the Dodgers, but I still think the Dodgers are better. You know, we'll see. We'll see when everything shakes out and plays out. So, and then obviously on the other side, it's Yankees and Astros. Nobody else. I don't see anybody else competing at all. So, yeah, she is. Yeah, and like I said, I always like the conversations that we have, Chief will Chief, you and Shep. I feel like I said, us three together, we would be in heaven. We could smoke a bowl, we could have a beer, or just eat pizza or wings or whatever, and then we could just turn on an episode of Ancient Aliens and then watch, David Attenborough and maybe Planet Earth, for an episode, and then boom, we can go to like Skinwalker Ranch, and we can sit there and not even watch sports, not even bring up sports. And just like enjoy each other's company and have like an awesome time. And that's a cool thing where you can share like different things that we enjoy other than sports. And then you can actually kind of start to realize like, damn, I actually have a lot in common with this guy. So lactose. I don't know. I don't know what that picture. I just found that picture. So that won't apply to you. But you know what? Grilled cheese sandwich hits really good, especially when you haven't had it in quite some time. Yeah, but like I said, that's why I have a bond with so many of you. Like I feel like me and Jameson Meza, we can listen to some country music, watch some football, or talk about a number of different things. And there's a lot of you. I know, like easy. I know me and Sarah could get along. We have a lot in common. Me and Holly have a lot in common. So Cyberpunk. I mean, especially Odin's son. If you like wrestling and you like football, you're going to connect with me higher than anyone else. Like I have a lot of other interests too, Discovery, History, National Geographic, Vice Channel. But if you love wrestling and you love football, college, NFL, or any kind of wrestling, we're probably going to be very close and connected. So, oh my God, it's so good. Trust me, if you haven't had one and you make it right, I mean, honestly, that was like better than most burgers that I have and other things. And I can really do a good burger once in a while. Not you, obviously, because you're vegan, but gosh, it's so good. And you don't even have to have tomato soup with it. Sometimes people like to dip the tomato soup. When I do that, I don't like to use a bunch because then it overtakes the sandwich. I want to taste the cheese and the bread, and I usually get these big sourdough breads, big pieces. The loaf is like that big. San Francisco sourdough. They have like a couple brands from Safeway. It costs like $6 to $8 for a loaf, but big pieces. And I mean, it's a lot better than Fran's bread or like the regular stuff, or wheat bread. You have to get sourdough and the big kind, because they also make sourdough that looks like Fran's bread. That's like this. Sourdough bread that's shaped like this, or sourdough bread that is shaped like this. This is the kind that you want. So. Oh, dude, medical. Dude, the stuff that they have, like I said, I showed you the pictures. You go in the dispensary, they got like 40 kinds, and that's at just like one spot. And it's like edibles. They're not counting edibles, joints, or anything else. Just flour, the green in the jars. It's like 40 to 60 kinds daily. And it's not like bullshit, where it's like crap, like it's all high-end stuff like high times. Like us in Oregon here, we don't fuck around. Oregon, Washington, California, Alaska. I mean, that's where you're going to get a lot of the stuff. But I feel Cali and Oregon have the best. 1, 2, 2. Yeah. But do you think your team is as good as it was last year with pitching and everything else? Yeah, sourdough is the best. It's so good. And a lot of times people take it for granted. I think it's the best bread, honestly. Like, you can hit sourdough with so many things, and it just takes that meal to the next level. You can have spaghetti and meatballs. You can have pasta. You can have a lot of things, but sometimes having that bread, or French bread. French bread is pretty fucking good too. But sourdough is my favorite. Usos, Dominic, got punched in the face right there. I can't believe this Monday Night Raw has been like a 9, and I haven't changed a channel. This is the first time in 2 years since COVID hit that I haven't changed a channel on Raw, and I hope NXT is good. Probably won't be as good as this, and I hope SmackDown is close to this, but if this is a 9, give me an 8.5 in SmackDown and give me a solid 7.5 or 8 in NXT, and I'm back. I'm back. I'm done bashing WWE because I want good wrestling, great wrestling. I will not put up with garbage wrestling as a fan since 1985. I'm not going to do it. And guess what? They finally are getting back to their roots. And thank God Triple H is in control. Dominic. No, he missed. Thank God for Triple H, Stephanie, and Khan. One, 2, 3. Usos. Usos. And I already knew this was going to be one of the top 3 matches of the night. I predicted that would be number 1. I predicted this would be number 2, and I was right. I mean, sometimes you just know, sometimes it's ESP, but for me, this wasn't even ESP. This is just like, okay, who's athletic on the card and who's wrestling someone athletic? Okay, I knew this was going to be good. This was the showstopper of the night. This stole the show. This was the best match to me out of the whole pay-per-view, honestly. And I'm not a Logan Paul guy, and I'm not a Jake Paul guy, but what I can tell you is when Jake Paul boxes and Logan wrestles, I'm interested. You know what I mean? And I would never be. But skills is skills, and he didn't fuck up. He had a lot of high-risk moves. He's super athletic. He's doing backflips onto the guys, 5-star frog splashes through a table. I mean, he killed it. And then obviously you already know my favorite guy, obviously the one that I like to watch. Even though you went against sad Corbin, happy Corbin, bum Corbin, right? It's all about Pat, and some more Pat. May 2nd, hey, just like me and just like Dwayne Johnson, people that were born on May 2nd, we're fucking special, baby. All right, we ain't built like everyone else. We're built different. We're built to entertain. David Beckham, Pat McAfee, O-Dog, Dwayne Johnson. Facts. But these were the 3 that were the best. And then I didn't mind the Brock one that much. The Brock one was the best one that they had against each other, but still it was missing a little bit. But obviously him turning into Cowboy Brock and being himself, getting the tractor, lifting up the ring, that was memorable. That was memorable. And that was the 4th best one. Bianca, obviously, versus Becky Lynch was 5th. So. But I already knew the Bianca match was going to be bad because you have a female that's the face of the female division that's not Charlotte Flair, and she's paired up against someone that's not athletic. You know what I mean? It's a weird, it has to be like a triple threat to hide some of Becky's weaknesses. She's great on the mic, but her wrestling technique is very stiff and kind of awkward at times, like Ronda Rousey. and Liv. I knew that one was going to be horrendous because Liv isn't the greatest wrestler and Ronda's stiff as hell. So you just have to know Bianca, Charlotte Flair, money. Bianca, Sasha Banks, money. Even Bianca, Sasha Banks, Natalia, money. You got to be able to put the right people in the right matches for it to be able to be good on the card. Plus, Becky doesn't sell very well. Becky Lynch is, she had her time, big time Becky 2 belts, but she's never been the best wrestler. And honestly, out of all the big name females, she's probably the worst. She's not like as good as the other, ladies. You know what I mean? She's like, has a lot to improve. I know Seth Rollins is with her now, so he can help her out. But, there's a lot of other ladies I feel that are more entertaining to watch in the ring, but I think she's amazing on the mic. She's great on the microphone. The skills in the ring need to be just a little bit better. That's my opinion. And I was a Becky person. Like I told Preston, when they had Paige and they had Sasha and they had all the ladies, Charlotte, I said, Becky's going to end up being the face at some point. He's like, no, she sucks. I was like, watch, dude, something's going to happen. And then literally like a couple months later, boom, she got punched in the face by Nia Jax. And then everything is history from then. But she definitely has a long ways to go. She ain't on Bianca Belair or Charlotte Flair's level. That's facts. All right, I need to go use the restroom real quick. So I'll be right back. And in the meantime, we'll look at Tommy.
I'm an Olympic athlete. I was at the 2012 London Olympics. I have never taken an opportunity to excel for granted. I am definitely a no BS type of person.
I would say I'm very emotional and very sensitive at times. I will get initially judged and discriminated against because of my look. That's never accurate. I'm the nicest, sweetest guy.
I could care less what people think of me. I can go from like this to this, like that. I'm 56 years old and I'm in a jungle with people half my age. But even if I was 86 and I could have the opportunity to do this, I would still show up and give it my 100%.
Being a Navy guy, I like adventure, I like a challenge. I don't really worry so much about if people like me, as long as they can see my effort. Actions speak louder than words, and I've lived by that my whole life.
All right, I'm back.
It's hard to spot a lie, but all snakes have tails.
All right, I got to be able to find a different program to watch. 1 sec.
Spot the lies, catch the snake. Welcome. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Bobby Bones. I will be your guide through what we're about to go through. You're going to have to work together. You're going to have to rely on one another, all for the chance to win $100,000. All right. That's real money.
Hi, Paisley.
It's going to get emotional.
Hi.
It's going to get intense.
How are you? You miss Dad? I love you.
One of you four
Here.
is actually a snake. What do you mean by that? The saboteur. Someone is trying to sabotage the group. The snake is here to take all the money for themselves. Had to be a twist.
Okay.
Right now, somebody is lying. And that's part of the game.
I know I'm not the snake.
I am not the snake.
I'm not the snake.
I'm not the snake. I lead my life in truth. But if I didn't, I could definitely pull it off and be a good snake. There's no question about it.
Here's how the game works. Over the next 36 hours,
Okay.
there will be 2 challenges. If you win a challenge, you'll get one of these. This is a snake flu. Your goal is to win as many.
She's like, give me that damn bone.
They are vital to determining who is the snake. But every challenge that you lose.
All right, what is this? This is after Monday Night Raw, Snake in the Grass. Guess what? I'm not going to watch this, but it's Bobby Bones, and I might watch this. Hold on. I don't want to watch this fucking Snake in the Grass thing, but I do like Bobby Bones. Bobby Bones is a guy that was on, Man vs. Wild or with Bear Grylls, and he does his own podcast, and he's super popular, super real, super genuine. This is season 1, episode 1. You're killing me, bro. Bobby Bones. So you know what? I am not going to watch it live, but I'll give it a shot because I like the host, Bobby Bones. Incredible story with his mom being an addict, and he should be dead right now. Like there's, a lot of people can persevere in a lot of tough situations. And, if I like somebody as a host, you know what? I might give it a shot. It's not really going to be, it's like some kind of obstacle course type thing. A Survivor alum, an adrenaline junkie, an Olympian, and an MMA hero battle at a high level to find the snake. And then they have these like obstacle course things. So it actually kind of looks decent. I'm not sure if I'm going to watch every episode in the season. It's on USA, so I imagine it's going to be like a flop, and it probably won't go more than 1 season, but I'll give it a shot. I just won't watch it right now. All right, we got Despicable Me 3, Titanic. Let's go to the sport channels. 30 for 30, Kentucky's men's basketball team, John Calipari. Oh, okay, I like that. I like John Calipari. All right, we got NFL Live, so I can listen to Laura Rutledge, Mina Kimes, Marcus Spears, and Orlovsky talk about stuff that's not true. No thanks. Not worth my time. They're not horrible there on NFL Live, but it's not that great. I mean, on a scale of 1 to 10, it's like a 5. It's like, I'm not going to go, oh my God, I got to go watch NFL Live. Said no one ever. Motorcycle racing. Ooh, hold up. What is this? Moto America Superbike, Brainerd International, coverage of racing, July 30th. Let me take a look at this. So you'll see. Oh, shit. So this isn't even on dirt. This is those motherfuckers that have the knee pads, and they're on like the Ducatis, like the crotch rockets, and they're going on the fucking concrete, like doing some fucking like course that I saw yesterday, or something that's like mostly concrete with some grass around. But I mean, essentially, it's everything is outside, and you're on pavement, and you're just wearing those really thick knee pads where it slides, dude. And they get the bike. They're like sideways on the bike and with that knee pad. That would be cool. I wouldn't mind having a crotch rocket, or or like a quad, or like a Banshee, swing arm, get it all chromed out. I have some friends that do that shit, go to the dunes here in Oregon. This is pretty cool, but I'm not going to watch this for the rest of my night, but that's interesting. And they got the Copa America. And then whenever they do like dirt, when you get like those vehicles that are made for sand, like sand rails, and they do like racing with those, that's fun to watch. But I'm not going to, I have to be stoned to watch shit like that. But woo, I have to be really, there has to be nothing else on. And I got Inside Training Camp, so obviously that'll be maybe something that I missed. Deshaun Watson suspended 6 games. Stupid. NFLPA will not appeal. He has asked NFL to do the same. They just want to shove this under the rug right before preseason so we can just forget about it. That's bullshit. It's like, you don't want to make an example out of a guy and have him go to prison or go to jail or be suspended for 2 years or for life. I mean, the biggest thing that you could do is suspend him forever. You know what I mean? You fucked up. You chose to be a predator instead of, being a hero and being a role model, being someone that people could look up to. You took your wealth and your power at quarterback like Vince McMahon, and you did it for bad, not for good, especially if you're going to do anything when a girl says no. No means no, buddy. Okay? Even if it's just one girl. You're guilty, motherfucker. Oh, we got Gordon Ramsay. Is this tonight's or is it today, the episode? What is this? Is this the new one or not? Oh shit, this is the new one. I don't know if I want to watch this right now. What time is it? Oh, it just started 9 minutes ago. So the brand new Gordon Ramsay's on right now, and then the Bear Grylls new episode is on after. And Bear Grylls had Natalie Portman on it last week. I recommend watching it. Running Wild with Bear Grylls, the challenge, National Geographic. It's not as good as Man vs. Wild, but it's Bear Grylls. And if you like Bear Grylls, I'll like you. Okay. So this one is Simu Liu in the Canadian Rockies. I assume that is somebody in Marvel movies or something of that nature. I'm not really familiar with that name, but I think I've seen it before. Who is that? Does anyone know who that is? The Asian guy? Simu, Simuli. Who's that? Is that someone that's in Marvel movies? Or, I mean, obviously, if he's going to have an Asian guy and it's not Jackie Chan or like, you know, it's going to be someone that's fucking famous. So this guy must be in the movies. He must be in like Marvel or something. That's my guess. It has to be something like, he's got to be a professional in something. Professional cook, professional, you know, movie star. I don't think he doesn't look like a singer or whatever when I saw in the preview. So, well, I guess I'm watching this Gordon Ramsay, I guess, unless I watch an old football game. Monday Night Raw was great. Simu Liu. Who is this guy? I've seen him before, but I don't know where I've seen him from. Who are you? Who are you, Simu? He goes into like some freezing water thing. So I already got him on my DVR. So they're doing the reruns. All right, hold on. Maybe there's some college football for me to watch. That's always my go-to. When things are slow on the NFL side, I can always watch college football and be like super entertained. All right, Miami at Florida State. Maybe I'm going there. Unless I have that Duck game on here still. Pac-12 Media Day. Is there any Ducks on? Their motorcycle racing's on, but I got to be like super stoned for that to start watching dirt bike shit and that kind of shit. I got Simpsons, King of the Hill. I think I deleted it. Oh, I got NFL Games of the Year, though. What do I got? I have left Tampa at New England, Brady going back to Gillette, and I got Bills and Bucks in Week 14. Bucks in New England, going back to see Bill Belichick, or Bills in Tampa Bay. I think I'm going to go Bills in Tampa Bay. What if that's a Super Bowl? Maybe that's a sign from the gods. I saved it for a reason. The Buffalo Bills versus the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That has a good ring to it. But I have to win. I can't lose to Josh Allen. Josh Allen can get that Super Bowl later. But if that's it, well, I'm about to put it on. So let's go. Let's go, baby. Nance and Romo on the mic, too. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Nance, Romo, and O-Dog, the best trio in the business, besides Gus Johnson. And I like Howard Stern. And I like Action Bronson. And I like E40. There's a lot of awesome people that are dominant on the microphone, baby. Stone Cold, The Rock, Hogan, The Miz, MJF, Jericho, Macho Man. We're at 178. Well, I hope the Braves play the Dodgers, just based on, because I mean, I'm more in tune now, because now since I'm doing this full time, I'm watching all the NFL games. I'm watching all the, I'm trying to watch as many as I can. And if I'm not watching the full game, I'm, reading more and going into box scores more and following the league as a whole. And it feels good to do it. I haven't done the league as a whole for probably 15 years, 20 years. So kickoff, Tampa on the 10-yard line. Darden runs out of real estate on the 19-yard line. Tom fucking Brady. Last 8 games at Raymond James Stadium. 8-0. 297.5 yards per game. 29 touchdowns. 4 interceptions. But Brady's old and he can't do it anymore. Give me a break. If this guy was on your team, I'm telling you, anything is possible with this guy. It's like Jordan and Kobe. You might not win every Super Bowl, but if he gets there, there's a good chance he wins it. All right, shotgun set. I'm going to miss when he's not on my team anymore. I mean, it's crazy that someone could be 40, 42, 3, 4, 45, and they're still more entertaining than an 18-year-old or a 20-year-old. You know what I mean? But he is one. I mean, he is considered the GOAT. I still like Joe Montana and I like Peyton Manning. I've always been those guys first, you know. But he's something else. Just like these guys. It's my legacy, baby. It's the reason why I'm a Buck fan. Now it kind of makes sense if you know me. Like, okay, he likes that fucking shit talking big guy up front, you know, guy that can talk shit but back it up. And then Brooks, you know, just Mr. Everything, hit you hard, can strip the football out and even pick six you. And then you got Lynch, who's a psychopath, and Barber. And then let's sprinkle on Simeon Rice. Yeah, sign me up, dude. We're winning a Super Bowl. 5 Pro Bowlers or more. There was more. I think like out of all the starting lineup on the defense, I think 8 or 9 made the Pro Bowl. That's fucking crazy. 8 or 9 out of 11 on defense? My Lord. And then Allstott on the other side. You can't tell me that Mike Allstott isn't cool. If you watch football, everyone played with Mike Allstott in Madden or wish they had a Mike Allstott on their team. That's the coolest running back arguably I've ever seen. I mean, I know you get the black guys, the brothers like Barry Sanders, you know, you get these Jim Browns, the Emmitt Smiths, they have that athleticism in them, but you normally don't see a big white dude, you know, be one of the best of all time. He's almost like a rare breed, like Eminem. Like, where did this guy come from? But all I know is whenever I listen to him, I'm entertained and I love it. And he's super intelligent. And every time I watch Allstott, he's always running over 10 fucking guys. And just fucking crazy athletic for a big guy with a big ass neck roll and neck pad. I don't know. It's the coolest thing ever to me watching Allstott run. It was the coolest thing ever. Even better than sacks from Sapp and Brooks with pick sixes. Watching Allstott play, that was my favorite thing of being a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan. Like, I like that decleating, run you over, you know, physical style. And it matched my personality. And the Niners didn't have that. Raiders didn't have that. The Seahawks didn't have that. But they already had Lynch, which I loved. And I was like, okay, I got the safety of like top 3 safety, top 5 safety. You had Ed Reed, Polamalu, Brian Dawkins. There was other guys, you know, obviously Ronnie Lott before, but you know, Lynch was one of the top 3, 4 safeties at the time. If you want to go Polamalu, Ed Reed, then Lynch, or Ed Lee, Ed Reed, Polamalu, or even Brian Dawkins, and Lynch is number 4 or 5 or 6 or 7. Cool, because Dawkins was better than Lynch, and Ed Reed definitely was, as well as Troy Polamalu. But if after those 3, he's right there, and that's Hall of Fame. You know what I mean? Like, those guys are amazing at what they do. But Lynch was fucking, he hit so hard. He was the hardest hitter on the team. He would knock guys out. I love that. And then we got Rondé, who would pick 6 but get sacks, and they would put him on the blitz packages, and he'd blitz from corner, and that's how he got like 30, you know, interceptions, 30 sack lunches. He's the only corner to ever do that, and he's not even in the Hall of Fame yet. It's like disrespectful. Like, everyone remembers, you know, Rondé creeping up on the line of scrimmage, boom, you know, going straight at diagonal, quarterback goes down. I mean, we had the ultimate defense. Monty Kiffin was something else. But that's why I'm a Buck fan, if that makes sense. I mean, I like the Duck offense for my Herbert and Mariota and Joey Harrington and Achilles Smith and, you know, all the guys that I've had, but it's not like defense. Defense is so different. And then if I'm going to do running back, I need like an Allstott, a Barry Sanders, a Bo Jackson, if you want to get me excited. You know, I need that type of style, that unique power where you're like, Jesus, he got hit from every angle, but doesn't go down. Like, I don't know. I think I've seen Barry and Allstott probably, Barry Sanders and Allstott probably, you know, avoid more tackles after being hit initially, either juking or running over guys and guys flying off than anyone in the league. Those were, and Walter Payton was pretty damn good at that shit too. But I didn't get a chance to see a lot of Walter Payton because I was born in 82 and he was a rookie, I think, in 76. So his career didn't last that much longer and I wasn't old enough to watch him. But I've gone back and seen him, but I never saw him like a lot live, unfortunately, which was sad. A little bit of memories, and I played them in Tecmo Bowl. I remember that. I was like, ooh, Walter Payton. Dun 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 dun, and then you do the high five at the very top. And then the next year they did the spike with the football, Super Tecmo Bowl. Some good stuff. Seriously, do I have to be like, Monday Night Raw was actually fire? Unbelievable. I mean, go back and watch it. If you didn't get to watch it because you were on here or you were watching baseball, Sarah, if you have DVR, I promise you, watch it back. Oh, get that sack lunch on Josh Allen. Sit down. 5 Buccaneers all over his ass. Peanut butter and jelly. See you later. It's 12 noon. You know what time it is. It's time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. See, I'm getting ready for this NFL season. I'm there. I'm ready. I'm going to have some fun this year. It's fun every year. It just sucks I might not be able to implement. I have to pick and choose what I'm going to do. So if I end up getting the other program to work, I'll be able to use a scoreboard, but it'll be my old one, not the one that I got from Johnny Thumbnails, the guy that does the thumbnails for me and Grossi during like the NFL season, right? So the high-end scoreboard, the newer one, was awesome. That could have really helped this channel. But then the software that I used it on wouldn't let me edit the numbers. So I don't know if they've done a new patch or maybe corrected that problem, because I don't think it's my computer. I think it's the program. So hopefully that works out. Otherwise, I can do the old scoreboard, or I can either do that or I can use this platform and just use the ticker as a scoreboard and then throw up photos, throughout the stream. So, it's like I wish I could have both worlds where I could have the dope scoreboard at the top and then use this one to do the photos and have the ticker, because the photos and the ticker are very essential. I want those. Scoreboard, it's like I don't need it. It's more for the fans, but I mean, it's like if you're not going to watch me just for a scoreboard, then, I guess it's just, I'm going to give you good. I mean, you can look at a scoreboard on the TV. I mean, sometimes I feel the scoreboard and certain things are a little overrated. I get it. It gives it that extra aesthetic. But I guess everyone's got their own style. But I definitely would use it if it would allow me to do it here. But, I want it. But I guess I have to pick and choose and either flip-flop and go back and forth. So I can have the ticker and I can keep putting up photos and, doing that. Because I'm probably going to do that, because if I do the other format, I have no ticker and then I can't pull up photos. And then if I continue to do the stream after it's over and we have other topics, I'm not going to be able to do this, or I'm not going to be able to, do this. And this is a big part of the show now. So, I mean, every once in a while, if I end up doing the other one, I can go that route for the scoreboard alone. But I mean, I think that, sometimes you have to take a give or take until they can figure out the technology on this, this one. And I think this method and the direction that this has gone, as long as it's on the screen somewhere, preferably at the top in an amazing scoreboard, which I have, but this formatted program is a bitch. And then obviously down below, you can get it. I know not as cool as, some kind of scoreboard action, but, at least I can pull up the photos and do that and do other things to make the stream make up maybe for, the lack of a tiny one or one at the top. But they just need to be able to figure it out. So, and also too, the main reason that it doesn't work on this one is that when I got it from Johnny Thumbnails, people don't realize how complex it is. He sent me like 100 files. This motherfucker has to be layered like a cake. So you put the first one, it's the back of the scoreboard. Then you do the next layer and it's like the Broncos on the left. Then you do the next layer and it's the Chiefs on the right. Then you have to do the numbers and you have to layer the shit with the scoreboard and the timeouts and the arrow. And then you have to, put it together based off like layers. And if someone is not familiar with that, and you have to be very careful. Everything is very touchy. You want to make sure you're dragging correctly and clicking, but a lot of people don't realize it's just not, you just pull over a graphic, you hit on your keyboard up or down for point. No, sometimes a scoreboard works like that, where you can cover up the ticker part with logos. That's what I would do on my old one. And then I can just click on the mouse up, one click, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 1, 2, 3 field goal. You know what I mean? But the ones that are cool are the ones that go across the top, not just like in the corner and whatnot. But I've kind of fallen in love with this format though. Just, the ticker. And I just hope that they have technology where, if I can have a simpler one, but for this particular platform, I haven't seen anybody else, they don't do a show like me. So, but I'll figure it out and I'll let the fans decide. But like I said, after the show is over, I won't be able to pull anything up because I'll be on that other platform. So that's the downgrade. So yeah, you get a scoreboard for 3 hours, but then what happens if I stay online for another 3 after the stream is over? Then I'm not going to be able to do my normal process. And I think obviously being able to look at certain things that give you the feels, it definitely takes it to a whole nother level. Yeah, scoreboards are great. I can come up with a scoreboard graphic and put it up, instead of having it just on the screen all the time. I wish, but I guess you just have to take the pros with the cons. I mean, what kind of fire looks do you want? I mean, do you want it to look fire? Of course you do. It's about the visuals. Giving the haters the big boot. But I really did wish if they could figure out how to do my original scoreboard on here. Oh my God, we would kill. We would kill. I mean, because the scoreboard that Johnny made me is insane. It's like on a Grossi level. Grossi's scoreboard is just like mine, except mine's just a little different because he likes to put a little twist on it. So pretty much anything that you see that Grossi has, I have availability to that. I have the same guy, so he can make anything I say, like, make it like this, but he'll make it not the same, like give it my own like Tampa Bay flair, and it gives him the Packer flair. So it kind of gives us our own personality based on, how you make the numbers look, the graphics, it's all doing similar stuff, but the looks and the aesthetics are big. And I paid money for that too. And I didn't get to use it that long because then that program started crapping out. I thought it was my internet, but it actually was the program, and it would start lagging. And the worst part is like, okay, I got this dope scoreboard, but then if it lags, I'm not doing you guys a good, stream. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my God, he's got the visuals, but then it looks like my internet's too slow or I'm having problems. You know what I mean? And that's the worst when you're trying to support someone when they're trying really hard, but then the internet. So it shows you, yeah, the visuals are great, but internet connections even more than the visuals, because if the internet connection's booty, you can't even show off what you got, and it's not going to turn out the way that you want. So, and then obviously I switched to this platform to see, because I know it doesn't work. My computer is hard, and I never had problems, very rarely with it. Smooth, no issues like I had with the other one. It's just that the scoreboard feature is not available, because if like you have to have like a single graphic, and the scoreboards that I use are fucking like layered like a motherfucker to make them cool for you guys. So it has all the details and all the bells and whistles. If you go back in some of my old videos around the Natty, Georgia and Alabama, I used one for that. Go back to that and look at my scoreboard. And for a couple of those games of like Chiefs and Broncos, this shit looks fire. I mean, it was expensive. I shouldn't have. I mean, I didn't know that the other program was going to crap out like that. But it also gave me a chance to use this program and get the most out of it and play around. And obviously when I started going full-time in January, this is the platform. And, being able to show my personality based off visuals to you guys, you don't really get this. I mean, you might get someone that makes an upload and they'll have, photos when they're talking about like the Mariners and, they're talking about their upload and, oh yeah. And then Randy Johnson, sometimes you'll get, videos that will have that and then it'll show the host. But as far as like a live stream, being able to pull up anything at the fly and then, also be able to pull up anything you guys want. I mean, the interaction level on the stream is top notch, bar none. We're number one, but not number one in Deshaun Watson's case, more like a number one and, someone a little bit more, respectable. Who would that be? He's hated, but hey, that's a little bit more of a number one that we can handle. Not all of us. A lot of you guys are still Brady haters and Patriot haters. Totally fine. I get it. But Belichick is really the one that has the blame. Brady showed, I think now within the last couple of years that he's a lot funnier and a lot more himself, that he can be himself and joke around and be serious when he needs to be serious. But bottom line, you see the work ethic. And that's why he's the best. Like his work ethic, even though Peyton and Joe Montana are my favorites, Brady, 10 Super Bowls, 7 wins, had an opportunity to win all of them, right? Always usually had a top 10 defense, so that was a big part of it. Belichick with that side of the ball. But what he was great at, like Kobe and Jordan, is he could take role players that normally would suck balls or ass anywhere else, and somehow Julian Edelman is a thing. Danny Amendola is a thing. James White is a thing. But if those guys go to other teams and they have like Baker Mayfield or Sam Darnold quarterback, they just disappear into oblivion. They probably aren't even in the league that much unless they get onto another team, So that's one thing about Brady. Like Jordan did it with, Horace Grant and B.J. Armstrong and, Jim Paxson, Bill Cartwright. So, besides Scotty was the other Hall of Famer, but Jordan, Stacey King, these other guys. Yeah, then later he got Kukoc and Rodman. They're established and great. But what about the other guys, the Bill Wenningtons, the Stacey Kings, these other guys that are kind of obscure, and then he made them better. Bill Cartwright. I mean, the Bulls won in an era of centers. So they were going against Hakeem, the Dream Olajuwon, Ewing, David Robinson. There was a lot of big guys that were amazing, right? And they did it with Bill Cartwright, one of the worst starters in the league. But when he played with Jordan, Bill Cartwright could almost get you to double digits in points and double digits in boards every game because he was a scrapper. He had a weird free throw stance, maybe the ugliest in history. Look up Bill Cartwright free throw on YouTube. It's the weirdest thing. Does this like little, has the ball really high above his head, and then does this little wiggle with his like hip or butt, and then he like scoops the ball into like a half circle at the top, bends his knees, and lets go like some weird shot put that's someone stoned or something doing, like your uncle or something. But yeah, check it out. But those guys, Kobe too. I mean, he had Gasol, but when you start looking at all the other role players, these GOATs, and I only consume and really grade Jordan, Kobe, Brady. That's it. There's, they're the same, based off not only their titles, but their work ethic. And I think their work ethic shows you that if you're that damn good, you're not going to get it by just being naturally gifted. There's a lot of naturally gifted people that are good or great, all-star. But if you want to be the best, you have to put in the work ethic and show people outside of what the showcase is, what's going on. Like, what work is being done? Are you making, sacrifices? Are you doing 16, 17 hour days out of 24 dedicated to the craft when everyone else might be doing 2 to 5 and you're doing 16 to 17? There's a difference. I mean, you start putting in work like that, and then the NBA player is putting in 2 hours after games, and another guy's putting in like 8, 7, it's like, or in the off season, there's this difference between the passion and, you can be addicted to something great, but there's certain people that are going to practice harder and they're going to grind it out. And those are the ones that end up being the best because they have the most repetition. They're naturally gifted, right? But they have that hidden Mamba mentality, and the Mamba mentality, I try to have it too. I'm trying to follow, just trying to leave my own legacy and try to show that there's a lot of people out there that can, do Twitch and YouTube, but there's not a lot of people that can grind it out for the length of time here and have as many, amazing people in the room here. It's a very special thing that I thought would take a lot longer to develop. But I mean, every time I stream, you guys make me feel like this, right there, and it's, you're going to have people that troll and everything, but I will always appreciate greatness. And you're not going to see that on any other channel on planet Earth because everyone is so biased. Everyone has their favorites, and you can have people that come in the room that have, favorites. But what you also need to realize who are the real GOATs are. GOATs and greatness gets, thrown out there all the time, but we shouldn't really be saying it, for this player, this all-star, this guy's a GOAT, this guy's no, there's only 3, for basketball in this, last 30, 40 years. You're looking at the first one. That's definitely one. Okay. This, and this is one. Well, for basketball at least. And then I don't think there really is one for baseball because if you go here for the third one, it all makes sense. But in baseball, there's not really a single guy, pitcher or hitter, like Babe Ruth, Mickey Mantle, Willie Mays. You have some amazing guys, but it's a team sport. And it's like, just like these others are team sports, football, the ultimate team sport. I think in baseball, you can't win a baseball game with one guy, but sometimes in football and basketball, you can, based off a dominant quarterback or a dominant scorer. Brady can, control the game. And obviously, if you don't turn the football over and you're very efficient and no one can stop you, and you got one of the best play callers, and like this guy naturally gifted, it's just one of those things. But the thing I admire about those 3 the most, even though I hated Jordan when I was a kid because I was a Drexler guy and we always would lose the Pistons, lost in 90 against Rodman and Dumars, and obviously Isaiah and John Sally and Bill Lambier and all the rest, and lost that one when I was 8. And then we played him in when I was 10 and lost that one. That's when he did the famous shoulder shrug after making like 7 threes in a row in like the second quarter. So, he's like, you have this like hatred, but as you get older, you realize you mature and you're like, wow, like what did I watch? And then you start appreciating the guys that maybe you didn't like as much. Jordan, Kobe. For me being a Blazer guy, it makes sense to have that kind of not like, you're my rival. Fuck, I lost, this sucks. But then you start realizing you didn't deserve to win. You went against the ultimate competitor. It's like sometimes you can have a pretty good team, but we didn't have anything like this. I mean, to me, he's one of the greatest of all time, like the closest thing to Jordan that we're probably ever going to see, like a very, very special two. And I'm a big Larry Bird guy. I love Magic. And I actually like those guys more than LeBron. I think LeBron is the most naturally gifted all around. And I think LeBron's great. But the difference between LeBron, Jordan, Kobe, and obviously Tom Brady. There's one single thing that separates all those guys with LeBron. It's the Mamba mentality, and he don't got it. You know what I mean? He's just naturally gifted. He's a great player. But if he had it, he would be sitting at 6, 7, 8 championships instead of like 4 out of 10. You know what I mean? So he's a great all-around player, but he's just not as good as Kobe or Jordan, in my opinion. Like, he can pass really well, he can rebound, take charges, he could dunk on 11-foot hoops. He makes everybody better. He's a leader. He's a fantastic player, the best that we've seen, like a Charles Barkley, Larry Bird mashed into one man, and that's what you got, like straight greatness. But it's not Jordan, it's not Kobe. It's like, if you didn't watch those guys play, you don't understand. And I put Tom, obviously Peyton Manning was very competitive, and I got him up there, Joe Montana too. But that's the kind of the breakdown. See what happens when we talk NFL. All right, find some NFL to watch. I'm scrolling up to go back to some of the messages. Yeah. I like everything that they're doing right now. I like that they brought the faction with Bailey and Dakota Kai and Io Shirai, Io Sky, I guess. They want to switch it up, right? They don't want her using her Asian name or whatever, right? But that was cool. Just the overall vibe of the better wrestling with the competitors that are athletic, that mirror each other well. Because even if it's like one guy's famous and one guy's not, as long as the guy's athletic, the match will be good. But if you pair up a guy that's like, kind of robotic with an athletic guy, then it's probably going to suck, because the robotic athletic guy won't be able to sell correctly. His moves that he's getting done to him won't look like sold, and he won't sell it well. And then sometimes you botch stuff, and you can just tell when the good matches are two competitors that are kind of normally in athleticism, at least somewhat close. And then if they're good shit talkers, then it takes the match to a whole nother level. Then they can talk shit back and forth, like Rock and Stone Cold. Brady, first down, Buccaneers. Tom Brady, 10-yard rush, move the chains that way. I'm still in awe that we actually have Brady. I know a lot of people hate him. Trust me, I was one of those people too. I didn't like him. I didn't like Tom Brady. I didn't like Gronk. I didn't like the Cowboys. I didn't like the Patriots. I was just like everybody else. You get spoon-fed that shit on ESPN and NFL Network and all that every day, telling you how much the Cowboys and the Patriots, suck and they're garbage and their fans are garbage. And, you start believing that shit. You got brainwashed, even if you're smart, brainwashing. But then you start to realize greatness, and then you can appreciate, okay, it's really more Bill that most people didn't like. You don't want someone to cheat. It's like, especially if you're winning all these Super Bowls, everyone's already jealous as it is. And then we have envy. And then you have Brady and Gronk. And then it's like, okay, you got the best tight end, best quarterback, best coach. This is bullshit. You're going there every year. It's like 20 years in a row being good. This is bullshit. Like, you want to have it be a little bit more fair, right? That's why the dislike was they're too good, right? And then the cheating, fuck you, right? And then the Cowboys is just, I guess the fans are annoying. Is that why we don't like them? Like, some people think they're douchey or douche canoes or whatever, but you get douche canoes in every fucking fan base. The Cowboys fans are just passionate because they want to win. They fucking haven't been good since 95. They're desperate. They used to be America's team. They were winning Super Bowls, every, 5 to 20 years. And then now it's a huge drought, But I think there's annoying fans and assholes in every fan base. It's just, maybe some get more of a bad rep than others, just depends on like those Instagram, fan pages and Twitter. And you can really learn a lot about your fan base when you join one of those, depending on if you're biased or not, because the negativity is so bad. I had duck ones that I had to leave. I'm like, I'm not doing this. Like, there's a lot of, unnecessary hate and unnecessary like negativity and shit. Like, it's like, you have to have realistic expectations, and then you get people that are trolling and just people that are also stupid, that are riling up the room and stuff too with their dumbass beliefs and stuff. And yeah, it definitely, I'm in one Tampa one right now, but I'm thinking about leaving it. But it's, it's they don't really post a whole lot in it. Like, I'm posting some shit in there, but it's not as negative as like the duck ones that I was a part of. I was like, oh, I can't do this. I tried, and then they did way too many notifications on my feed. I was like, oh man, this is getting ridiculous. I don't want to see an Oregon Duck post every 3 like finger slides. I'm like, dude, I just saw one. All right, I love my Ducks, but what are my friends doing? Or like, what's this person doing spying on me on Facebook? You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be just looking at Oregon Duck or Tampa Bay every 3rd thing on Facebook. You know, it's like these people are putting ads on there already. So it's like, okay. It's like, let me see what my friends are doing. Beer pong or something, or floating. 7-0 Buccaneers. Oh, thank God I saved this. This is from months ago. I have 2 games. I had 4, but I deleted 2 to make room on my DVR. If you're bored, always going to an old game or last year game, perfect. You're itching for football. Boom, I got a couple on here. Yeah, Charlotte Flair is my favorite. She's always been my favorite, just not because of the Ric Flair connection. I just like how hardcore and athletic, you know, just makes things, you know, with all that hard work that she put in and everything. But I like high risk people too. So people that'll take chances off the top rope. I like that. I like that high risk style, the fast lucha libre Mexican style, or you know, strong style. If you're gonna be like Shinsuke Nakamura, or like Asuka, like really stiff, but it looks good because they've practiced so much. Especially Asuka, that's probably the king of strong style. Even though they say it's Nakamura, you know, all of them are my cousins, you know, so we know this. Yeah, sometimes you can feel like you've been here. Well, especially if you're here for, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours. Most people don't spend that much time in one room. I think most people spend, you know, usually 2 hours in a room or less, depending on what YouTuber you're watching or whatever. Sometimes it's just a pop in, and if you like the person, then you're gonna be here. But shit, you start spending 5-hour, you know, nights with me every night. I mean, yeah, you're gonna start to get to know people a lot quicker than the other people on YouTube. Yeah, a few of the rookies look pretty good, but the problem is with Rashad, the new running back, he's not getting enough reps. So I need to see what's going on. So maybe there's, you know, it's like you want to see Kyle Trask. That was the quarterback that we drafted from Florida to be like Brady's, you know, after piece possibly. And then we have Gabbert. They're not good enough, either one. But we want to see what they're doing. But I'm not going to be able to really see what I want to see until we get to preseason week 1. So once we get there, then I can evaluate more, because they don't really show a whole lot. I watch NFL Network, and sometimes they'll do live look-ins, but then they use like the same footage, or they have like an image from like Instagram or Twitter, and they show it over and over and over like 5 times because they have nothing else to show. So things are limited. But Rashad White looks like he could be a rotational back for us. And he seems like, you know, Giovanni Bernard is getting old. Fournette was fat. Now he got a little bit skinnier. We need Fournette to be the good Fournette, the one that was on the Jags, or the one that was on the Buccaneers when we won the Super Bowl. We need that one. We don't need, you know, guy that can't get first downs. And we don't got Ronald Jones anymore. He went to Kansas City. I'm not sure if he's going to make your guys' team or not based off your depth. Maybe he'll be on your team or you'll cut him before the season starts. But yeah, I think for him, and then the defensive guys, we got, you know, a few of them that are injured. One that's like a fullback, and then another one tight end, a guy that can play tight end or fullback. So we're just kind of building depth right now. But I think the running back, White, if anything happens to Fournette, or if they want to do a 1-2 punch, I think White could give us like a work done vibe, kind of, you know, like kind of trying to think of someone else, maybe Dalvin Cook, you know, just kind of give you something, a little shake, a little bake. So, I mean, we need something. You know, but he's not going to be as good as Dalvin Cook. No way. You know what I mean? But just that vibe of that guy, you know, moving his, you know, shoulders and hitting the hole and hitting me with some speed, and he can actually catch. So that's the thing I want to see, because that maybe Brady can go to him as a check down guy. You know, obviously Gronk is not there, and they'll go Cameron Brate. They'll go him as the check down guy, and he's got good hands, and he's a smart guy. Some of these guys from my fucking team went to like Harvard, you know, just like Ryan Fitzmagic. You know, when you get guys that are, you know, have gone to Harvard, I mean, they get football. Plus, they're fucking more, you know, intelligent than anybody else in the room, you know. So I can only imagine when you have guys like Ivy League guys and you have guys from Harvard, you know, and they're an athlete, it's like game over. Like they're going to be able to memorize the playbook, teach you something, and they're going to be a good athlete on the field. That would be mine, the Rashad White, but I want to see more reps. But from what I've seen, it looks pretty good, but it's like, you know, it's like they're almost keeping him at like 3rd or 4th string. Like I want to see him. This is the, you know, this is the time to see before the season starts. Hello, he's a rookie. We want to see what he looks like. You know, what do I got to wait till the first game for him to fumble and be like, well, shit, you fumbled in the first game because you guys gave him 4 fucking chances of practice. You know, other guys are getting like 40 reps. The guy gets 4 fumbles in the game. Oh, fuck it. That guy sucks. See, that's the shit that you need to know. Because then you see a guy, and you're like, oh, this fucking guy. And then you realize that he didn't even get a chance, and maybe it was nerves, you know? So you always can't overreact. You always got to know what the fuck is going on. But that's a hard part. You don't get a lot of information right now. I mean, even if you go to your blog guys, your NFL guy for your team, your beat reporters, you know, the Rappaports and all that, on top of all that, and just team website and Bleacher, you know, you have to go to NFL.com. Like there's many ESPN. Like for the way I do it, I got like a rotation of like 8 apps, boom, boom, boom. And I go to one and then the next one, boom. And that's like how people do Facebook and then Instagram and then Twitter and YouTube and then, you know, and bank information and a phone call, text message. Like you got all your buttons laid out. But I got my rotation. I got like my 6 or 8 that I go through. Brady, rolling, flushed out of the pocket, incomplete. The one that I am anticipating with the biggest improvement is Tryon. So from Washington, the DN, Shonika. So obviously that's the JPP replacement. So JPP's gone. So they're going to let this kid loose. So I think he's got potential for, you know, 5 to 10 sacks. It just depends on how disciplined he is and how smart he is. And if he knows how to move his feet and his hands properly. But that could be a guy that we could actually get some good energy from. And we're not bringing Sue back. So Gronk is the last piece. We got to make sure. 23-yarder, kick is up, and it's good. Tampa Bay 10, Buffalo Bills 0. That's what I'm talking about. And also Antoine Winfield Jr. I think people don't understand how good he is. Under 25, one of the best safeties already in the league. Better than his dad. And he's very, very good, like Devin White. You know, there's certain guys on my team, like the 3 best in my opinion right now are Devin White, Antoine Winfield Jr., and Tristan Wirfs. Those, I mean, not including Brady and, you know, Godwin and Evans and that, but just like for those key positions, you know, one at the future safety, that's like the new young guy, the linebacker, that's the leader of the team, and then getting a right tackle that's the best already in like his first or second year. That's rare. And he was the 4th tackle taken. They should have, you know, the Giants and a bunch of teams passed on him. He is the best one by far. I mean, he's already the best right tackle. Like undisputed. That's nuts. You know, left tackle is Trent Williams all day. And there's a few others that are pretty good. But, I mean, Wirfs is fucking animal. I don't know if you guys have watched the games, but, I mean, he is the real deal. Like, Hall of Fame, like, that good. You know, it's pretty crazy to talk about a guy being a Hall of Famer after 1 or 2 years. But some guys, like Darius Leonard, I'm like, yeah. I was like, this guy is it. You know, you can just watch a guy for a little bit. Like Micah Parsons, he's it. He's special, you know. You either recognize it early or you don't, or until they tell you to like the person. Or ESPN is, you know, this guy's good. NFL.com or Good Morning Football. Peter Schrager, this guy's good. Watch this guy. He's got good statistics, good analytics. Marco, yeah. No one wants him though. What's the trade value? Nothing. It's like they'll like give us money to keep him. You know, then nobody wants him. I don't think, you know, he's not reliable. It's like if you want an instant L, if you're trying to lose on purpose, then yeah, that's the guy. Because I mean, he doesn't. I think he's actually a good pitcher. I just think he lost confidence. And when you lose confidence in yourself, you know, you press too hard, and you know you're in the major leagues, but a lot of shit is psychological. And I think that, you know, normally he's a guy that if he plays like 16 games, you know, maybe like 9-7 record, you know, nothing too crazy. Not like one of the best pitchers in the game, but slightly over 500. That's Marco. But when you're like 4-14, that's kind of what it feels like. And that's why people are upset. So I got you, dude. I've had many people tell me this. All the Mariner fans. Yeah. Yeah. I think that all those guys are like talented, but just the combination of all of them, it doesn't feel like it gels. You know what I mean? It's like they just threw a bunch of NFL personalities in a room and they're like, ready to go. You know what I mean? Like you got to have chemistry. And it's like when you had the original cast in Good Morning Football, you feel it. Like he would say, Peter Schrager, you feel it. Uncle Momentum that he stole from O-Dog. But yeah, I don't know. For me, it's about chemistry. I can watch anybody for sports, right? But how are you going to grab me? Like, how are you going to make me want to stay? Are you a really good talker? Are you really intelligent? Do you have a good vibe with the other people? Is it, there's different reasons that people watch. I like to watch the people that are real. So I'm going to watch Pat McAfee. I'm going to watch, if I want information and I want like a good vibe, I want to watch The Herd with Colin Cowherd and Joy Taylor. That's good stuff. I did like Good Morning Football, not anymore. So then you guys can watch me. And then the other couple channels that you watch on here as well. Mina's really smart, just like Cynthia Freeland. If you're wanting analytics, those are your females to get it from, for sure. And it's like, I like Mina, and it's like, I don't know, like Orlovsky and Spear. I mean, I don't know. I think there's just other people that are more interesting that I would rather talk football. You know what I mean? That's really what it comes down to, the connection, how you connect. Can you imagine yourself drinking a beer and hanging out with the person that you are watching? Most people, it's no way in hell. You know what I mean? But sometimes if you find a host and you're like, dude, I vibe with this person, and then it's all about being able to be connected to a number of different people, young all the way to the old. Free the rid. Free the rid. Yeah, look at that fire photo I got, dude. Come on, man. So you can smoke weed with Josh Gordon and get like 25 to 28 games. Then you can gamble like an idiot and put it in your social and your bank account. You get red flagged immediately. Boom. Lose money, out a year, 17 games. Okay. And then sexual misconduct, dog. Right? 6 games? What? And then what happens here? You and your homies were either high or drunk and then beat the hell out of that guy that might have been harassing you. Maybe, maybe not, or maybe you did. Right? And then you curb stomped him, and then you punched him in the head. You guys all stomped on him, kicked him, right? And how many games do you get? It's like that. You got to make sure you got better friends that, dude, you're in the NFL, bro. You're my favorite running back. Don't make me look like an idiot and supporting someone that's going to be doing dumb shit. Like, come on. You're my favorite. Like, I'm a Buccaneer fan. I'm not even supposed to say that I like anybody on the Saints, let alone that the running back is the one that I would want on my team. And I think is my favorite, you know what I mean? Like, and I like him the most is because of the chip on his shoulder, because he didn't get drafted first overall or in first round. When you get a running back that's in the 3rd or 4th round, like Dak, I can understand that. It's like underdog. No one thinks you're going to be shit. And then you prove them wrong and you play like a first rounder, even as a 3rd or 4th. And I like that. Brady did that at, 6th, 7th round. Hey, I'm a first pick, like you went that many people thinking that they were better. And sometimes you get surprised by people's work ethic. They might not be the most athletic, but they put in the most work. And sometimes, hard work will beat out, the athleticism part sometimes. But yeah, I hope this works out. So, okay. So you have 6 games here. Okay. 6, only 6 with the sexual shit, right? Then this is 8. What is this? 12? A season? Forever? Could you imagine if they did Alvin Kamara is banned from the league? People would lose their minds. Ridley would be like, what is going on? And then Josh Gordon is like, like, imagine all those people. Like 4 totally like different types of like trouble, but are some of them really even like some of them are like ridiculous. Like, how do you get this? I mean, weed wasn't legal everywhere, but like 25, 28 games for weed. I mean, it's not like a lot of people are smoking weed or eating gummies and committing crimes. You have a hard time just getting to the fucking fridge, okay? Let alone committing crimes. You're like, oh, I can't wait to eat my grilled cheese and my fucking high C and my fucking soda, my fucking Fanta orange, or some popsicles or ice cream. You're not thinking about doing any crime. Can't even get into a car, and if you can, you're not going far, and you're going for munchies. What do they think? This is super bad, and you gambled. You're bad. You're Pete Rose. You're bad, Calvin. You're bad. And then they're like, well, there was some sexual allegations, and 66 women in 17 months. How do you plead? Not guilty. Okay. And then he's like, I need a lawyer. I got some stacks. It's like Breaking Bad in that fucking storage locker. Oh my God, look at that money. Yeah, fuck, gotta spend it on the lawyer. And he's like, okay, let's go. And he's like, how many girls? More than one. Yep, more than one. Yeah. And then I left their house running after. Yes, you did. And I know some of them was legit. I don't have a problem with that. But dude, the amount and then the stories and the stuff that's released. I mean, I'm actually kind of surprised, to be honest, that he's not actually getting a little bit of jail time. Like, to get jail time based off this is kind of normal. But I mean, I get it if you have a high-powered lawyer and everything like that. But I mean, if the NFL is going to like shove it under the rug, and the police are going to shove it under the rug, I mean, what are we kind of message are we sending? That you can be like him or Bill Cosby, and then like people's daughters and people's like females and people's lives like are at risk. Like, you think you're having a good time, and then it's just disgusting to me. Like, I don't know, 1 year minimum, 2 years would be appropriate, or forever. I mean, I think that sometimes you can forgive and forget, but sometimes when something is kind of extreme, you have to do the appropriate thing instead of just for money, and ratings, just because the money involved in the one athlete that, if anything, you would save the league more by doing the right thing rather than doing the wrong thing and just thinking that everyone's going to get over it because we fucking love the NFL and they goddamn know it, that we're going to still fucking watch people like this on any given Sunday, Monday, or Thursday. They know who we like. They know what we want. Sunday, Monday, Thursday, everything in between. But it's just, it's sad. I just, I want people, to have second chances. I want people to, be able to, have a punishment and be able to try to come back and be better. But sometimes when you get it, like, just a little alarming, like I said, if this was one girl or two girls, maybe even like three or less, then you're going to be like, okay, is this like a repeat offender type guy, or is this like a 1-time, 2-time, 3-time thing? You know what I mean? But when you get into the higher numbers, like anything higher than 3, even higher than 2 or 3, honestly, like, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. I think I just want justice. Whatever justice is, that's what I want. Because, I mean, especially if lives were ruined and they're like, okay, here's money, right? Your life's better now. Go buy a new car and a couch. I mean, that's pretty, probably what some of them are doing. New dining table, new bed for the kids, new truck, maybe a hot tub, vacation. But I don't know. For me, it's just like, I would wish that someone would be like, fuck the money. This is what's going on. But, I get it. People don't want to be in the media and lawyers cost a lot. But it's just weird, man. It's like, can't we just have players that are just fucking awesome athletes and they don't have this weird shit behind the scenes and stuff? But I guess, with the amount of players that we have, we're just going to have weird shit that happens in our lives, and we just have to get used to it. So, and he seemed like out of all the college players, like, he looks guilty here in this photo for whatever reason, right? But like when you saw him here, you were like, dude, I like this guy. Like, dude, you're awesome. Like, you're going to be a top 5 quarterback. Like, people are going to sleep on you, but like the athleticism, dude, you won a championship on Clemson with Dabo Swinney and you beat Alabama. If you beat Alabama, you're fucking pretty good. Johnny Manziel did it, but he was partying with Drake, obviously in college, and it fucked his life up. And, obviously just, drugs and pills and all kinds of drinking and, not being disciplined. What could have been with Johnny? Football. But this guy, you knew he was going to be good. It's just, and he doesn't seem like the type that maybe would do something like this, but it shows you, it doesn't, I mean, you can't profile, but, it just seemed like a really cool dude, cared about his mom a lot. I read a bunch of stories, stuff in community stuff, but I guess you don't know how people treat people in private. So I'm just glad he's not my quarterback, but you know what? As talent purposes, yeah, he's probably a top 10 talent, but I mean, everything else is just, I wish we get more details to see what's, obviously they're going to kind of keep a lot of these details locked up and like, okay, it's over, boom, 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 money here, money there. And then NFL, you know what I mean? Like, they're not really going to want to discuss. It's like kind of shitty sometimes when people want answers and then you just get nothing. It's like, okay, they got in trouble and boom. And then it's like everyone forgot. Yeah. Calvin Ridley with nothing. Or if you want to give him something, 2 games and have him do a fine or something, or community service or whatever, do some therapy. I don't know, whatever you want to do, but Bird Gang in the building. What to do? He said, remember the concert? It was awesome. I got a story, though. Oh, it's story time. Story time's the best time on this channel. You never know what fucking story we're going to get. Concert was awesome. So me and my sister and her friend had pit. Oh, dude. Pit. Get pitted. Oh, my gosh. And your mom had a seat. Yeah. Oh, yes. Please have your mom be in the seat, not in the pit. If you have her in the pit, she getting knocked over, bro. People in the pit are wild. He said, they must be 21 because, I'm not sure where this story is going. That's good that you had a good concert. Oh, because they had alcohol. It's like, what are we getting? Well, it's good that you had a good concert, bro. It's always fun to be able to let loose and listen to music and mosh or, whatever you like to, listen to. So. Which one? This one? I don't know. I've been switching them around. So I got this, and then when I started the show, let's see if I still have it. So I had this. So this one, this is the one I started with the show and kept it on. I thought it was cool because Ohio State was in there. I usually try to find stuff that like I'm not blocking because I'm fat, I'm big. I'm like covering up a chunk. So I have to make sure, okay, I got to have the guy, on the right side or the left side. And then if I can find something that is like perfect where I'm in the middle and there's still a cool action shot. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. So that was like ideal. And then I found this one. I was like, ooh, this one's not as good, but it still has him not in, I'm not blocking him. So you can still see. So I did that one for a little bit. And then we decided to kind of travel a little bit. This one's always relaxing. And this one, that one's good. That one's good for the vibes. And then this one, it's like you get vibes when you hang out here because it's like I can put myself there, like legitimately. Like when I see the food, I can feel like I can reach in the computer and eat it. Like when I look at the views, it reminds me of going to the beach in the Pacific Ocean in the way that it makes me feel like if I'm having shitty times or if I just want to be happier than I am. But I mean, something about water. It's like brings everything together, no matter, how good of a person you are, bad, you're having a good time, you're having a horrible time. You can go here. And even if I can only do this mentally, here, hey, that's, gives me the closest thing than me actually traveling every night to a different paradise. So, well, that's good. It sounds like you had an awesome concert, dude. Congrats with that.
Season start here with the Super Bowl against Kansas City, having a big game Lenny, they call it.
Yeah. Come on, bro. You're part of NWSF. We're some of the coolest people on planet Earth. If we got your back, shit, you got it. Come on, man. Just be yourself. You got the intelligence part. You got the Eagles part down. You know a shitload of soccer. You like your music. Sounds like you're well-rounded. What's not to like? Okay? As long as you got, respect, loyalty, honesty, you're good. You're good. Go with the flow. Never stress. Jameson says 181. Can we get to 222? Sea salt toffee cookie from Crumble. Oh shit. Oh yeah, Babe Ruth, Mickey Mantle are, but I think nowadays you can't really have one single player because even when you had Mickey Mantle, right? Who else did you have? You had other guys out there. You had, Mickey Mantle, you had Willie Mays, and obviously you had the Babe Ruth era. And then you had Joe DiMaggio. You had so many, Honus Wagner. I mean, there was just so many tiers. If you want to go old school with DiMaggio or, and it's just like, you can't really put one guy. Then Nolan Ryan obviously was like the best right-handed pitcher ever. And you got guys like Koufax and Steve Carlton and Randy Johnson, depending on the lefties. And Koufax is normally known as the best. And I don't know, hitters with Griffey and other guys that were on roids. I mean, there's not a single player, I think, even Shohei Ohtani, that can win a game for you. It's like baseball's the one sport that it takes everybody, including pitching and the closing pitching and the defense, and you have to hit. With basketball, it could be just someone that scores the most in a game and you can't stop them, or the guy in the football that throws the most or runs for the most, that can dominate every game and no one can stop. Then those can, change the outcome. But with baseball, I mean, unless you get a guy that's hitting 4 for 4 home runs every game, or like 3 for 4, and he's doing it 2 home runs every game for a whole season. I mean, I don't know if you're not going to see that ever. I mean, you don't see, that's just too hard to do. So there's not that type of player. So I don't think you can really put one GOAT for baseball, really. I mean, Babe Ruth is Babe Ruth, but what about after Babe Ruth? Like, there's just a bunch of guys that are really, Hank Aaron, that's another one. There's fucking insane amount of great talent. Baseball's tough. Then, like, you got Wayne Gretzky, Mario Lemieux, and then obviously the older, people from, pre-Wayne Gretzky era, Bobby Orr, and I don't even watch hockey or know hockey, but I know that. So what happens when you read a lot. Sometimes you remember shit that you don't even really care about, but you just read it one time and it's stuck in there. Jaromir Jagr. Patrick Waugh. It's like playing NHL 94 on Sega Genesis and memorizing all the names and the players.
Nothing in the walls.
All right. Take it easy. Appreciate you. Appreciate the support. And hopefully Pete Carroll will get off COVID quick and nothing bad happens. And he has a smooth, fast recovery, not only for you, but for everybody, because we don't want anyone to get sick. And we want to make sure Pete's okay. They're going to need him this year. So good morning, football. Chiefs' favorite show. Oh, of course, if it's Chiefs related, you want to peek. And I probably will still peek, but it's just not going to be as good. You know what I mean? I'm going to watch a lot of different things and, read a lot. But, I mean, with my time, I can sacrifice Pat McAfee. That's good time spent. And The Herd with Joy is great time spent. You'll learn something there. And they are very good together. Like I said, I think Colleen Wolfe and Joy Tyler are the two best as far as females in the sports industry, and it's not even close. Like, they could host their own show, and they're awesome. Real, genuine. They have good speech. They're not crazy. Like, both have a sense of style. They're very good. I mean, that's who I would want to work with. It's like, boom, Joy Taylor over here, Colleen Wolfe right here, O-Dog right here. Beautiful. Could you imagine that show? That would get ratings. It's like, I don't even want another dude on the show. I'd be like, just give me two ladies. There's the two smartest ones, the two that are the passionate. What's up, Michael? Yeah, you know who Marcus Spears is? Shannon Sharp, like 2.0. He's the one that's realistic. There's funny stuff that he says once in a while, but he's not too crazy. And then Orlovsky, right, is like Skip Bayless, or Stephen A. Smith, where he says the really hard opinionated take, where it's like very borderline, but mostly false. But, it's so false. And he's coming from someone that played quarterback that you're like, dude, this guy is tripping, you know what I mean? But they do that on purpose for like ratings, or the guy seriously feels that way. But I know a lot of times they have like the protagonist, antagonist. They have the guy that's smart, laid back, chill, going to give you the realistic answer. And then you get the crazy motherfucker that's on the other side that says something that, it's not true. And it makes everyone erupt. And that's how they get clicks and ratings, because they say something crazy like the Cowboys are winning the Super Bowl this year. And, oh, shit, last year they looked pretty good. I thought they would have beat the Niners, honestly, but they just had to have better play calling. A draw with 15 seconds, no timeouts left. That's not a good play to keep in the playbook. I might have to call Kellen and just let him know, hey, that play that you did? Don't do that anymore. Right. Seriously. He's like literally the least likely quarterback I would have ever expected this story to come from. Like, he seemed like the real, not necessarily like gentleman, but he just seemed like, he cared about his mom and, You know what I mean? He was just loved football, and he got along with Dabo and the teammates. He just seemed like, dude, this guy is going to be a top 5 QB. Just the same vibe I had with like Herbert and Josh Allen and Burrow. Like, I was like, ooh, this guy. I mean, he's a shitty team, Houston, but I was like, this guy could maybe, he'll be better than Carr was when he was there. He flopped at number 1, but I was like, this guy. And dude, when you win a natty against Bama, everyone believes in you, or at least they should, because that's a real tough thing, to do. So if you can beat pro players, right, in college, then you're probably going to be pretty fucking good. And that's what he proved. So just, imagine if the Chiefs drafted them instead of Mahomes, you guys would be in hell. You'd be like, what happened? So things happen for a reason. Yeah, that's my favorite one. I like to take us to different places because I think it's important on the journey. Other places, it's like, this is like more of like a VR experience. It's like interactive, right? What you say can get you something. Doesn't have to even be a dono, and we can just change the vibe. So it's not just one place a stream. It's like you're going places. It's like time travel. Like you're just hanging out with me, and we're just like going places, baby. This is my favorite though. I like this one because it's got the palm trees, so it makes me feel safe. Okay. Then I turn around and I got the beach, and then the tide's coming in, and then I can hear it. And then you look out and you get the little bit of sky, a little yellow, but look above and it's purple and blue and white. And it's about to be sunset in a little bit, but you got enough, color. The rocks nearby, there's crashing, the water crashing, and just like Corona in your hand. Just it's like I'm there. And I think, like I said, with my mental health, when I've had depression and anxiety, every time it was cured by this. So this is it. This is the secret. All the people that have depression and anxiety, all you have to do is get to water somehow, some way, even if it's like 4 hours away. I mean, if your life can be changed by driving 4 hours and staying at a lake house or camping in a tent for a couple of days, that change your life. Water is the real deal. Always changes me. I mean, I'm blessed to be out here in Oregon, and we got a lot of greenery and a lot of stuff that's like an hour to 2 hours away in any direction. It's like, I don't think I'd live anywhere else in the country. It's just, they literally got everything. The only downside is Portland is kind of shaky, and stuff. I wouldn't really go down there. They got good food trucks and stuff, but only way I'd go to Portland is if I'm going to a Blazer game. But if I'm not going to a Blazer game, I ain't going down there. Fuck that. Why would I go down there? It's not as crazy as the people make it on the media and TV. With like Antifa and all the bums. I mean, there are bums, but there's bums, the homeless people everywhere. And some are more of a problem in some cities than others. I mean, that's a natural fucking thing. Yeah, but shit got destroyed down there and stuff, which some rioting, stupid bullshit. And then you get the dumbass kids, then dumbass adults, right? They're like, they don't even know what's going on or what the protest is about, but they're just going down there to loot, period. That's all they're doing. So they know, okay, well, fucking, we already stealing from Target. I might as well go fucking break these windows and steal these Jordans, and that's what they did. And then there was a lot of people that fucking, a lot of local businesses that were around for like 100 years, 50 years, passed down through family and also more big box places too. But this place is getting robbed just for no reason, just because, there's a protest and, they don't even know what it's about. And then they're just looting and stuff, and that's where all that shit went on the news. And then you saw people getting like punched and tear gas and all kinds of other shit. Ooh, Chris Godwin, baby, go first down, Bucks. Feasting. Chris Godwin, is he the best number 2 receiver in the league? You tell me. Adam Thielen, Chris Godwin, Tyler Lockett, or who is it? Allen Robinson? That's a tough question. All those guys are really good. I watched Godwin at Penn State, and the guy's got incredible hands. I honestly feel that he would be the easiest true number 1. Like Allen Robinson was a 1, was good for a while, didn't do good with Jalen. Obviously with his quarterback and the transition obviously from Justin Fields, and he went to Mooney and then went to Komet, and Allen Robinson normally was a top 10 quarterback, running back, wide receiver combo when he was always in there with the quarterback that was healthy, always doing big things. And I'm not sure. I think Allen Robinson has a chance to get in the top 10 in stats, but I think I think I like Adam Thielen more than Allen Robinson. And I like Lockett too. Like Lockett's really reliable, but I don't know. Maybe Adam Thielen. That's where I'd probably go. I think he's the closest thing to Godwin for like top. Like Adam Thielen could be a number one on another team, and I think he could do a good job. Like I think he's that confident, like a Cooper Cup. Like if you put Adam Thielen on a team, I think he could lead. I don't know. You guys watch Vikings games too, but I mean, there's only certain guys that I feel like that, and I think Thielen has got more natural swag and confidence, and maybe Allen Robinson right now. I know he'll get it back with Stafford, but it seemed like he kind of lost it a little bit, and that's natural. You can lose the swag and then get the swag back. You have to start believing in yourself, and but Godwin, I'm really happy that he decided to stay, because if he would have left, that would have not been good. Yeah. Some people can be crepes, man. Yeah, it's my favorite. Chief will chief. That's my favorite. Out of the whole entire draft, out of every single player, that's the one that I'm looking forward to the most in the entire draft. Because you got guys like Aaron Donald, 99, Warren Sapp, 99. Then you got guys like Vita Vea that, are kind of starting to prove himself. Still not getting like the full respect in the league just yet. A couple more years of dominant football, then I think everyone will know who Vita Vea is. But this guy, this is the one that I'm looking forward to the most in the NFL. Yeah, and it just so happens it's on the Eagles. But this is going to be, because him and Fletcher Cox get to play at least for a year, and then we got to see what happens after that. I mean, I don't think Fletcher Cox and Jordan Davis are going to hang out with this guy and start smoking, okay? But we'll see where it goes. It's going to be exciting. The Jordan Davis, man. Fletcher Cox, good combo. It's like good for him to be able to learn off a legend. I mean, if you're talking about like a Hall of Fame type of player, Fletcher Cox is it. Been good for a long time. I mean, how can you not look at that? And that's just cool. Tannehill's like, this motherfucker. He's like, yeah, motherfucker, I just got that sack lunch on your ass. I'll eat you for dinner. Sack lunch, yum, 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 yum. Fletcher Cox. Tannehill's like, shit. But what a cool combo. I'm jealous as a Tampa fan. This should be like a dream for me. Like, oh my God, like one good player, and then I get another one, and then he's going to learn from this guy, and then who knows what the potential is. I just hope he can stay injury-free. Thank God for Triple H. Brought WWE back. Thank God. Bird Gang 114. WWE Monday Night Raw was the best one that I've seen in like 2 years. I'm not even shitting. Like good from beginning to end. I was blown away. I'm back now. So it's just I need to see consistency, but I'm going to start paying attention to NXT and SmackDown. Triple H is, that's 2 in a row. So I think I like the trajectory of where this is going. Oh yeah, my favorite, man. Those two for sure. No other. I mean, that would be the best for me. It'd be so much fun. Oh yeah, he's awesome. That's a cool fucking story for a rugby player transfer. Pretty sweet. Oh yeah. Well, do you see how much schooling she has? She might be the smartest one that does NFL. Like if you look at like her grade point average and all her test scores from all the intelligence shit, I think she's like supposed to be like the most, like, she's Asian, bro. You know what I mean? Asians, we got the smarts. Yeah. They always got to have someone because they think that's ratings. You know what I mean? But people would rather watch a show if people agree, but if the take is like out there a little bit, but it makes sense. And then you can go over a couple possibilities. You know, you're not saying everything that's true because not everyone really knows, but you can kind of see a trajectory or a projection and you can say something. But I mean, I know people would rather, you know, want to be able to hear, you know, certain things like, you know, like if I was going to say, you know, Justin Jefferson has a chance to be able to overtake Devontae and Tyreek and Chase, and he could be, you know, the number one guy. Jonathan Taylor, you know, it's like certain takes people are afraid to say because it's like they can kind of see it, but sometimes they don't see it, and then it happens, and like, oh shit, like you just have to be able to know all the ins and outs and the details. But yeah, I mean, I'd rather listen to someone like here or McAfee, like you're saying something, and you know, you have those goofballs that are his friends, but it's just, you know, more real and genuine. And yeah, just to have one guy disagree for just, you know, shits and gigs, like that shit is old. When people scream and yell like Stephen A, that doesn't get kids to watch your show anymore, or even people that are middle-aged or older. You know, like I don't think ESPN knows what the hell they're doing. Like they're like, where do we go? Maybe we go to YouTube and see how the fuck they're doing, you know. And so you bring a couple people from Twitch and YouTube, yeah, maybe ESPN could be saved. Other than that, you're never coming back. Well, that's facts. A guy in the building. My favorite underrated player in the league. Who would that be? Mr. Hunter Renfrow, the best slot in the game. So good. Just played with Deshaun. But good. So good, bro. The best. His route running is impeccable. Like the only people that are better than him are like Stephon Diggs and Keenan Allen, and they've just been in the league longer. Guy's fucking an animal. And you got Devontae and Waller and Jacobs and Carr and McDaniels, but a booty O-line and a booty defense, except for Max Crosby and Chandler Jones. Now, if I can get everyone else healthy, then I'm like fully on board for a long-term run. You know, but you just got to fix those holes, or those guys that you drafted like Leatherwood and some of those other guys that we've mentioned, they just need to have some chemistry together, and then they got to figure out if they're, you know, was a bust and move on, or you're hanging on to a guy, you know, and you have to evaluate. So, because I know they want to win it immediately. I mean, they're not thinking finishing fourth place in the division. They're trying to finish it first, or at least second. You know, they were okay. Fuck, you know, we can't get first. So I get it. Herbert, Mahomes, Wilson. That's a lot of talent right there. Yeah, but if you would have got Watson, they would have loved him. You know, top 5 quarterback talent. Just Mahomes was like number 1, number 2. Watson was like number 4, number 5. So, yes. See, and players can learn a lot when they have someone like that. I mean, imagine having someone that's like a Hall of Fame player or a borderline Hall of Fame player, and you're good, but then they teach you a couple secrets, and then boom, you like go from like, you know, 7 sacks to like 12. I mean, your payday might double just based on getting double-digit sacks. You know, it's like, that's cool. A guy. Right? But they thought like that was so cool, you know, oh, like but maybe it worked on people when they were younger and they were dumb and we didn't know better. But then you started seeing other options. And I think that's why it's good to be able to have people like me and Grossi and other people on Twitch and YouTube, because just because we're not on a network, you know what I mean, doesn't mean that we're not successful, and it doesn't mean that we're not making money, you know what I mean? And it shows that, you know, you can actually have something better on Twitch or YouTube than actual podcasts that people are paying for, or TV. You know, the people that are on the big networks that are supposedly supposed to be the best. And then you start to realize that some of the stuff that's out there is not that good compared to maybe a connection that you have on this channel or one of the others. You know, there's some really good, talented people on social media. There's a lot of bad shit out there too, but I mean, there's some fucking really amazing, talented people that could run a fucking network like easy. They're just so talented, some of these people. That's facts. But I want to listen to people that are, you know, I'll agree or I'll disagree, but with me, it's like I'm never going to sugarcoat it. If something's good, you're going to know. If it's bad, I got to let you know. I just can't not say it because you're my friend and you think I'm going to like pick on you or hurt your feelings. Like if your team sucks, dude, wouldn't you rather you hear it instead of like believing that your team doesn't suck and then talking to everybody and looking like an ass, and coming up with all these like crazy predictions and stuff. Like sometimes you just got to be realistic with the team. Especially if you see like a championship caliber team, how good you have to be championship. So if you're not getting that gut feeling where you're like almost giddy inside, chances are you're not as good as you think you are. And you can do it by that gauge. Like how many Pro Bowlers do you got on the defense? How many Pro Bowlers do you got on the line? How many do you got at quarterback, running back, wide receiver? Like what do you got? And then you can compare it to other squads. And then you can kind of get a feeling. Because I think a lot of people come in like blind to the NFL season. It's a new season. Anything can happen. But if you've been paying attention in free agency and the draft, you kind of have an idea. And if you're watching training camp, like it's not a surprise if certain teams end up being amazing. Like, the Buffalo Bills or no shit. We saw that. Favored in every game, just been on the cusp of making it, but can't get past the Chiefs. You just have to pay attention. But I totally agree. God, I love football. I can just look at football pictures all day. Like there's people in the room and I'm just looking at football and wrestling. It's like, oh yeah, these are pretty good. It's just good for my viewing pleasure. Cool graphics. It's like, shit, it's entertaining for you guys. It's fucking entertaining for me. Sometimes I'll just go back. I don't do it often, but I'll, every once in a while I'll go back and I'll watch it just a little bit, a little bit in the beginning to see how everything turned out. And then sometimes I'll just scroll and I just try to find some of the pictures just to see what they look like on my phone or a different device. And it's awesome because like when you look at it on a computer and then you look at it on a phone, it's, the size and the way that the show is formatted and everything too. It's a gem. One of one. If I'm a basketball card, I'm a one of one, baby. With the autograph. You can spell my name and you get the jersey piece with the NBA logo. Triple H. And then I had this earlier. Oh, yeah. This was good. And then here's Holly's art. So I was like, let me find the picture. Looked for 30 seconds. Boom. And then I found it. I was like, yeah, that's it. A cool photo. I was like, this is cool. I didn't even think I was going to find it. And like, I had to go through. And I was like, ooh, this one might even fit. And I was like, oh, this is sweet. And I can see why she picked it. They use this one.
This is what we were talking about, the career grand slam. He said, of course, to us, the one thing he cares about is that first one wins.
Yeah, she's really, really good. Like, what I'm saying? Like, there's certain people that do art, but people will buy certain people's art. It's good. Yeah, you got to support your friends. Pretty sweet.
He's obviously gone to a different sport. He's already won with football, so maybe Tiger, Jack Nicklaus, Hogan, Sarah's player. Has that become the sixth?
Oh, AK-41. What will happen to you? And what will happen in NASCAR? I need a Chase Elliott racing suit. I need this. And I need this helmet. But I don't got the money for it. And I appreciate you guys. And this is coming on Thursday. Jags versus Raiders. New world order. For life, brother. Oh, yeah. Nothing better than NWO. Nothing. I will wear NWO till I am not living anymore. NWO for life, brother.
Saying this as we're going to the break, how Bruce Arians told us at a meeting this week that this was supposed to be the year Building a defense, getting everybody kind of adjusted to one another. Lo and behold, they win that Super Bowl the first year together. So, and he talked about, he knows how hard it was to go on the road and do that. Right? That's just a rare thing. It happens every once in a blue moon, but it happened, and they've just improved and gotten better, and that's a testament to him. You know, keeping these guys in. Sometimes they've been successful. They haven't. Really well done.
I'm not sure if that'll work, but for our Discord there, I assume there's probably one with a hell of a lot less numbers, but all right. Well, we're 5 hours in, so I figured, I just wanted to hang out for about 4 or 5. We're at the 5 hour and 13 mark. Pretty disappointed with how this ended up, but we'll see if there's anything further that happens. See how the league approaches the whole situation. Hopefully we can come to somewhat of an agreement with the fans and the owners and the players, but that's not going to happen. Debo, 3 years, $73.5 million in the extension, $58.1 million guaranteed. Debo, do your thing. Run the ball as a running back, or after you catch an amazing grab on the sideline, take it to the house. And like I said, I appreciate you guys very much. I was really surprised Monday Night Raw was as good as it was. I'll be back, obviously, later on, around 7:30, unless there's a game a little bit early. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for everyone that donated and contributed to the channel. You guys are the best fans on planet Earth. I love you, and I appreciate you. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. And I am out. Gang.